their entire stage 1 on this particular map. It's really explosive. They're really difficult to deal with. They've got such great reads on their opponent's positionings off the back of their own smokes. Like, how many times do we see them just know exactly when one of their smokes goes down that they're just right there and ready to take them out? I mean, that's a huge advantage of having the Astra and the Viper is you control the tempo of that controller utility to your own desire. And they were just shutting Gen G down on this attacker side.
We're starting to see some adjustments, at least from FPX, on how they're solving the issue of not being able to reposition your Viper orb. Generally, it's an orb that's put where the Omen smoke was just a moment ago, so you can get the cross and not have to worry about stairs and then scale up and then reposition it and put the orb further back. This time they're using an Omen smoke. Autumn still has his orb to play around, so these little micro decisions now investing it into stairs.
Yeah, I really like the way that they control space and they give themselves fallback plans with that Viper wall. But LITE just going to be trying to push, but he gets caught by the trap.
Instantly gets spammed too. Not getting fully punished. No fatal exchange on the other side, but enough to make you think twice about it. Down to 54 HP, the snap on Wood is perfect, and he's the one that's got to go down. He was a terror in the previous map, and it seems like life is taking over where Wood left off. A massive start for FPX. He's got 4, and at this point, you got to go for it.
They want it. Might not get it, though. Who is going the other way? Autumn gonna clean it up, but oh me, oh my.
Hello.
That's a good way to start things off. That's a good way to get that sunset out of your memory.
ये क्या तरीका है स्क्रीनशॉट करने का? थोड़ा कैजुअल तरीका है.
To reset.
भाई थोड़ी देर पहले घर पहुंचा यार मैं. खाना भी नहीं खाया था. बहुत कुछ करना था.
Shots with the sheriff.
Anyways, what is up? क्या मारा बे?
3 bullets, 3 kills. It was perfect.
भाई फर्स्ट मैच देखा?
Something they couldn't do on sunset.
फर्स्ट मैच देखा? भाई क्या मारा बेटी है चने?
And yeah, I mean, I'm still thinking back to the fact that Heretics did.
राम पैंकी भाई कैसे? क्या हुआ पैंकी? अबे राणा भाई कैसे मेरी जान? Hi REDGEAR, what's up? Anyways, welcome guys.
So difficult for Gen G to deal with.
Sorry थोड़ा लेट हुआ, पहला मैच नहीं कर पाया वॉच पार्टी पर. What is up?
Here for him.
और बड़े कैसा है तू बड़वा?
Boo taking a step back, choosing not to jump.
हाँ जी संभव भाई वेलकम कैसे?
He learned from Texture's mistakes.
Hello रिवाश जी क्या हाल है? सेकंड मैच करेंगे भाई टाइटल नहीं देखा. आज आसपास को ना देखे हो ही नहीं सकता ऐसे.
Cautious with this early utility. They're really trying to figure out where the stack is as best as they can, but Heretics is pushed so far back. I mean, they're not giving up any space, any info. They're giving up space. They're not giving up info. In terms of
कल के क्या वन साइडेड जीता भाई. कल का मेरे को तो फाइनल नहीं लगा भाई. भाई मैं रात को बताऊं कल क्या हुआ अभी बताता हूँ.
Oh, that nade. That's a little friendly fire. It didn't.
तो मेरा वाला नेड.
Ion turning over on the flash. Berlin teeing off with 2. That outlaw costed so many problems. That's a great round from FPX, all things considered.
Huge. You keep both.
पर भाई कैसे सब ठीक चल रहा है? सब ठीक चल रहा है मेरी जान.
Doesn't get any better than that.
Everyone welcome.
Unless you keep 5, but I mean, in some ways you don't really care.
आसपास के आसपास भी नहीं आपका गेम प्ले.
The weakest gun is gone from that buy. And now you force your opponents to have to buy those full armors. That is disgusting.
Heavy.
Yeah, that second shot was filth.
Oh my gosh.
ट्रांसफर अच्छा था भाई. बर्लिन भाई.
Different map, different team so far.
भाई आज इतनी हाइप्ड अप नहीं लग रही है FPX वाले. भाई बुरा हारे भाई फर्स्ट मैच.
Really cautious at the beginning of these rounds. It wasn't
first map, sorry.
Until towards the end.
यो जस्ट रात को शिमला जाके नहीं रहे. रात को मैं फैमिली के साथ मॉल गया था.
Where FPX was
DLF promenade.
When they were taking their time, they were working angles. They were
वहाँ पे
finding players out.
IPL की लाइव स्क्रीनिंग देखने जाता मैं.
Using their smokes.
बैठ के.
Later.
फाइनल्स में.
Cover their moves.
तो अपन ना तो लेट हो गए. ठीक है ना हम 9 बजे तक पहुँचे. मुझे लगा 9 भी नहीं 9:30 बजे तक पहुँचे. मुझे लगा 12 बजे तक मैच चालू रहेगा. मैच फाइनल्स है.
Naturally, the first to be challenged.
भाई देखा खत्म होने वाला है.
Currently not triggered. Oh, he slipped.
हाँ?
He's gotten under it, and he has no idea.
I love it.
ट्रिप थोड़ी कैजुअल थी बेंजी फिशी भाई.
They have some utility. You see some of it used there by Rians to try to kind of dissuade the plan for a little bit longer, buy some time. And nade is going to hurt a tad more, not really connecting on the suck combo. Numbers heavily in way of FPX. Rians was just flashed 2 times, if I'm not mistaken. Now the smoke. Spam comes through. He can't really cross, not safely.
By bonus round भी ले गई FPX.
This has all the makings of a bonus.
You got to save. And I think they know it.
I love this from FPX too. They're going to push it. Smelling blood in the water, they decide that they want to hunt.
मारो patch.
The question is, how far will they go?
Ooh, trying to separate himself as
One-sided match? By full one-sided भाई. ये कोई final था?
For them to find him.
RCB जाती इससे अच्छा तो.
Footsteps.
Swiggity swooty. They're not coming for it anymore.
पर मुझे समझ नहीं आया शाहरुख भाई वहाँ कैसे पहुँचे थे? 2 दिन पहले तो हॉस्पिटल में थे.
They did you dirty there, Doug.
By Phasmo फिर से हो जाता तो
that is the bonus conversion. And again, we just watched a team get obliterated on Sunset. They only won 4 rounds. They're already up to 3 here. Winning the bonus is massive in putting together a really good half here.
This is phenomenal. I'm so ecstatic with FPX's ability to bounce back.
Stacks by के GG post आ गया G fighting.
And they're right back into it. I mean, again, these outlaws, if you can keep them through the bonus, then your opponent's just even more in trouble. Insane.
Option बना के रखा भाई को. याद रखूंगा. Casting couch वाला सोफा चाहिए. Next match यार. आता ही तोड़ना अच्छा तोड़ना.
I mean, literally every other
हमजा भाई
you
कैसे?
can possibly fathom.
क्या लोग हैं इंडिया के वैसे 100 टीम कोई दिक्कत नहीं है
and space a flash in the face of Ion.
Ooh, nice try.
Too, but ultimately falls. Meets a similar outcome.
Did what he could, Doug. He played that angle really well. The way he staggered his backpedaling, threw that flash out at a perfect time. Not bad for the individual play, but still all the work in the world to do. And that felt like it took a little bit too long for FPX. They said, gave him too much time to rotate. Show him a different look. Still that C's to work with for Patatek.
And again, man, this is where FPX are at their best. This is why their attack side is so much fun to watch. Is those little things, and honestly, they're doing it when they have a numbers advantage and a gun
they know there is no one B main,
so
they won't
anything by just
look
fully
there.
Sending into A. Even in advantageous situations, they're playing the map carefully.
Berlin!
Was almost really bad. I thought Benji was going for a clip there.
It had that moment where it felt like it, but yeah, this is
FPX
their best. Now Life has the showstopper. So
आ गया हमारा Indian Farik, love you यार.
Able to get back into a buy here as Heretics.
DRX stacks को bench कर दिया. सही में?
Stop this bleeding as soon as possible. Saw how out of control it got on Sunset.
G stacks हो रहेगा G
their opponents.
अगर वो bench हो गया तो ऋषि भाई को ले लेना चाहिए.
I think we've talked a lot about the pressure on FPX.
ऐसा क्यों होता है जो लोग bench होते हैं उन्हीं को लेते हैं GG
वाले. A ton of pressure on Heretics today too here, Doug. Because for them, for EMEA as a region as well, you know, Madrid was an event to forget.
वाह एमी में बंटाई को बेंच करा उसको ले लिया. अरे एमी में बंटाई नहीं क्या नाम है उसका?
And to be able to come through here and maybe who
यार
knows?
इसका क्या नाम है उसका?
Get through with a win.
बंटाई को.
Hard to say for sure would be massive to just show that Madrid was just a fluke, an aberration for EMEA as a region.
भाई sunset ban करवा के pearl होना. मैं कहाँ से कराऊँ भाई?
They've been great under pressure throughout this stage. This event doing pretty well with it too. And they looked, I mean, unbeatable on Sunset, but here it's right back with FPX in firm control on this attacker side in this map like they are so often.
Yeah, it's a tale of two. It's a tale of two teams, really. Looking at the comparison of that.
मैं ही क्यों इग्नोर होता हूँ क्योंकि आपकी शक्ल इग्नोर होने वाली है. लायक है अक्षित भाई.
EMEA is a region, and
if I have to choose between Aspas and I would definitely choose Aspas.
You think about the tenure of
anybody
Valorant
asked
and
you
the pedigree
opinion,
that they've been able to put together, the
No.
resume that they've amassed. And you're playing for more than yourself when you come to these international stages. You're playing for regional pride. I think for Heretics, it looked really good on Sunset, but
texture को भूल गए. G lost diamond, of course, but I don't understand.
This timeout, we'll see what adjustments have been made. See a little bit of
Is
a
the
different
composition
look
wrong?
on how Benji set up his trips.
क्या होता है भाई? It's not like G doesn't have
once again so much value out of those snipers on this map.
Players who can be
T1.
T1.
Showstopper as well, so Kind of curious how they're going to run that. If they're going to drop it and let him use his utility entry, or if they're going to try the thrash for the entry, maybe on B side or something like that. Do what they've been doing all map, kind of rotate back over to A, cut off baby door, and then swing back through. And you've got so much potential with that showstopper and a thrash to clear that site.
You call it baby door?
बनकाई को आईजीएल बना दिया बेंच का किया अरे TRX ने बेंच किया
What do you call it?
We're having this conversation later.
Oh.
You see so much of the utility invested half wall. They haven't really gained a ton of space. Now to see the smoke go out backstairs, traded by Booze, and there's the thrash that they're going to use. Life did drop the op, but turned it over into hands of Autumn, so now Life perhaps a little bit more unleashed. That's a point up close and personal point blank up. Well, where did the bullets go? What? They all disappeared. Life still with the punish.
Is there a force field there?
And now 13 seconds left. They still haven't fully stabilized onto the site. They've got to get the spike down, and you've got to deal with Benji Fish, who's on the flank. His timing is perfect. The first shot delivers.
What,
the second,
bro?
devastating. Everything going the way of Heretics there.
Oh my. Not ready yet. I mean, that looked like it was going to be disaster for Heretics. Somehow, Autumn survives. A riot shield to that round. I mean, it felt like
freaking plot armor.
Yeah.
कैसे टूटा?
Where does it go?
Unbelievable there. I mean, at least Life able to get Woot, but that huge entry kill from Rian.
Plant पे नहीं भेजा था. Very realistic
यार. To wrap around the backside, and he played that beautifully. There is no better way to do what he just did. He knew the time that was left on the clock, and he knew he could take that extra second to look for the planter, take them down, and really guarantee the round. Excellent, excellent heads-up play from Benji Fishy.
A play that we've seen.
Benji ने ult भी करा क्या?
Botched.
So many, yeah.
On so many different occasions.
Benji क्या खेल रहा है?
नहीं. But he's so good on I've just been enthralled watching him this year, Doug.
Send Fatu Cup, love you यार, Rage भाई.
The way that he anchors, the way that he outthinks people in particular is so impressive.
अगर खेलूंगा तो सिर्फ G के लिए खेलूंगा. मना करा Sentinels वालों को.
He's so maneuverable. He's so aware of what's going on around him in the space
W
that he
guys,
can use against his opponents. I think back to like that split 4K he had earlier this year was nuts.
They're gonna need more.
VLT for life. अरे नहीं.
Make this thing
franchise
because
baby.
FPX
Franchise.
Really, other than that moment.
बाकी VLT अगर franchise में जाएगी तो.
Yes.
VLT for life.
And they're back to these similar antics again, making noise at different areas around the site. They just dropped a paranoia. Back towards Worm, but now fully committing. That's going to draw out the Rolling Thunder. They're fully committed onto this. The Spike is still sitting back B main.
Bro.
They're happy to cut their losses and then flip. But Heretics a step ahead of it here. They're already rotating onto C. The Cosmic Divide will only buy so much time because they're already ahead of it. Who gets on top of the rocket, drops Berlin. Ion and Live are the only two that remain with 10 seconds left. There's no room to be had. There's no spike to be planted. That's another round the way of Heretics.
Awesome stuff here from both teams. Honestly, I
awesome
really like
defense,
the thought process into what goes into this round. For Heretics, it's kind of simple. Rolling Thunder into a showstopper. Easy combo.
Yeah, that works great.
Yeah, but FPX, they only send only one in to that Rolling Thunder, essentially. Everybody else can get out and try to rotate.
पता है रेज
It's just
नर्फ हो रही है और नर्फ कर रहे हैं रेज को. वैसे ही उसकी अल्ट शिट है, रेज को और नर्फ कर रहे हैं भाई.
We're going to push past it and we're going to start knocking people down.
Well, and I think they're starting to get a
read
comeback
करेगी अब. लग रहा है 2-0 लग रहा है. अगर ये हाफ 7-5 to FPX भी हुआ ना, तब भी FPX आ रही है.
Then you commit to it in response and you realize it's all just smoke and mirrors and they're actually flipping.
और नर्फ हाँ भाई.
In that instance, it felt like
भाई रेज को और नर्फ कर रहे हैं और रेना को बफ कर रहे हैं. मेरे को पता नहीं रेना को क्या बफ करेंगे. ताकि उसको competitively यूज कर सके. रेना को बफ कर रहे हैं, रेस को नर्फ कर रहे हैं.
Fortunately though, that paranoia kept Attack away from being able to punish. Now a dog in his face and they traded for it. Wingman going in.
कर दी भाई util से.
But they've committed to this here. Berlin is going to be really far away from the play, but they've dropped the pit as well. Now all of the green goo obfuscating the view of the defenses.
Still have a paranoia to clear. for Heretics.
They're playing so far up too. They have so many numbers. They have a lot of flexibility here. Very nicely done.
कितना util spam करा भाई? फिर भी NH क्या हुआ?
That's a really nice audible on the fly. That call from FPX to fully commit to it there, not try to play any games, catches Heretics off guard.
But you were just talking about it, Doug. The way that they would hit a site and then pull back and go somewhere else. This time they commit. And it catches
Reyna ISO and
Heretics
Neon,
enough
yes.
off guard.
Reyna ISO
They're
Neon
able
को
to
buff
find some
कर रहे
big kills on the way through.
हैं. But Raze को
A lot
nerf
of
क्यों
util
कर रहे हैं
being
भाई?
exchanged, but
अभी तो करा
it
था
goes the
बेचारी
way
को.
of FPX off the rip. And then there's not much you can do with that Viper's pit.
I guess
really
को
only one piece of utility left, and that's that
अगर
paranoia to try
उसको
to clear it.
guys
Sure, you've got blast
तुम्हें
pads
भी
to
वही
maybe
लग
get
रहा है
over
रेस का
it.
नर्व जो मुझे लग रहा है?
But
2 से
when they
1
tried to
सैचल
go for
कर
the double
देंगे.
swing into it, they were just shut instantly down, and Ion
पूरी
great
मारेंगे
awareness.
भाई अगर 2 से 1
And
सैचल करा
Autumn
ना.
combining to make sure that link angle
पूरी.
is untenable.
You really need, I mean,
क्या
you
बोलते हो
need
guys?
Patatek alive there. You need the dog. You need some sort of other reconnaissance utility to try to create some space there for you, and that just wasn't part of their arsenal in that moment.
Yeah.
वही है
It's
लोलू
just like
पक्का.
on a lot of maps where the Sova is kind of the only answer sometimes to the
Yeah.
Viper's pit. Same thing with the Fade here for the comp of Team Heretics.
अगर रेस
So
सैचल
into
करा
the
तो I
next
have
we go.
changed my main
FPX with a
agent.
3-round lead. Starting to see
मूवमेंट
adjustments
कुछ
and
नर्फ होगा. मूवमेंट
minor
कैसे नर्फ होगा यार?
maneuvers
सैचल
on
नर्फ
both
करने से ही
sides
तो
of
मूवमेंट
the
नर्फ होगा.
stage.
This is one of the things I love about FPX on this map is they read their opponent's economy, know that most of their players are going to be on half armors and go for the outlaw. They've been
एक
doing
सैचल
this
बहुत गंदा
so
होगा मेरे
much
को नहीं लगता.
on this map, and it's just great awareness from their team to be able to punish, not just in terms of having essentially, what turns into a two-shot operator against those half armors,
Jet की अब drafts
but you
वापस
also
दो.
save a little bit of extra cash for yourself, potentially upgrade to that operator later. It's all these things that FPX has on this map. Berlin catches Benji fishing.
Oh, almost punished. But Wu hunts him down. Now what do FPX do off of that? A little 1-for-1. Ideally, Berlin's able to get away from that unscathed, but a lot of space has been taken by Boo, and a lot of info is currently being picked up. He has his paranoia. How does he play his cards? Patience on the swing.
Boo! You just played like a boo.
Life saving the day. Patatek is his ult, but he's so far away, and Rien's not around much longer.
Ooh, Autumn with some crisp shots pass किया.
I love it.
Spike planted.
And that was that outlaw against Boo. Worth its weight in gold in situations like that. And here's the best part, Doug.
L लग जाएंगे
Win
मेरे
this
तो
round,
कुछ
look
इनको
at their
बस
economy.
इसी पे यूसी
You can just
करनी
hang
है.
on to it and bank more. And it's so valuable
Heretics
into
का
that
match
next
नहीं है.
round. It's just awesome the way that FPX
वो इसमें नहीं है.
manipulates this map in so many different ways.
I mean, there's a very real chance that Life is sitting
Shanghai
on
में
another
नहीं है.
ult at the end of the next round.
Yeah. He had like 3 in the first half against Genji, I think.
The value that he gets out of that's insane.
It's beautiful. And he can upgrade to the Vandal too. That's fine.
Instant boost कम कर देंगे सैचल की. I guess.
Doesn't matter.
मेरे को भी feel हो रहा है. या तो वो 2 से 1 करेंगे.
the
मेरे को
conversation is the same though.
70% chances लग रहे हैं वो 1 सैचल कर
They're
देंगे.
broke.
नहीं
Fortunately
तो
for them,
distance
Patatek
कम.
is going to be able to save that Phantom. But things not looking good for the defense anymore.
No. It's a great pick there. Eventually,
ये qualifiers हैं
Benji
हाँ.
Yeah,
वो
he's so quick
directly
with those scopes.
It's a big shot too because Boo, it looked like he was going to feast
Yes.
on
Playoffs
FPX.
में है ना शायद PRX.
But I could kind of tell from the way they were looking when they were walking in there that they
Net damage
suspected that
कम.
maybe somebody was back there. And again, their awareness.
Last time क्या nerf आया था रेस का?
FPX.
उसके
They're just gonna go
satchel
for the full Vandals now.
blast.
No more outlaw in play.
Satchel blast
Figure they
वो
have
था
enough
ना
money. They're basically max buy anyway.
कि डैमेज नहीं
Might as
देता
well
था
start
स्टार्टिंग
going
में
for
अगर
it.
ब्लास्ट
Got
करोगे
the
तो.
thrash. Got a nightfall for Patty Tech.
सैचल ब्लास्ट का डैमेज भी कम कर रहा था. बूमबॉट का भी डैमेज कम कर रहा था.
Autumn was the only one
भाई
outside
हैवी
spot.
नर्फ हो रखा है यार रेस तो पता नहीं क्यों नर्फ कर
So
रहा है.
oftentimes, as we've seen the meta develop on Lotus, it's more of a default towards trying to take rebel control and leaving one player to fight for Mound. Or excuse me, the other way around. And Autumn just gets punished.
Where is Minibu? Minibu नहीं खेल रहा.
Yeah, generally, especially
Party Tech
for
खेल रहा है
FPX,
उसकी जगह.
they
Party
kind
Tech.
of leave Autumn to his own devices
Right.
a lot. Kind of
Wood
work around the map,
duelist
especially when
है.
he's on Viper. He'll do it here. He'll do it on Ascent.
बूमबॉट डिस्टेंस या
Sometimes on
5 seconds.
other maps as well, but a bit of a scrape. Good fault line.
Very nice fault line. And a better use of
है
utility.
गया. बच गया.
Has to satchel away.
That's a nice pickup to force out that satchel. He has none left. For just a fault line and a paint shells? Not too bad.
Berlin used a stun there too. Provide a little bit of extra cover. And so they tap the door A once more, but keep an eye on the minimap and look at where life is.
30 seconds left.
Got that trap wire to consider though.
But there are two players here. This is another vintage hit where they try to go through door and they try to punish. And there it is. Life strikes. Now a 3v3. Lysor has to stay alive here. He's the contain. If he can play his life, this is going to work out really nicely. But he's punished.
निकल जाता ना वहाँ से.
Spike planted a 2v3. Ayang has his ult.
But the thrash is huge. Oh my.
And he's wrapping. Leaving life all
2v3
on his
doable
own. Left to survive as much as he can, as long as he can. Buy some time and maybe take a couple with him. A consolation prize, if you will. Only finds one. This is dangerous. He's got to be able to tag them both. Only finds one. Rian's holding the smoke. Crosshair trade. It's a tap and it's a shot from Rian's. And it's another.
दोनों के कैसे नहीं लगी? दूर था वो दूसरा breach.
Just losing some of those out in the open battles, those 1v1s for FPX kind of cost them in the long run. It's a great initial move. But Heretics able to recover and stabilize.
Chamber भी like हम पे तो है ना.
Good shooting.
We'll take a look at the MasterCard Thrifty once more.
Pro players के लिए adjust कर रहे होंगे race
Absolutely
को.
right about that. This was so tough.
रीना को buff कर रहे
I
हैं.
think
क्या buff करेंगे?
Rians, dude, Rians.
वो देखना है.
it's always fun to listen to Benji pop off, man. Yeah, but I mean, Rian's kind of saved the day there. That's so tough for Ayang in that situation because he's got to connect.
शायद 3 और दे दे
or
उसको
hit the
वापस.
shot. He's not able to do
पहले
either.
4 थे ना.
Yep.
So you hear the showstopper used at the very beginning of the round.
I mean, I think if FPX could have that round back, it'd be life playing his life.
Agreed. Agreed.
This is a free site given over. You know, kind of expecting more CB attention.
And this is where things are a little different. Remember how many times they've made noise A and then they slam through the door and hit B.
Yep.
This time fully committing onto it. And you can see because of the positioning of Heretics, that's what they were expecting. That's where they're ready to fight.
गया.
And
Nade
FPX
से.
are glad to try to swing through that. Panatek and Wu keep a couple back. Just 2 left now. Lysor and Life. A 2v2. Eye cleared, Life cleared.
गया.
And Lysor with 1 HP.
Bro.
Just cannot fight back.
Crossfire कैसे
Team
तोड़ते हैं
Heretics
ना
is starting
ये?
getting a feel for how this is going.
भाई एक बंदा पीछे था, एक बंदा इधर था,
Absolutely right,
2
Doug. I mean,
बंदे.
they're just
भाई.
starting to understand, you know, when they're not challenged on B quickly or they're not challenged for some of that space and they gave it up, they're ready.
Right wants
These
to
crossfires are
people to
brilliant for both
use
sides,
other.
but
हाँ पता है
it's
मुझे.
Team Heretics who have that extra man.
Pick rate बहुत कम है भाई
Both those
रीना का.
angles. Someone on FPX
ISO का तो
basically
है
has
ही
to
no.
get a 2-for-1, holding that.
ISO
the
तो को ऐसे ही
number
लाया
of
भाई.
players that were coming through for Heretics, and I was just about to say, I think we're due for an FPX timeout.
Neon भी कोई खेल लेता है.
You got to look at the
वो
old
भी
situation for Heretics
बहुत
right now,
कम
Doug,
maps
It's
में.
everything
या
but
तो
the
Lotus
Nightfall.
में.
to work with, and that's something that FPX really needs to be considerate of. I think this is going to be potentially a
भाई
callback
रेना
to
एक
more of what we saw
एजेंट है जो
early on in this half.
स्प्लिट में खेल सकते हैं
Spreading the
लोग.
map,
भाई स्प्लिट ही हटा
trying
दिया
to bait
भाई.
out that utility early, maybe sending a player as kind of a sacrifice to get that
Hello,
showstopper or
Ankit.
something like that to come through.
आज ना
I think
सोफा
it has to be
इस
an
मैच के
adjustment
बाद.
back to their previous form. You're right. 1000%.
Most useless agent ISO.
And the thing is, we've
हाँ वो
seen
तो है.
the same variation of that approach a couple of times now, and that's where Heretics have started to dial in on it. So I don't know if it goes back to tapping the tour C and then kind of playing around that, or, you know, we saw a couple of different flavors of it earlier on in the half, but I do think you're right. For FPX,
तुम्हें क्या
to
लगता है
hang on
गाइस?
to this lead and
कौन सा
keep
एजेंट
this gap
लिटरली
between these two
रीवर्क होना
squads,
चाहिए?
both fighting for tournament life, it has to be a couple
Literally
of adjustments. So we'll
rework.
see what that looks like on the other side of this. On the
मुझे
other
तो
side
ISO ही
of this.
लगता
You
है भाई.
mentioned the ults there in abundance on the side of Heretics. 4
रेज अभी
online,
एकदम परफेक्ट
Adata
एजेंट है.
to 1,
उसको पता नहीं क्यों नर्फ कर रहे हैं.
not available as you mentioned.
And there's
Jet?
no A pressure at all from
Jet को
FPX,
rework
so
की
it should be
ज़रूरत नहीं
high
है भाई.
alert for these players on
Jet अभी भी
BNC,
सही है.
that they can just hold the line.
Like
at
उसके
the
अगर
entrances
double
to the
up drop
sites.
वापस ले आए
He's already ready,
तो
thinking about the C's,
अलग
trying to
बात
catch
है.
them and trying to stop them, maybe set up a combo
ISO ना.
with that aftershock.
I think for FPX here, your objective is to try to draw out one of these ults. Get Woots out, get Rian's out,
भाई ये प्रो प्लेयर्स में ब्रीच का फ्लैश तो यूजलेस है भाई। देख रहे हो रेज
And now Cosmic Divide, invested C, the rotate back B, FPX are back to their antics. Pushing the smoke, but they pass each other like two ships in the
वो देखा उसने? ओ भाई no party tag!
It's a disaster!
Bro, no bro.
How does this happen? I thought that showstopper was going to be brilliant. He's going to get Berlin. He's going to be able to kind of stick behind Mound, maybe get
नहीं
one
मिलना
more.
था लाइफ को, 2 ले गया भाई वो।
But he beefs it.
पार्टी टैग, टटी टैग कर दिया
And
आपने तो।
it just all starts crumbling off the back of that. It just felt like everything went awry. The dominoes just kept falling one after another. Now
हो रहा है बहुत भयंकर।
get a couple, just the one. But Doug, that was heartbreak. I like, frankly, the idea behind that round for Heretics. The execution just wasn't there.
I
think about Jing after
I think I disagree with you here. I think that was FPX playing textbook FPX. They got the ult out, and yeah, it didn't convert because they weren't able to land the kills under Berlin, but instantly, as soon as that showstopper came out, they pivoted back B. That's what they wanted to do, and then, obviously, Patatek also botches that situation. The way things panned out, as you mentioned, the dominoes fell, and it was a massive cascade.
Yeah.
बचना शुरू हो गया लाइव। अबे होम ग्राउंड में है ना तो ठीक है।
Rolling Thunder, so he still has that, but
honestly, probably for the best.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
भाई अगर एक और राउंड निकाल दिया टीएच ने, ये मैप जीत गई वो।
The call was made, hey, save the rest of your ultimates. Let's not invest too much until we know that we have an opportunity.
No way. Dude, they read him so well. They read the fact that he recalled a smoke to potentially cross, so they invest the nade. They know he's there. He's dead.
What?
Yeah, he takes one with him, though.
That's something that FPX does all the time. With these extra layers of smokes, they're crossing. And you never know exactly what they're going to do, but it's just read nicely by Heretics. Who knows? Maybe Benji Fishy can go on a lurk, go for an upgrade, but that's a lot of damage to Patatek. 8 HP.
He's got to take a step back. Life dancing around utility somehow gets a fadeaway shot onto Autumn.
प्रणाम फाटू भाई, रशिद भाई कैसे?
Here's the rolling thunder. Do they flood behind it? There's no go. There's no race to satchel up behind or anything like that, so they can't really fill the space. That means Life can pounce. But it's a 1-for-1.
Huh?
Now 2's left. Benji Fishy upgrading weapon. And they're trying to take these fights. They can get these ones. If things go their way, it's a shot at it. A 1-for-1. Boo pushing forward. Lysor weak. It's planted for him, though.
Cover going out.
The first smoke down. The taps come through for Lysor. He gets his third as FPX get to 8.
He's been so good in these clutch moments for FPX in this tournament. Yeah, he may not be lighting up the scoreboard all the time, but goodness, is he good for a couple of these insane clutches. And it looked like it was going to start so well for Team Heretics.
Thank you for the 1 month, baby.
Rolling Thunder, Doug, I'm right there with you. I thought.
What is the difference
on the back
between
of it,
you
start
and
flooding,
the screenshot?
But they pause, and that allows Life
Very useless
to remain underneath that rope undetected.
But क्या है बताओ?
Causes so much damage individually.
An 8-4 half the way of FPX. We're going to throw it to the desk to break things down. See what they think about this map so far.
पड़ोसी तोड़ना
exactly the response that
FPX
needed as they are sitting 8-4 on Lotus. But man, I mean, we'll just jump right into
Minibu
it
is
for
not
our
playing because
talk about life.
Okay?
I mean, this kid, absolutely unbelievable stuff that we consistently see out of him.
The fact that we saw this just in round number 1, this was just a tease for what was going to happen in the entirety of the half. He was just jumping around, finding a lot of impact in every single one
तो पढ़ा था
the rounds. He was being set up perfectly, and the read that they had
Mental
on
health का
Heretics
कुछ है ना
was
उसका?
just brilliant. This is the life that we need
Mental
to
health
see
का पढ़ा
for
था
even
मैंने तो जहाँ
taking
तक मुझे
this
लगता है
to a third map.
मिनी
Yeah,
बुका
this attack side for FPX was night and day compared to the first map. I think the mid-rounding was incredible throughout that one. They did a great job of really pulling out those early team Heretics
Exam है
aggressive
उसके
looks
break,
and then
वो
finding the
मुझे
right
नहीं
side
पता,
in the late
हो
round.
सकता है।
And you combine that with every one of their individuals in fantastic form here.
Guys,
it's
like
exactly what
कर
they
दो
need
यार
to
मेरी
stay
जान।
alive.
I just love the way that they move around the map
Can you
just so
just
efficiently. They get
unzoom
something done
and
over here,
like
and then at the same
unzoom
time
नहीं
they're getting something done,
वो
you know, over
बड़ी
there.
वाली
It's
स्क्रीन
just
को
so
छोटा
well
करके
done.
लाइक
It's so
टोक
important
दो
because some of the questions that
Thanks.
we have, well, some of the worries that we have for FPX was how well Team Heretics, because they decided to start
Cam
on the
हटाने के लिए
defense,
मत
they
बोलना।
were going to operate. Well, first of all, there was no operator because the economy was never built up to that point. Getting 4 rounds right off the bat, you know,
दीदी कल परसों भी यही पहन के आई थी ब्लैक में
But this is still winnable for Team
Black
Heretics.
suits
It's a
you,
very
Didi.
attack-sided map.
Trust
They're
me.
going onto their attacking side, and with this double initiator comp, they have a lot of really good
क्या
looks,
मटा बहु
especially
बड़ी
to take
के
early control.
Well, look, guys, FPX are fighting for their
क्या
tournament
मटा ककुआ
life
नहीं दिख
here
रही
to live on in this
दिखाओ अपना
competition. Can
ककुआ
they do
दिखाओ
it? Let's send it back over to the casters.
It's been such a good first
देख लो।
half, and I have really good reason to believe the rest of this will deliver. FPX looks so dominant on their opening half of Lotus, and now it's on Heretics paper then to respond in kind.
It's going to be on Berlin potentially to deal with this aggressive push.
There's a lot on the other side of that.
Nice shot
He gets his one,
Mara.
drops the smoke, gets away.
So good. So aware from Berlin. And
भाई ये
he's
बूट से एंट्री ना हो रही क्या
giving up the orb, but taking the kill
Yeah,
and
and
giving a
it's-
lot of info over the rest of his team.
and it was Woot, man. I'll give up an orb for Woot any day of the week.
Any day of the week.
Especially with how much of a terror he was on the first map. The
Screenshot
vast
is
majority
taken
of
and
the
you are
success
not.
he had was on the attacking side, so conventional wisdom would suggest that he's
How do
going
you
to
know?
find some of that streak again.
Yeah, shutting him down. Gonna
Early,
be
you
huge.
have to.
Yeah, exactly, dude. It's a massive win for
तन्मय
Berlin
भाई
there.
चुमी टू
And
यू
I mean,
बेबी
everybody on FPX knew exactly where he was. They pinged it out. They literally
मैंने
pinged
को
it
कांग्रेस के
right
साथ
on our screen, and they
प्रचार कर
still
रहा है
lost that
इलेक्शन
battle. That's how
में
good FPX is right now. It's insane. Now, gonna be a little bit tricky. Hyung still has a little bit of that utility.
30
Still has the
seconds
Dizzy. Still has the Wingman. In that Gecko arsenal, it's a pivot over towards B. Door already open. Fault line to clear.
आगे
See
मत
what
जा
Light
रेज
can do.
मरेगा
Oh, he's
मरेगा
really far up. Ooh, he was so far up. I think he was going to
तो
re-clear
लाइफ भाई
without any real awareness of the fact that they fully lost control now. Heretics are going to try to rotate back. They have 10 seconds left. There's a whole lot of delay on the other side of this.
Oh my
This
god,
paranoia
heavy
will be a
paranoia.
problem. Oh, again, disaster. Can they commit to the spike? The flood comes
Spike
out from
Kumar.
it. It will not go down.
Why they would rotate from B to A? I don't understand.
Unbelievable.
I'm stunned, Doug.
What the fuck
Thought
is
they
that
had
call,
B
bro?
plant secured, and that's going to be them having a great opportunity in the post plant. But they make the last second decision to try to throw a curveball. And
They strike out doing so.
yeah, it's just hit out of the park here by Lysor. He plays it perfectly. He's like, oh, they're coming to me. That's cool. I've got a paranoia and a perfect angle to hit every single one of them.
क्यों rotate किया, dude?
Good luck with that.
Why rotate, dude?
overcooked.
Please answer.
Outlaws back online.
Huh?
On both sides, you see Woot trying to punish there. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the
Wow.
map, who will
Hello.
fall?
Hello. Ayan, hello.
He completely ignored
Ayan.
it and went
Wow.
to grab it as YouTube.
You know,
Bro.
sometimes the real victories are the knife kills we get along the way.
उसका बंदा वहाँ पे
That's what
मार
I
रहा है
would say.
उसको वो
Yeah.
पैच
Yeah,
डिजी
I
उठा
hear it
रहा
all
है.
the time from you.
He was like, I don't
Classic
give a
Doug.
fuck. मेरे को डिस चाहिए.
Rians and Woot both alive, both weak, both with weapons though.
One enemy remaining.
And naturally, as I say that, Woot falls. Yeah, I think
भाई
the
Marshall
big
मस्त लगती है ना
consolation
ये
prize
वाली.
here in all this was the knife kill. They can forget about how the rest of the map goes. They got theirs.
और वो real
I
ID
can
से
see them smiling. Autumn's got a smile on his face, and they're fine with it. You know,
हेलो फट भाई तुम्हारा
nothing
कभी
to worry about
कोई
right now.
चोरी
You're
हुआ है
cruise control
ज्वेलरी
here
या
as
कैश?
FPX. You're looking to send this to Icebox.
हाँ क्यों?
Everything going your way. I mean,
That's just so silly.
it's just. It only happens with
God,
FPX
yeah.
players. It's the only team you're
Benji.
ever going to see something like that.
हंस रहा है. क्यूट तो है भाई बेंजी.
Beautiful.
FPX up to 10 though. An ult for Ayong already. TP across in space taken from the attack side. A main is theirs.
हुआ तो है
Only
बुली
one
भाई.
player,
क्यों पूछ रहे
half
हो?
armor and a bulldog. So they went for the full armor in the Guardian. Wary of that outlaw. Certainly our
Marshall
team
near
Heretics, and you
best
have
बहुत
to be.
sexy लगती है.
See how they weren't. Oh my goodness, this is going to be difficult for Benji Fishy potentially.
I mean, if they swing into him, he's gonna get 3. 1.
लाइव लोकेशन नहीं दी आपने. बालक होल्ड पे
Making a profit.
होल्ड पे रखो
He
थोड़ा
only
टाइम.
gets 2, but the damage is dealt. Berlin's playing in the smoke, and he's gonna be able to counter all this by himself. He just refreshed it as well, so as soon as it goes down, he can pop it back up. He can play it so many different ways.
Oh boy.
It's brilliant.
The problem is there's nothing on the other side of this. There's nothing for him to
Oh
be able to
bhai,
capitalize
ek aur
on his
dega.
position right now. He's got to swing, and it's dry.
यही तो नहीं करना था.
That's tough.
बर्लिन.
I think he was hoping that they would try a different side of the map. Okay, that's great for Boo, catching Lysor. Trying to make his way, trying to cheat back towards the direction of Heretics'
30
attack.
seconds left.
That's a great read from him.
FPX had all of the makings of converting a bonus, but it's just not going their way. I think the one benefit is they're still going to have enough to buy. They're still going to have
गन्स
Ion's
गिरा
ult.
दे ऑटम बस. 2 गन्स और गिरा दे.
So there's plenty to consider on the other side, but
Heavy round.
very well done from Heretics to avoid it. And obviously, Benji Fishy getting his 2 at the beginning of the round and leaving the 3rd in tatters helps.
And it's just, again, this is one of those rounds where
मेरी हो गई कल चोरी.
it's clear that
कितना चोरी हुआ?
Heretics had a pretty good idea of what was going to be coming at them and was able to play around it nicely. I'm not sure necessarily that Benji expected 3.
पर भाई
but
सोफा
he
लगा
held
उस
the
पे
angle
बैठ के करो वॉच
perfectly and
पार्टी.
expected
नेक्स्ट
to
मैच
push out at
करेंगे
some time.
पक्का.
Yeah.
लेवियतान का करेंगे. लेवियतान का.
So Autumn Falls, Heretics will get to 5.
साई भाई का
He is halfway to having his
स्टूडेंट
Rolling
बोलते
Thunder offline.
ऑटम भाई.
We'll see how things play out. Yeah, they're going to be able to buy up full. A little bit of light armor on the side of Benji Fishy, but this was huge.
Massive.
And honestly, I'm surprised that the swing out from Autumn was as late as it was. He got ones
भाई
that entire time.
Yep.
परफेक्ट रीड करते हैं भाई.
It's just
So calm.
a little bit of a stutter step, a little bit of a delay. Might have won him that battle, to be honest.
Oh, there's a lot of aggression going in, man.
Here we
Every
go.
single member, all 5 of them here. You got Rienz, who's got the utility in hand, waiting for the right moment to strike, but there's a suck there. Life satcheling forward. The spam still going over the wall. He was distracted by his friendly fire.
Life.
Shot with the sheriff.
I know
A
exactly.
2v2 now and a neural left invested. And a slow down from Heretics.
मैंने कुछ नहीं दिखाई दे रहा माँ.
They're fully committing onto this. They want to try to isolate
Last player
and
standing.
pick on Lysor. And they managed to do so, getting it down to a 1v1. No utility to Rienz's name here. 10 seconds to have his fault line back.
Just a snake bite for Autumn.
It's a guessing game. It's a guessing game, and Autumn has won it. No idea. No way to understand where the opposition was.
It's just crazy. The recovery that FPX has inside of them. You know, I think just Life just seeing the spam coming over him, he's like, certainly my teammate must be shooting at something.
कहाँ लिख रहे हो साहिल भाई? नाइट पर हाइड दे रहा है आपको.
I'm blind.
Yeah.
I'm going to trust them.
Yeah, I'm just going in and cover me, guys.
That's just so tough in those instances, too, because it's chaos. Right? You're just reacting off of
Kill
what you
feed
can
नहीं देख
see.
रहा.
And
जैसे दिख तो रहा.
just doesn't go his way.
Yeah, but after that, they're clean. I mean, they shut down that attack. They never give enough room over it. Actually, even though Life dies there, he buys that extra room for Berlin to push more towards Rebel, to cover those extra angles, to make it way more difficult for Heretics to get through towards A cleanly.
Well, and I would argue that even even that was
Team
where a lot
Heretics
of the
तोड़ी
advantages
तो
was found for
तोड़ी
Mike.
क्या?
He was
बहुत
barreling.
ज़्यादा
You can
weak
see
हुई
it.
है
They
भाई.
satchels forward
Mini boop.
anyway
Yep.
to get to
नहीं
half
खेल रहा.
wall. So not
है
even
ना?
really concerned about taking fights and winning them. More concerned about just his positioning in that moment.
Like Boot is a good duelist,
Kind of one
but
of those regional style
Unlike Mini Boop.
differences that players like
वो
Life
इतना
are going to
aggressive
have,
और
but
इतना
they don't care. You throw all the utility
Entry
in the
NS
world
के
at them.
उससे.
They've got a plan and they're going to stick to it. And they'll go
आसपास
right
of
through it.
CNET.
You know, you might see some
आसपास,
players
bro.
hesitate. You
तो
might
मेरे
say,
को
wait,
कोई
wait,
भी
wait.
ड्यूलिस्ट बोलो
not
लाइव
live.
इस
Nope.
जिंदगी में वर्सेस सीनेट मैं उसी का नाम लूंगा.
That's why
सीनेट
he's
का
so
नहीं.
fun to watch.
Very bad experience I had with that guy. That's
When
why.
it works out, it's beautiful. It's poetic. And it's worked out for him this map. 18-9
आप कब खेलोगे ऐसा?
for the duelist.
बेटे हम शो ऑफ नहीं करते. समझ रहे
A lot of ults for them to still work with. They're still sitting on the Thrash.
From round 3 of the half.
Yep. Got a Cosmic Divide too. Lysor's ult, yes. That's kind of situational typically. Woot taking a lot of space early. Berlin this time doesn't reveal any of his stars yet. He's just waiting. Now he's going to finally pop that smoke. Dissipates it quickly. Looking to see if he can maybe isolate a 1v1 or something.
कि इग्नोर कर दिया Ascensions में मत पूछो भाई.
That he does. And it's a good opportunity potentially.
हर्षित भाई कैसे?
But the lead entry players for Heretics have full armor. But with that poison cloud, he could get some damage. Right?
This angle's tight, man. This angle's really tight. The suck is good. The shot is as well.
मारेगा एक और मारेगा ये पक्का.
He's able to stay alive, but goes aggressive with the shorty. Pays for it with his life.
एक स्मोकी करवा लेता फिर aggressive जाता.
4v4 now. They're committing the ults. Lysor is rotated over. Life on the swing. Talk about having a plan and doing it no matter what. It's reckless, but it works. Traded in kind. Revenge so sweet.
ओ भाई, did you see that? उसने काटा नहीं. He let Lysor ने काटा. He wanted the revenge, bro.
One of the two players that has half armor.
Yeah. Literally five members there. It's a shell game and he just got lucky.
Revenge बोलते.
Unbelievable. Just
nice shot here, Berlin.
I love it. And then Life here just finds a great timing. Steps out. I mean, that's the other thing. See this so many times where you have to be so aware against FPX. And I mean, reasonably, Team Heretics kind of was, but they'll step out at very odd timings. Now, this time they're going to use the fault line to make Berlin a little bit more uncomfortable early, kind of anticipating that he was going to challenge it. What? Okay, Rienz. With a stinger?
Bro, बहुत aggressive player है Berlin भाई. हमेशा peak ले रहा
है. There. That was bold. To do so blindly.
But Heretics was expecting it the whole time.
Yeah. Drop a couple of cages to cross back over. Heretics with full control up C. I think the other benefit is Berlin had an outlaw, if I'm not mistaken.
Best
so
FPS
like
gaming according to you, including all games.
Rienz picks it up.
For now.
They're clearing the trips.
Valorant, yeah.
And all attention turned towards the Heretics. They want to take the fight to their doorstep. They're swinging out ahead. Ult popped. Shot. And Life dead. Wu trying to steady the shot. Snapping on a Lysor, but Autumn stops him. Slows things down for just a moment, trying to tip the scales back their way. But it's an overwhelming weight on the other side as Heretics get to 6.
Can't give this Heretics any room to breathe.
No.
You cannot afford to have those moments like Berlin had. Okay, you tried it once, that's fine, you're way ahead. Totally fine. From here on out, if you're going to challenge him, I'd say let him do it. And let him do it maybe towards A main or something. Like, that's generally where they find success in those situations.
थोड़ा Instagram active रखो. हाँ यार परम भाई. मैंने बोला है अपने editor
only enough to get a sheriff, but he's one away from the showstopper. So, could be a play. Potentially get him the alt orb towards A with all 4 of them pushing out a deep smoke as well. I think they're doing their best to try to claim that space, but it's a slow B push.
I think they thought they were going to be playing for the B orb.
Yeah. I think the Viper's pit caused them to pause to make sure it wasn't here, and now that toxic screen there. Let's see how they want to do this. They're just going to try to clear the pit. Looks like they're going to go for it, or at least consider it.
Chat में CS खेलता था क्या?
But Autumn has a lot of space to work with, but he's stuck on the low ground. So
जो खेलता था, जो खेलता था बस वही आंसर करना. अगर खेलता था तो हाँ.
Showstopper not grabbed yet. There it is. Okay. Just took the UI a bit to update there.
It's been buggy.
I was like, certainly they did, right? But the start of this round, I think Heretics, if they just pressed the go button,
Valu se pehle.
might have a decent opportunity. When that Viper's pick got popped and they realized it wasn't at B, oh boy.
That's a cue for him to go.
Ooh, heavy ult, bhai.
He dropped Benji Fishimbu. Ion repositioning. The Nightfall out. Berlin trying to steady.
Wow.
Trying to stop. And he does.
GG.
Berlin holds the line.
GG.
FPX
nice comeback FPX, bhai.
In the face of elimination,
Bro, first map dominating हारी, इस map dominating हराया.
Unbelievable that FPX
Heavy
can come
game,
back
bhai.
on this.
अच्छा गेम जा
Icebox
रहा
will
है.
decide it all. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere.
गाइस थोड़ा लाइक्स ठोक देते तो लाइक्स कर दो यार मेरी जान के गोटोस. थैंक्स. खेला है ना बहुतों ने. सो तुम्हें क्या लगता है?
Every gamer faces challenges. Champions push through.
Last one.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
वक्त की बात है. ₹10 पर आवर. हाँ, मैं जिस कैफ़े में जाता ना वहाँ पे ना एक ऐसा कार्ड बनता था तो उसमें 30-30 रुपए का रिचार्ज होता था. अरीना में एक कार्ड बनता था ऐसे 30 रुपए वाला रिचार्ज होता था. उसमें एक नंबर लिखा होता था, उसी से लॉगिन करना होता था पीसी में. भाई क्या दिन थे भाई वो. हाँ? हेलो भाई ककुआ देखो.
To see the way that they play that Lotus is a thing of beauty for sure.
It was incredible from them, but I feel like watching this game, I can't help but reminisce on that last.
हाँ starting की बात है साहिल. बेकार था. हाँ.
Incredible in their form, and then they start making some individual mistakes, and then a game snowballs against a strong opponent. And I mean, now FPX is really in a strong position to maybe win this series.
There's so many questions here, right? Heretics decide to start on the defense, and we just wonder, like, why? One of the worst things that could happen against them is that the snowball that FPX was getting was only getting bigger because of the crowd. Like everybody was going crazy every single time that they got around. We saw the players like just enjoying everything, and it just kept going into their heads. So now that we're going into that third map, are we going to see the same thing that we saw against G2 the other day? Because, for example, if we take a look at this round, the pistol, when we went onto the second half, Heretics made a couple of questionable decisions here, and they ended up running out of time just because of a little bit of overcooking.
Yeah, I think they were trying to like fake into that B hit and then ended up canceling the play at the last second and trying to pivot back towards C and just running out of options. And again, it's like similar mistakes that we saw in their last series where the pressure starts to mount, these things start to happen, and then it gets out of control. But for FPX, really playing a great game there. The mid-rounding on the attack side, I thought was on
भाई मार्फ्ट को निकाल दिया एनर्जी से
from life were all incredible.
Guys.
And just this crowd fueling them the whole way.
Oh, yeah.
भाई सॉम वापस आ रहा है
7-1 for first kill, first
ओपी भाई
He's such a crazy player that he takes 8 first bloods like that.
It is actually
But
kind
he
of
does it in every map.
feasting. He does.
He does it all the time.
But
If it's not- if
sometimes
it's not
he's
live,
1 in
it's him.
7.
Yeah.
देखा तुमने
Like the duels, like the duels he takes. But
Again, he's the angel of the CN region.
yeah, literally. But especially on
कौन
the
वापस
defense,
आ रहा
we saw
है
Heretics just,
डीमन
like,
वन
going
बेंच
inside
पागल है
again,
क्या
and
डीमन
he
वन
was
बेंच
there.
तो
Even in
घंटा
the
नहीं
last
होगा
round, we just saw Rian's going like, I'm just gonna take him
Som
down.
and
I'm just gonna
FNS
take him
back.
down, because what is going on here?
Yeah, and I mean, and here's the other
FNS
thing, right?
वापस
You
ले
were
रहे हैं
talking about it,
सॉम
touching
तक
on
ठीक
Reddit,
था
the
FNS
fans, the people are
थोड़ा
losing
वो
their
हैवी
minds
स्प्रे देखने
when
को मिलेगा फिर
FPX
से मतलब
like breeds.
डीमन
Like
वन गया
anything that
डीमन
they
वन नहीं
do
गया
while they're out there on stage,
ये
people
तो
are
ओल्ड न्यूज़ है
behind them
क्या भाई
110%.
वन डे अगो कल ही तो
I think
डाली है
that
इन्होंने एनर्जी ने
plays
मैंने अभी
such
देखा
a big pivotal role. It is genuinely the seventh
हो
man
गया है
on the
बेंचो
field
मूव
with
क्या
them.
सही में
Shaman too. You see Life standing up after
Sixth
every
है Demon
clutch.
One.
He's like
Shit.
pantomiming at his opponents. He's throwing up
क्यों?
cards.
Maybe
He's
rest
doing the, like,
कुछ तो
Hunter
सीन
Fury
होगा
mimicking. In their last match, they're really playing to this crowd well, and I think it's giving the energy.
इन्होंने डाला है क्या
And
एनर्जी
going
वालों
back
ने
to the momentum, now going
कि
into
Demon
the
One को
third
बेंच
map.
करा
Yes,
है
whatever
वहाँ पे
happened on that sunset, let's try and forget. We managed to bring it back. The individual performance was definitely stellar. Now moving on to Icebox, where we know and can expect maybe some
the
growth.
fuck?
It was going to be very, very.
That's right. I mean,
Did you forget?
I
For a
forgot
second?
that we're gonna get Clove for sure. Oh my word! But yeah, I mean, even taking a look at the stats too, right? Like just seeing
Bro,
really
I
struggling.
I mean
get anything going. Just I think really.
मेरे को बताऊं क्या लग रहा था गाइस कि डीमन वन को ना लाइक दे कुड हैव लेट मेरा ओपिनियन है ये ठीक है ना मुझे नहीं पता ऐसा नहीं कि डीमन वन को एक रोल में एकदम बाइंड कर दिया था उसको ना अदर ऑप्शंस ऐसा था उसके लिए डिसेबल्ड है उसको अदर ऑप्शन एक्सप्लोर करने देना चाहिए था मे बी ही कुड हैव डन बेटर क्या बोलते हो guys?
Even if it was across the map, they were cutting so many people
Huh?
off guard, and so much was happening at the same time that we can understand why they were undefeated in this map back in their region, back in
Demon
CN.
One की girlfriend is
we
not well,
see that
चल
it's
रही
brilliant.
ओ हाँ
Now,
क्या
do they have what it takes to make it to playoffs? Do they have what it takes to go? No, I mean they've already made it all the way. Can they close it out here?
The question more so for me is, does Heretics have what
Controversy हो
it takes
जाएगा,
to recover
opinions मत दो।
after losing a map like that? We heard it in the coach
वाह,
interview
बेंचुत।
from Neil. His biggest concern was when this team starts losing, how they recover. It was exactly
उसे खेलना नहीं आता नहीं यार अच्छा
in
खेलता है
their
भाई
service
ऐसे मत
yesterday.
बोलो
They look completely unlike themselves on that map 3 of Split, making tons of
Smokes अच्छा
individual
खेलता है?
mistakes. The micro comms were off. The team was
पता नहीं।
getting rolled.
जैसे
And now
टेंस
they
ने
have to
अडेप्ट
turn
करा
around
ना
from that happening,
स्मोकर रोल
memory of that in their head,
वैसे
to
वो
now,
नहीं कर
when
पाया
elimination is on the line, do the exact
अच्छा
opposite
खेलता है
and
नो
step
डाउट
up and play their best against a team that is in
रोहित भाई
high form.
कैसे
mentioned that interview too
फाटू
with you
मॉन
that we did
क्या
earlier, and he said, "We
क्या लिख
know
रहा है
how
यूफो
they want to play on Lotus," and I'm like,
मॉन
"Do you?" Like I, like
I mean, there's
that.
always a
Yep, he's
difference
already going
between
through
knowing
tough
and
times
not
in
knowing.
personal
Your coach
life,
is always
ऊपर से
gonna say they have
fans
a game
तोड़ रहे
I
हैं
know, but it was just funny in
ओह
that
तो
particular
उसको ब्रेक
instance
लेना
because it
चाहिए
was
थोड़े
like,
टाइम का
man, the way that they just got taken to town on Lotus, it was a thing of beauty.
एस्ट्रा खेलता
And
था
now you're going
स्प्लिट
into
में
Icebox,
एस्ट्रा डीमन वन का
yeah,
भाई
there's
डेडली था भाई
plenty of
देखा है
footage.
मैंने
But I just feel like at this point, there it is. You got the clove, Kukuka. I just feel like all the momentum's on FPX's side. You can know the game plan. I think they're still going to do it.
Exactly, and the game plan is very simple. Life is going to be pushing. Surprise? None. Exactly. And if it's not him, who's it going to be? Ferlin. Things to be considered with this compositions. Yes, there is a
Ufo
lot
Mon
of smokes,
sounds
but there is
better.
no sentinel. Somebody needs
Fatu
to be
Mon.
taking care of
क्या
mid,
मतलब हुआ?
especially if team
Monday?
Heretics wants to have a good
Monday है,
attacking
पता है
side.
मुझे.
They need to be aware of area of the map and try and find the gaps. But they probably will find a
When coming to Hyderabad?
I think
गंगाधर
the most
आएंगे
important
भाई
thing for
आएंगे.
Team Heretics to find is
Hopefully
dealing
next
with
month.
the A
देखते हैं.
pressure FPX will give. They're gonna be
Stacks
trying
भी bench हो गया,
to
पता लगा मुझे.
Life is gonna be holding
शादी में
proactively
invitation
in that space.
है कि नहीं
That's
हमें.
always
आ
a
सकते हो
checkbox
यार.
you have to fill in every round.
Full reveal करूंगा मैं,
Retaking
टेंशन
the
ना लो.
space in A main. So we'll have to see how they can get that done
पर
on
है
this
कब वो तो बताओ.
attacking side.
मुझे भी नहीं
FPX
पता.
right now is one of only 2 Chinese teams left in this event, playing in front of their home crowd in Shanghai.
Demon
They
downfall
want
is
to
real.
ensure that they
Actually
can
यार.
represent their region in playoffs
भाई एक
and make their
org
first
से
ever
और प्लेयर
playoffs
से
at a global
कितना
event.
डिफरेंस होता है ना. लाइक इन EG डीमन 1 क्या था गाइस? वो एक्चुअली एक डीमन था भाई. ऑर्ग चेंज करी, उसका IGL चेंज करा, कोई और IGL आया, उसका फिर पता नहीं क्या डाउनफॉल स्टार्ट हुआ. और बहुत फर्क पड़ता है यार. क्या बोलते हो गाइस? Energy for 2 wins, sorry. Only VLT for life. और फ्रेंचाइजी की बात हुई तो G में जाऊंगा मैं.
Exactly, Doug. It's a best of one now.
G stacks के लिए petition डाले क्या? Why G stacks bro? Why only जो players bench होते हैं उनको?
It will be it for sure, no matter what.
आसपास, GE आसपास.
How FPX plays this defender side. This has been their weaker
Start हो
side
गया
of the
game.
map so far, especially with this Clove comp. They've been kind of a little bit off, in my opinion. They're a little bit too aggressive sometimes with the Clove. They kind of push out, you know, Life plays like a duelist. I get it. It's in his nature. But a shift over towards B where it is just on Lysor. Good one way.
The feet give him away. Takes a step back though.
भाई घुस रहे हैं तेरे पे, तेरे को दिख नहीं रहा.
Overwhelmed by all the targets. Benji, she's able to pen him through and drop him. Berlin will fall too. The site fully the way of Heretics here.
One smoke to work with. Just the ruse from Life.
And a triple controller comp to
right.
say that it's just crazy.
Just one.
Yeah. And they have like 25 to play with.
Triple controller again. Bass की आँख.
But alas, that is what they have at their disposal. The flash over the top is Light is going hunting because of course he is. But Woot snaps on him. Unbelievable shot.
That's a beautiful flash from Adata. Excuse me, from Autumn.
भाई वहाँ पे एक कंट्रोलर, यहाँ पे 3 कंट्रोलर. Very realistic.
That he's able to swing and prevent Life from potentially taking that round away from Heretics. Wow, clean opener from Rienz.
Yeah, not too shabby.
Woot just, yep, there you go. He was able to just dodge that flash enough.
Life was going to have a field day.
Oh,
3 versus 1 controller, huh?
Yeah, he was going to feast.
I thought for sure. And then I'm pretty sure he had a pick-me-up as well. To get in and out of there.
Not going to lie to you, I really respect you for knowing all of the Clove utility names.
Thanks. I mean, her ult, their ult is my favorite.
Right there.
It's not dead yet. And because I'm a big Monty Python fan. So,
nice.
There you go.
Yep. For those of you youngsters that are listening to the broadcast, a quick Google will educate you on a lot.
Great movie. Great movie. It's a full stack towards A. Just Lysor to watch mid, and I think Heretics probably has a pretty good idea that, especially with Clove, you don't want to be messing with that site. Don't want to give any opportunities. That's where Life thrives.
Oh, bhai.
And a couple Bulldogs.
Heavy reading.
Right here.
Guardian, Phantom, and then just that Sheriff for Benji Fishy. And he's going to go exploring. See if he can find anybody. But look where they're hid. They're so cheeky here. He's just playing anti-flash the whole way.
30 seconds left.
You guys got it, right? I'm just gonna wait.
They're just saying, well, if they're gonna push this site, certainly there's gonna be a Patty Tech flash in here, so.
Somebody dies before I do, surely.
And if Life is the one who dies, you know, so what on the A site,
Yeah,
typically, if that's the way they're gonna push.
Yeah. Lysor falls. Heretics looking to get through this as cleanly as possible. If they can carry 4 rifles into the next round, maybe even buy up a Bulldog or something like that and have 5 rifles, that's an outrageously strong 3rd round.
It's all before from them.
Oh, they're going to have to deal with these exits that are being held. Berlin the first. Classic in hand. Trying to drop Wood and will not. So the other two members of FPX will die to the spike. Heretics will keep all of their weaponry.
And I mean, kind of obviously what you expect, but the extra guns carried over, very nice. And now we see what FPX can dial in. See if they can find some success. Again, this is the side of the map where this comp struggles typically. With all those smokes, it's definitely more of an attacker's idea where you're dissecting, you're cutting apart the map and using it to stagger your way forward. You're using it to obscure your movements. There's a lot that goes on with these heavy smoke comps that FPX runs, but it's a little bit tougher for them to accomplish those goals. On this defender's side, a spot out already, as Heretics already knows where life wants to go. Like, no. Just get down from there. Get off your perch.
They've read him.
And they know. He's in this corner.
85 health quickly disintegrated.
They knew?
So now you have a real question here as Heretics. Do you pull off because of the clove smokes that they can use from the death? You know, I think I do. I'd probably just say, you know what?
I do think FPX are ahead of it though, because look at their positioning. They're up mid and they're up B long. Berlin falls, unfortunately. They tried stopping them rotating away because I think you're right. And I would agree with you as well. If I know that Clove is dead A, I'm not going to play on that side of the map. If I can help it.
I got the spike.
And they do a great job of identifying the positions that FPX is trying to use to keep track of Heretics' movement. The alarm bot's beautiful.
They have fucking 3 controllers, bro. और वो smoke करके smokes के आगे खेल रहे हैं.
Is massive. Berlin goes down and you're in trouble.
Yeah, it opens up the entire map for Heretics. That was FPX's win con. Given the current state of the map in that moment, that was the win con.
Aryan bhai, welcome baby.
Yep. And unfortunately, they aren't able to do so. So Heretics
Thank you for the
like they are going to be able
sponsor.
to convert on this bonus. They are going to be able to carry all of these weapons into the next. The one thing they don't have, if we're going to be splitting hairs here, is that they don't have an ult online. Other than that, I mean, this is perfect.
It's everything you could want. They've been reading everything that FPX wants to do so well. Now, Ayong looking to see if anybody's going to come around that corner. Can't win the battle. Patty Tech's good for it. The bonus converted for Heretics. And they are in cruise control again. I mean, from a purely selfish perspective, Doug, I don't want to see another kind of one-sided map.
Yeah, me neither.
That being said, FPX is known for a bit of an ability to run it back on this map. They did it against FUT, so
US का क्या सीन? US नहीं जा रहा है अभी
for them
मैं.
on this defender side. You
नहीं हो
prefer
पा
to
रहा
maybe
वो.
see them
World Cup वाला नहीं हो पा
some of
रहा.
those defenses a little bit.
Try किया
But
मैं.
here so far, Heretics is very, very aware. Once again, credit to the coaching staff. Neil Zinyo doing a great job getting them prepared for this so far.
A lean towards A from Heretics into the stack of the defenses. Obviously, without them really having any idea of that, Life strikes from the position he so comfortably plays on. But this time he has ult he can use.
What the
Instantly
fuck?
dropped right back down. Not able to capitalize on it.
Oh, Benji. I was just about to say, it's still a numbers advantage, but once again, Benji Fishy able to best Berlin. You know, with that Killjoy. And versus the Harbor, you know, there's a lot of those high tides put out early, and Benji's just waiting for him, and then sniffing out the positioning that Berlin's taking, and shut him down a couple rounds in a row.
भाई ult
So
आगे Benji की.
that mid-control battle, oh so crucial for the way that FPX wants to control this map. If they can't kind of just bully you, and in a really quick lockdown here from Benji Fishy.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. A little early.
Bot coming back.
But Lysor's there on the challenge. And he's not going to be around for much longer. He dies, pays for it. Now
Why the
FPX
fuck
two
he's
left,
not playing an
Autumn and
off
Aya.
angle?
We're going to have to be trying to rotate through mid. Both been tagged by the knife. They've been spotted by the drone, at least Autumn has. And the utility is going to give the other way. But they have to try to get back here. They have to try to disrupt what's happening back yellow.
One enemy remaining.
Wingman doesn't even get it to half. It's a massive response from FPX, but they're not going to be able to get the defuse. They got the kills, but at what cost?
It's
भाई Wingman का ये bug है ना? विंगमैन जब डिफ्यूज कर रहा होता है और नीचे अगर मॉली होती है तो उसको डैमेज नहीं पड़ता, है ना? वो बग सही हो गया? उसने अल्ट वहीं पे क्यों खोली अपनी?
And I mean, right now FPX is
बग थोड़ी है,
once again trying to
मतलब
find
जो
some
भी है वो
kind of footing
अभी
on
सही
the
हुआ
defender
क्या?
side of Icebox. It's going to be a timeout to try to figure this
वाइपर
out.
मॉली का
try to
नहीं
keep
पड़ता
their
सिर्फ, ओ हाँ क्या?
Tournament hopes alive.
That's not a bug, that's a feature.
The confidence had to be
ठीक है.
sky high after that Lotus. Had to feel like $1,000,000.
And they came crashing down.
Bug नहीं,
real
physics है.
fast.
Yep. It's been a series of highs and lows.
I think honestly for both these teams here, the question is how do you ride it out long enough to be sitting up
Spike
top
के
at the
ऊपर
end,
बैठे तो डैमेज
right?
भी
If
होगा,
it is
बात
going
तो
to be
है.
a bunch of highs and lows on both sides, how do you weather that? How do you ride it long enough to where you're sitting on top at the end?
You know, one thing I'm concerned about is that you have to
और फटुआ
worry about having
तेरे
used
माँ ने
2
रखा था ये नाम
timeouts
है तेरे
early.
बाप ने?
You know what I mean? Like we saw in
Yeah.
Sunset.
Yeah, of course.
This is my concern. Is things are going so one-sided that
Right, yeah.
if it continues that way,
स्पाइक के ऊपर चढ़ के डिफ्यूज करता है, ठीक है? पता है रे, मैं तो ऐसे
what's
ही
going to
बोल रहा
happen? I don't know. Woots
Yeah.
went away from a Blade Storm. I don't know if he's going to need it. You know what I mean? Like
Right,
हूँ.
right.
विनमैन भी तो बग है.
Back into the action.
दिलराज भाई किद्दा
Little
मेरी
bit of that
जान.
controller utility
Oh,
instantly
bench.
used and Woot dropped. Tried catching a timing,
Fuck
getting
is
up
this
top.
shot, bro?
Be long.
so you can see the change up here is to just be aggressive at these weakened kind of flanks that Team Heretics was trying to hold. And a lot of attention early in the round was pulled towards the front of A because of Life's typical positioning. And they realized that there was only usually 1 or 2. Tech though, able to clear
Nice
the bottom.
shot.
He's so far up. And FPX are not really in a position to fight for this retake. They don't have much. But Lysor repositioning with his ult. Getting back towards spawn. Previously divided, now reunited. And attempting to find some space off of the harbor wall. They will venture forth. The paranoia intended to help as well as best as it can. But the utility delay is so good. And Rianza slipped the net, but he didn't check all the way in the corner, so he's dropped. Berlin on the swing, he falls. All onto life now. A 1v3, time is of the essence. And he does not have any of it. Heretics full steam ahead.
ट्रिपल कंट्रोलर खेल रहे हैं, एक राउंड
Great
नहीं निकल रहा है
understanding of the
इनसे
map here
डिफेंस
by
में.
Heretics. Heavy numbers shifted over to the other side of the map this time. A lot of space given up on A, and they quickly take advantage of it. The alarm bot there to check for Life's lurk. All of their homework done. They've completed it. They can go
और
to
भाई
bed
बात
early.
बताओ
They can
VLT के
stay up for
मैचेस
video
कब
games
से
if they
शुरू
want.
होंगे? VLT के मैचेस
Right now they are in cruise control.
नेक्स्ट मंथ से.
Just
They make it look effortless right now.
they do. Now you're back onto an eco. For the side of FPX, Marshall and 4 sheriffs. And
भाई
again, it's
अटैकिंग
the
में तो
same-
हाँ गू
same
हगेंगे
start
भाई
here
ये
for FPX.
FPX वाले.
2-2, and then just leaving Autumn all on his lonesome on A.
Pressure spotted and received.
What?
There should be enough there to understand that A should be pretty open and easy for the taking. Woot's already dashed back sight.
Benji took a ton of damage though, took a headshot. So that flank control could be tricky, especially with 3 players coming that way.
His utility really feels like a big one there. He's got to stay alive for Autumn with the flash, or excuse me,
तो
Woot with
unlucky
the
है
flash
बहुत.
in his face, able to get the first and somehow gets a second when he shouldn't have really gotten any of it. But FPX punching back. A 3v3 weapon upgraded onto the Omen. But the spike has been going on for so long, and Heretics are positioning this so well. They were glad to give up the space, but they're going to have to deal with a bit of the utility. Berlin's gotten it to half. They have to check it. 3/4 of the way. 80% now. It is stopped. Finally, Lysor on the other side of the smoke. 20 HP. The spam not connecting. Attack plays it beautifully. There is not enough time. He's going to get
होगा?
the kill, but is he going to get the defuse? Holy smokes, he
Oh
did!
my god, he played that so perfectly, bro.
But the MasterCard thrifty for FPX to get on the
क्या
board.
टाइमिंग हुई उसकी स्मोक से बाहर जाने की,
This time around,
लाइसॉर की.
Heretics kind of checking for an overstack of players towards mid, but they don't fully account for it. And on his way out, Benji Fishy takes a headshot, so he's not able to get that first kill on the backside cleanly. That opens up the angles for the Sheriffs to start doing some damage on the backside. The gun upgrades, the pick-me-up for life to get the overheal, and he comes in swinging, opens up enough space. Okay, here's the blades.
The timing on the flashes have been really nice.
Yeah, Autumn's really on point.
So uptrap the Wu will not be able to use anymore. Now he's got a goop in his face.
It's not fun.
And he's been spammed through the wall.
भाई कितना अच्छा वन वे है बे वो.
They've been forced, they've been bullied away from B.
With all that utility you've seen over there, you know that at worst it's 2 over on A, so you can try to punish this. It's been a real overstack towards the B side. And FPX, I think, starting to realize that maybe they can play a little bit more for retakes. It worked in the previous round.
Well, and they have the tools for it here. Exactly. Autumn is playing really far up though. Further up than I expected, but he's able to punish. Almost lands a spam onto the pit. Tucks inside of it. A little friendly fire, not connecting, but that's it. The pit's down. Benji Fishy in a 1v5 gets it down. Trying to res, the timing window has been given. Patatek back online, Benji falls, Patatek has to do it on his own, a second lease at life. Can he capitalize on the opportunity? No!
The fact that Autumn goes unaccounted for here is massive.
Autumn played so well.
He's so sneaky.
Autumn ने अच्छा खेला.
And gets that open, I mean this opening kill is just...
That's unlucky.
Yep.
It's unlucky. Yep. But honestly, I love the way Autumn played this. They knew that there was a ton of presence B.
Over aggression दिखाया नहीं Autumn
ने. A lot of presence B.
Well played यार.
Autumn. Yep. And it could have been anywhere on A. But if you're the solo player tagging, holding A, and you get tagged by the knife, and you know that there's a reckoning on the other side, or more of this retake utility, you're not gonna play on the site.
No.
You're gonna give it up. You're gonna walk away.
Right.
And Autumn just
decides
to call them on their bluff. And he punishes them for it. That was a great
Benji in his grand.
And even beyond that, the way he plays it after he gets that first kill, where he immediately backs off. A lot of players are going to stick around and go for the spray down to go for the big 2K or something like that. Yeah, that's what I would do.
1325 का मिल रहा नाइट मार्केट में. क्या मिल रहा है?
And he doesn't.
ले लो ना.
He backs out.
हाँ जी नेट पाजी कैसे?
And he's just an extra player to cause confusion for Boo. And Boo ends up falling to it. Because life is fearless. And just walks in there and takes him out.
अगर मैं वो खेलूंगा एक महीना वो easy हो जाएगा. ये खेलूंगा ये easy हो जाएगा.
On the minimap when Autumn was in there.
Not much difference.
Now they have all their ults. Every single
अगर तुम ये पूछोगे दोनों में अच्छा कौन सा लगता है? दोनों ही shit.
They are going to change up their default just a little bit, back to kind of more the normal with life over on A. I think he's going to go on the rope, and I think he's going to
do a life thing.
Yep. Oh, he went up to pipes. Okay. I thought maybe he'd go for nest this time, but this is the more typical. But
they rotated off of that so quickly.
बढ़िया जी आप सुनाओ सब चंगा.
Really fast.
And again, they have a lot of retake utility.
Mini बुगा है पता नहीं यार.
I mean, I get it. They've got the reckoning. They have Autumn's.
मैंने कुरुनामी लिया.
Set up
nice.
2 players. Right at this.
That was loud.
That was really loud.
That was very, very loud. Life will fall. Picks right back up. But Wu punishing with 2. How much more can they get here? Life has to get a fight here. He's got to get either an assist or a kill if he wants to come back. 20 HP is even going to get the shot to do it. No.
And this is one of those rounds where FPX gets aggressive behind the high tide. We haven't seen it yet, where they've gotten this aggressive. And Team Heretics guesses correctly and waits it out. They have a full stack watching for that push. They were well aware.
2v5
Probably seen this in a round before, where when Life has his ult, has the Clove ult, that they might try a mid-push off the back of that high tide. I mean, they're doing that high tide basically every round.
Yeah, they are. They're conditioning behind it for sure. Honestly, that's a situation in which you would expect Life to get up high.
Prime or River, Kurunami baby.
Because he's got his ult, but
Anurag high.
Crunch, and you're right, Heretics were wise to it. Lights are literally catching a stray. And Autumn left to his devices.
No. Probably gonna go for it. Try to do some damage, but Benji's got a red.
X का क्या मतलब है? हर टीम के एंड में FPX, DRX.
Great peek. I thought Benji had him dead to rights.
और वो सारे ये एशिया
Autumn was
पैसिफिक है,
expecting that angle.
like Asian region.
Autumn's so clean.
हाँ?
He does not seem interested in
समझ रहे हो
playing for the
पाजी?
spike at all. Any kills that he can find are icing on the cake.
He's one of the few that plays a little more cautious in situations where you feel like maybe a save is a...
This might be a good idea.
Yeah.
RGX.
It's one of the funniest things going back and watching FPX VODs was just how little they saved. They're just... They don't care.
Just not in the playbook, man.
No, man. Just go for it. I mean,
ट्विटर प्रमोट कर रहे हैं भाई अपने नाम से भी वो दे रहे होंगे हैवी भाई टेस्ला वाले उनको
clean angles, great snake bite from Boo, right at the exit of that tube.
हमारे तो ना लगता है ऐसे
Okay, well, you know, FPX got one earlier through those smokes. Now it's Team Heretics' turn. It's all square.
Giving it right back.
Yep.
Early knife, early presence mid.
Oh, that's gonna get so much.
मैं चाहता हूँ
got cleared.
GTX प्रीत बोले उठ के ट्वीट
That's
करे
big.
ये क्या चल रहा है आजकल सारी टीमों के आगे XX लगा रहे हो
Now what do you do as Heretics?
मैं
Do
चाहता
you
हूँ
try to
GTX
push, try to
बोले
plant, or do you try to hold?
ये
for the
मेरे से
flank?
नाम कॉपी
They
करना
faked
कब
it, they
छोड़ेंगे ये
cut back
लोग
to the other side, Doug. FPX being really tricky to read right now.
Heretics are fully out onto the side here. Boo's watching the flank. Benji Fishy has his ult. But they might not give him enough comfort. They might not give him enough space to invest it. The Thrash used. Woot will go undetected.
Oh my.
You've got to be careful here because they dropped the
What?
reckoning as well. They've got him
No.
all the way back. Woot is the only one who's been separated, torn asunder. Gets his kill.
Spike down A. Last
What a mess of a round. But through all of that, Autumn's left in a 1v3, now 1v2.
Spikes down.
Heretics still have to go back and scoop
भाई
it up.
अयान की गलती है ये
They're taking the scenic route.
It's in an uncomfortable
उसने
spot.
चेक ही नहीं करा
And
वो
I don't think Autumn realizes that it's down.
That's smart. That knife really smart to check that corner where you can see
30
the spike
seconds
from.
left.
Really well aware there from Pat Attack.
Yeah, Autumn thinks they've already grabbed the spike and they're headed B.
That's fine.
So Heretics should be able to get out onto the spike, or onto the side, excuse me, get the spike down, settle into post plants quite nicely. Autumn's gonna have to take a long walk of shame to the other side of the map.
क्या
And then try to make a play. He has a
He
knife
didn't even
online, only
hesitate,
bit of
bro.
utility to his name.
walk of shame बोल रहा है
Gonna have to get it done with the guns. Nope. Not gonna happen. Pat Attack reads it.
I mean, he didn't even get a chance to shoot. Patek was just so sharp on it.
Insane. 7-2 now for Heretics. After a couple rounds where it looked like FPX might be able to start stringing together a run of their own on this map. Root just reads Berlin coming. I mean, it's all part of this chaos that FPX is trying to create, trying to come at you from every angle possible, and somehow Team Heretics handles it.
Well, it was in the chaos that they were able to punish FPX.
Exactly. Exactly.
They don't just handle it, they capitalize on it. They use it to their advantage.
GTX के प्रीत जैसे नहीं साउंड वाली साउंड लगाओ क्या है उसके
that
में
FPX brings. Because they're happy to do that. They're happy to drag you down in the mud with them. That's what they want. And huge
भाई
props
उसने
to
एक बारी
Heretics
मुझे
for being able to
फट्टू
handle
बोला
that.
था
I
ऑन
thought that
स्ट्रीम
had FPX written
पहली
all
बार
over
मुझे
it.
अभी
That
भी
looked
याद
like
है
disaster. Life tagged early.
फट्टू
More of a lean towards A this time. One rifle in the hands of Autumn.
Just expecting that repeat from Life, but
किसने
unable to connect the
GTX
shots.
ने
Benji
GTX
Fishy with the
प्रीत
lockdown. Gonna try to back the FPX players off.
And take a look at Boo's positioning on the minimap right now, expecting the flank, which is
उसके बाद से
how
आज
FPX have been
तक मैं
wanting
उसके
to play
चैनल में
it,
नहीं
and
गया
oftentimes when you see a lockdown used around this area of the map, they're not all going to be approaching from spawn. So he's a step ahead of this here. The Dizzy cleared, he tucks behind, Lysaur's dead, Boo capitalizes on his positioning, and it's a flawless round
छोड़ दो
for
FPX भाई
Heretics.
ये कॉम्प तो कतई छोड़
So
दो भाई
impressed right now with Team Heretics.
3
I'm fairly
स्मोकर
certain
2
somebody on
इनिशिएटर
Gen G did the exact same thing, where they hung out and spawned like that. Or maybe it was Foot. Might have been Foot. But anyway,
It's been very impressive, you're right.
yeah, no, but I mean, just
उन्होंने
the way
बुलाया
that
भी नहीं
teams are able to
आपको
kind of
बुलाया
like
तब
read
भी
the
नहीं
tendencies
जाऊंगा
of FPX, starting to catch up with them a little bit. As unpredictable as they can look sometimes, there is quite a bit of method to their madness. And is this going to be what I was worried about, Doug?
सीजराइट्स क्या लिख रहे हो यार
Is this the early second timeout?
मनीष नहीं है भाई
The same
Heavy
red
कमाता है
flag
अभी भी
that
वो.
came up on Sunset.
Yeah, you're right. But I mean, you have to. I get it, but you have to.
Yeah, you need those 2 rounds. You need these 2 rounds.
Can't have a repeat of Sunset
ये क्या TDM खेल रहे हैं? पता नहीं.
by any means.
भाई कितने अच्छे हैं बे वहाँ के
You know,
crowd.
we've talked
Still
about it all
believe
series.
FPX can do
Their
it.
attack side of FPX is often what
पर
finds
मेरा
what
low
nets
level
them
comeback
success.
नहीं होगा.
Right?
बहुत ही
They
गंदा
play
खेल रहे हैं.
a slightly different style of Valorant than what we normally see here. So
इस मैप पे
for
3
them to
स्मोकर
just
नहीं
get up
चाहिए.
to
Of
4,
course नहीं चाहिए.
just to stay within
पता नहीं क्या
striking
कॉम है
reach
ये.
and then go into the attacking half paints a much better picture.
Yes, because it was the same scoreline against FUT. If you can win these next 2 for FPX, if you can make it 4-8, then it's the same. And then even then they lost the pistol in the follow-up to FUT, and then
नाइट
they ran 9
मार्केट में
around
जायज़ आई है. अभी दिला दे
I mean,
मैं
it's
EMI पर
absolutely
तुझे
insane,
हर
yeah,
महीने 200
that they were
रुपए
able to
सुपर
do
चैट
that.
करूंगा.
So this is feeling like maybe the most
Sorry.
crucial round
Offer
that we are going to
rejected.
have on this map, in this series.
Gotta convert.
Right here.
No other way to spin it.
And nobody on A for FPX. They leave it completely abandoned. Now finally Autumn is sliding that way a little bit.
What's the cue for them to go? The drone should call us enough of the rotations as Wood falls, not able to get any space. The attack has been blunted.
I'm a bit surprised that they're willing to challenge that as Team Heretics. Okay, that's why.
Yeah,
That works.
talk about swinging things back their way.
Where the fuck they
that's a
smoked and where
brutal
the
second step to this round.
That,
Think about it. You get Woot out of the picture,
right.
right? You have full control,
And you take Clove out.
just like that.
And then you can rotate off of the death of Clove to the other side. Don't have to worry about those smokes.
It's just going to be Berlin's utility now to control things, and he's still playing back B. That knife should call for Autumn to come back, to send rotations back A, but nobody's moving.
Doug is literally waving his arms, folks.
They've got to get back here.
I agree.
13 seconds left, and Autumn's ahead of it. He doesn't wait for his teammates. So now it's a 2v4. Padtech has his ult online. Rien's is weak, sure, but FPX have no choice. I know that homework shows that they don't like to save, but
Got to go for this one. You have
gonna
to.
try.
Yeah. Good luck.
Padtech with 3 on the round. Ion gets his. The spam through. The shots connect from Rien's. Heretics gets up to 9. And this has all of
Something
the
is
makings,
missing,
all of the
aim is
hits,
missing.
Of a stomp, unfortunately, where the potential, the
ये
possibility
टीम
of
डिसबैंड
a
होगी.
second
टीम
half
नहीं.
comeback.
What the fuck? Huh? ओह ट्विच स्ट्रीम ही चली गई इनकी. What the fuck? मैं भी लिखूंगा F भाई वाईटी में देखना पड़ेगा अब.
The challenge, but I don't think they will, based on what I'm seeing on the map. And now you have to worry about Benji Fish in this late lurk position right outside of tube. And Lysor's a mile away. He has his ult though, and there he
ट्विच की
goes.
लाइट गई लगता है.
Benji is going to hit a ridiculous timing, potentially, to close this thing out. They're so far up. They're so committed. Berlin and Ion are able to hold the line, though. And now Lysor, seemingly aware of what's potentially waiting on the other side. Woot's ahead of this, though. He's tucked in a smoke, and they're going to check him. The first one falls.
My ult's ready.
Life doesn't have an ult to play around here. Oh, spam coming through as he gets another. But Benji Fishy on the flank. Rienz just has to buy time. He just has to stay alive. He has to be a nuisance, a distraction. Only able to get one, and I don't know that Benji Fishy's been able to get enough space, though. Now the thrash in his face. Autumn to the end, missed.
My
The spams will not connect, but the spike will go off.
Why the fuck
The Red
no
Bull
one was
clutch for
defusing,
Heretics and
bro?
heartbreak for FPX once more.
Switching sides.
It just took too long. The retake ended up being pretty good.
My Axion going heavy, bhai. DDoSing Twitch. Well, anyone from Twitch watching my stream, I can give you that guy's number who just DDoSed your channel, bro.
So well. And even with the Nano going too far, time had been bought. Insane.
Riens was a legend in that round. Him playing back jail, the shocks tucking, just realizing he cannot take the fight. He has to stay alive, does his job perfectly. Now we're going to see if the analyst desk can do their job perfectly as they break down that half. GB, take it away.
Thank you so much, Doug. I shall now do my job. Man, I mean, 10-2, and it happens with some heroics at the end. I don't even think they were expecting that round to come through. You could tell Benji was just so excited. Absolute heartbreaker for FPX, Mimi.
Yeah, absolutely. Every one of their aggressive pieces that normally get them a lot of success on this map, like that forward A control with the Clove, was just being shut down. I think Team Heretics had a great game plan coming into this one, and this round 8 was such a massive example of it. They always condition this mid control, and the second they go for the forward play.
Kidding you.
Exactly. Berlin was using almost the same utility time after time, and Team Heretics was doing a brilliant job just being patient. This happened since round 1. You know, the conditioning was there, but they had the good response, the right response on how to deal with it. Sometimes giving the space, even sending Benji on the flanks. I'm actually surprised with all the different set strats that they had to deal with the same issue that FPX was presenting. And time again, FPX could not get that retake.
And now this puts FPX in a really tough position. Only 2 rounds picked up in front of a home crowd as one of only 2 Chinese teams left in this tournament. They are facing elimination. But for Team Heretics, if they can win 3 rounds and close this out, it would be massive. The first ever international playoffs for these boys after a close attempt at Madrid, going out into it that tournament. They could make it here and have a fighting chance in the playoffs.
2 rounds, well, excuse me, 3 rounds is all Heretics needs. Now I'm going to send it back over to Doug and Paper Thin. Do your jobs.
Perfectly well done to all 3 of you. World-class
Londia
talent.
Londia
Heretics up 8 rounds, sniffing distance of sending FPX out of the tournament, of qualifying to playoffs. Something that has eluded them in the past, but now on the precipice of doing something special. And as you mentioned it, Paper Thin, it's not just for them, it's not just for their team, it's for the region too.
No doubt.
Twitch chala kya, guys? Dekna ek bari.
It's such a bounce back if they can close this map out. You know, versus what happened in Madrid.
Twitch dekho, guys.
For their region. It'll bring, and who knows, maybe FUT gets through too after this. I mean, then you're bringing 2 EMEA.
Let's go. हैं? साउंड कहाँ है? अरे माँ की आँख. नो ऑडियो. अरे भाई.
General direction. Gonna let go with the recon dart. First check with the knife. Dart was towards mid. Potentially set up Benji Fishy. Benji Fishy has a great flank angle for himself, potentially.
Discipline is the name of the game for Heretics here. 1000%. You cannot overcommit. You cannot over-rotate. If you have to give up a site, so be it. You play as bunches and fight with the retake together. Meanwhile, FPX are trying to scale all the way back to Snowman. Already lost 1 member. Cross back. They don't like what they're feeling. They've left Autumn to his devices. Now forced to cross back over 1 more time without anything to cover. Life from up top. Finally lands a shot. Drops onto Boo. Goomba stomps him. Life with 3. Benji Fishy, you mentioned it was on the flank. He cannot settle the shots. The 4th for Life in the round for FPX.
How does he find this space? Well, it's because they have a lot of controllers. It's because they have a lot of smokes
भाई
to
हर
work
जगह
with.
स्मोक कर रखा है. ये कहीं भी जा सकते हैं actually.
The defenses using his own ruse to bamboozle Team Heretics. Nobody able to identify it in the comms.
भाई इतना excited हो गया अपने बंदों को मार रहे हो.
That's how.
हार रहा है 10-3 हार रहा है. बज मत.
I mean, Boo never had a shot.
10-3 हार रहा है. बज मत.
Yeah.
आराम से kill.
So FPX get their 3rd. Reason for excitement. Not much yet, but some reason for excitement.
Comeback time.
Must win pistols go.
Yeah.
I guess 13
Now you got a couple
6
Guardians.
to
Vandal
TH.
for Autumn.
क्या बोलते guys?
Woot with the sheriff. Ooh, takes a lick of damage himself. Trying to get out of there.
कौन जीतेगा फटू भाई? टोनी भाई
The rest of Heretics now
TH लग रही है
कौन
मुझे.
जीतेगा फाटू भाई?
13-6.
Lure FPX in.
-1 if you disagree.
So far, it looks
+1
like
if you
they can do
agree.
it. They could do some
Thanks.
damage here, Doug. This is close quarters combat.
That's where it gets messy. The pistol often the harbinger of chaos.
-2 Q भाई.
And that's exactly what they're leaning into here. 4 members on the site, one just a little bit far off, but they crumble. Rians and Patatek not really able to put up much of a fight at all.
+1.
It's a
Love you
similar
guys.
fate as they all fall. 5 alive
कोई
as
नहीं, eco round
FPX
था.
thrive. And he is. And it's
4 is all the
It
get.
is very true. I fully agree. Benji Fishy
तेरा
is
कैम नीचे ले. अरे हाँ ना.
very good. Very, very good. This round didn't go so
तुम्हारे
good for
चक्कर में
Heretics.
ऊपर लेता हूँ. लोंडिया
That's
देखनी,
okay.
लोंडिया देखनी. अब नहीं कर रहा मैं
Flawless,
ऊपर.
that's not
अब
ideal.
देखो मेरी शक्ल
I like the
देखो.
way that you have Autumn and Ion pushing together with Wingman, making sure that you're covering different angles. It's very textbook. Nothing too fancy there.
Did I ever tell you the story about how
If FPX loses,
was
they're out,
facing
yes.
tournament elimination on home soil, and they were down 10-2 at half,
TH
and then they win the
का भी
bonus,
same है.
They shock the world, and
Last हारी थी ना TH
He
guys.
did not.
no,
No. Maybe we can talk
इसके
about it
against
after.
था TH का.
it's a cheeky smoke Patatek is playing in.
G2.
He's got a flash too. He can right click and just drop out of it, but instead, with a molly in hand, thinks twice about it.
Just play anti-cascade, I think.
He just waited for the smoke to go down. Forget
वाह
about using
बैंच क्या
utility.
एटीट्यूड है ये, क्या ईगो
To
है.
play anti-cascade. That
Recon होने के
cascade
बावजूद
usually
ऊपर
coming
बैठा
right
रहा.
up at the end of screens, and he can look on the other side of it.
हाँ G2
Stand
का
through the
against है
util,
यार.
Patatek falls. Really opportunistic swing there. from
ये
Life.
राउंड हारे तो बर्लिन की वजह से.
Lights are again in a really good position.
देखना.
They can take a step back here. They might be able to pull this thing off. Ion's Thrash instantly cleared, but they've gotten the spike down. A 2v3 here. There's still the molly that they can play around. That's going to buy some time. Benji Fishy not able to really get it anywhere. No other util to speak of. They're going to have to check with their bodies. Rians has gotten it to half 3/4 of the way. It's not planted for him. He's got to
Shit!
stop him with the defuse. Oh, the Red Bull clutch comes through, but the defuse
बोला
goes
था
away,
बजो
Heretics.
मत.
That was so close.
It's heartbreaking, Doug. They played it so well. It was just a
You
step
lost
too
this
late.
round because of
It
Berlin,
was a
bro.
step too far over on the plant.
Yep.
And you
Yep.
think about it, a step to the right.
Yep.
That's all it takes. But as Rians has to go just a little bit further.
Unbelievable. I thought they had it. I thought they had just bought enough time with the
But TH
fragment.
has only 1
When
minute
those
already.
Guardian shots started hitting.
एक जीत चुके हैं वो.
Now an Outlaw invested. Team Heretics on a weaker buy. Ion ripping a head off of Benji Fishy is trying to make an aggressive push towards mid. It's all just for that first kill potentially. Saw Wood's feet and just takes him down.
He tried catching a good timing on a swing, and well, it just did not work out.
Ion's feeling it right now. This second half, he's been putting up some big kills.
Honestly, though, as much as the defuse came through and that was heartbreak and, you know, all of that stuff, the truth is it's probably best case scenario for FPX, the way things played out. Because
पढ़ लिया
Heretics
पूरा
are forced
मैंने
back
भाई.
on a pistol buy.
Yeah. It still gives you a little bit of not to make a pun, but life. It gives you a little bit of hope.
अच्छा ये TH का
Dude, we
third
went 3
match.
maps.
Third match है.
I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
I thought second match है.
You're right. Obviously, they'd rather take the round, right? They'd rather be at 5-10
For
right
sure,
now. But
for sure. But if
30
you're going to
seconds
lose the round, that's the best way it could happen.
yeah, they haven't cleared back yellow. Finally, they do. Blue falls. They had the plans, they had the
बोला वो
protocols,
blue falls.
and now they have the progress.
Spike planted.
2 pistols up for the side of Heretics, both really far away. At this point, you're just trying to get away with whatever you can.
Yep. Any economic damage you can do is fine.
But instead, they tuck tail, and they try to run away.
Play to die to the spike. No guns to pick up. Is everybody on FPX still alive?
Enemy remaining.
Or died a Lysor, I guess.
क्या जरूरत थी मरने की? Spike से मर
It's
जाता.
these hits from FPX that are so tricky to deal with because it's so hard to know exactly what's going on and who's going to be where. And Baby Bay was talking about this a lot when you guys were casting this map the previous time against FUT. The way they use those smokes on top of yellow to get a player up there, to get Lysor up there. And this
Comeback हो रहा.
has a ton of value again, removing Boo from the equation immediately.
That's what I predicted, bro.
On that execute. And that's something that's really tricky to play against with this comp. I think you're going to have to find a way to
5 gifted.
adjust on that. It's
13-5 या 13-6 नहीं हुआ तो.
Protect Boo if he's going to stay back yellow.
5 gifted.
Or have a player like a Jet who can get out quickly if need be.
A little bit of mobility in the utility.
देखते रह बेटे.
Not just left there like a sitting duck. Into the 17th we go. Heretics still within sniffing distance.
High क्यों spam कर रहा है?
FPX putting up enough resistance to give Heretics cause for concern.
And there's so many smokes across the map right now that it's so hard to know what the heck's going on as Heretics. You have some idea that there's people outside of B, but you don't know exactly what it looks like. There's a smoke in mid. You don't know what's going on there.
Right.
You have no information on A because everybody's on the ramp outside of it.
Yeah.
So you're just playing. I mean, and I don't blame them. Play retake. Find a good angle for this Hunter's Fury. But Life has his ult.
Which rabbit is the hat
Gifted
in?
आने वाले 13-7 पर.
That's not how that saying goes. I think I got that backwards.
You beefed your analogy.
Hey, तुम like Toko रे? Toko.
Unlucky. FPX decide to rotate A.
कहाँ हंस रहे
with the
हैं?
outlaw, as you
आपस
mentioned,
में
mindful
हंसते
of his
रहते हैं
ult.
तो.
Starting to see some of the smoke come through. Re-ends with his ult. There it is. Popped. They're trying to flush any sort of defenses from
30
backside.
seconds left.
एक भी ना लगी भाई. बहुत ही गंदी अल्टी भाई. Range भाई.
He's repositioned again. Patient finally dropping Wingman. Also getting Berlin. Benji Fizzy trying to fill in on the space behind it, but FPX fight back. Not crumbling under the pressure, not folding behind what Heretics throw at them.
Kaya!
I don't know that we're going to get a knife on our hands. I think Boo will stop that.
Enemy remaining.
Spotted, tagged, dropped. FPX get another.
6 is all they get.
Surely this can't happen again, Doug.
Not yet, not yet.
Lightning cannot strike twice. I was told in the same place. But FPX seemingly trying to strike again on Icebox.
The storm is brewing.
Enemy remaining.
It's just so hard to read them. The Hunter's
जरा.
Fury doesn't find any value. And it makes it pretty tough because FPX is so well coordinated on these A hits. It's so impressive the way that everybody knows their job. Everybody knows what angles they need to be covering. Who needs to be looking where. Their instincts are phenomenal. Team Heretics can never get that retake going the way they want to. Life hangs on to his ult. Still have that to consider.
And Heretics back on a pistol buy. Oh, there's a lot behind this.
He took a lot of damage in that exchange.
That's a dangerous game he was playing.
Ayong down to 62, Berlin down to 41. That's 2 players at 1 body tap with the Sheriff.
I will say this though, for FPX, we saw on the player cams at the end of the previous round, you know, you think back to how the series has gone and how Life was going crazy and hearts up to the crowd and, you know, talking trash across the stage, all that good stuff. But now in this position that they're in, you can feel the gravitas just a bit more. He was silent, in seat, just fist bumps to his team, no reaction, no pop-off, nothing like that.
They're focused.
They're business.
भाई
It's all business.
भाई जीत सकते हैं भाई वो.
But can
भाई जीत सकते हो तुम TH.
the impossible? Can they pull off the incredible?
Exactly.
30
It's another
seconds
attempt at a tight angle by Team Heretics.
Oh, this high-low is miserable, bro. There's no way, yeah. Life has his ult, though. Repositions and goes to fight once more. Not able to connect on anything as Rians gets 2. Woo with the 3rd. They know he's there. He's spammed finally. As Ayong snaps. There's 10 seconds left. He's got to get the spike down. He's trying to provide himself a little bit of cover. But time is of the essence. Spike down. Now what? On the swing. Tucked in the clove smoke. And trying to find a little bit of room to breathe.
He's been so good in these moments, Doug.
But can he deliver again? When the pressure is at its fever pitch. He slows things down. Just a pause, just a break, and now an exploratory swing, a peek, as best as he can. There it is, the tap is first, the bait was there. He's got to be careful here. Who can hold this? Who can hold this? He stops the defuse, manages to TP and get away.
He's got it.
There's not enough time. Very nice.
डोरबेल बजी लगता है मेरे को भी. रितेश भाई आवाज आई क्या आपको डोरबेल की? शायद डोरबेल बजी. देख क्या हो?
From Lysor, this guy.
2 सेकंड.
I don't know the exact number, but the Red Bull clutches are through the roof for him this event. And Ayong again comes up with a massive 3K to keep FPX in this. Almost Team Heretics getting a thrifty. And if that had gone Heretics' way, you had to start feeling like that.
भाई कितना टट्टी हो भाई. You don't deserve to win यार TH. हार जाओ भाई.
That coffin ain't closed yet.
तुम पे तो मैं गिफ्टेड सट्टा भी नहीं लगाऊंगा आपसे. कभी नहीं. लाइफ में कभी नहीं लगाऊंगा भाई.
Either side.
मैं नो लगा रहा भाई.
What a gift of a series this has been.
गिफ्ट यहाँ पे मेरा जो गिफ्ट हो रहा है वो कुछ नहीं.
It's been so wild. I mean, this is what makes watching this FPX team, this event, so darn good.
I mean, this is what Valorant's all about.
Exactly.
This is what international Valorant is all about.
Exactly, Doug. I couldn't have asked for a better final map here. It looked like it was curtains. But not yet. Not yet, says FPX. The crowd.
जय हो बोल रहे हैं बे crowd.
FPX the victory in Shanghai. They want 2 teams going to those playoffs. They want some company for EDG. Let's see if FPX still has it in them.
There's still enough. There's still enough of a lead, though, for Heretics.
Oh,
and that will certainly help. What a shot.
पर हारोगे सालो तुम TH वालों.
The confidence to push up on a belt like that.
Let's go FPX.
That fight.
It's just Woot being Woot, man.
And they haven't shown that look yet. That's the first time they've got real aggressive on A like
इस
that.
बार मैं FPX
And it catches FPX off guard.
You've got to be really careful here, too, if you're FPX, because being down in numbers, attempting to put together a comeback, oftentimes you'll force a play. I've got to equalize it. I've got to get it back to 4s. And that can be where you get punished. But patience and discipline. I love this wall, too.
किसको मिला?
Beautiful. The horseshoe.
Love you यार जिसको भी मिला. AR Creations, अने भाई, Zoro Plays, अबे राना.
Paranoia tagged onto 1. Life in the smoke. The snap on Rians will not connect.
क्या spam है ये?
Is this where the retake attempt falls apart? Is this where it crumbles? Numbers so heavily the way of Heretics. A 5v3.
Oh!
Bye.
Slowly creeping back, though. Still, Heretics with control. Heretics with the numbers advantage. As the orb goes up, he's playing really tight on this, but the Molly's going to keep him back. He's going to try to TP across.
Oh my god!
He's got a really good position on this. 2v2. Lysor in a position to be the hero, but it comes down
to heavy play, bhai. Heavy TP, bhai.
The reposition
really
was
loved it.
Everything.
और वो केजी का किल बहुत क्रूशियल था ऊपर. भाई नाइस हिट. वेल प्लेड यार. गाइस FPX अगर जीती ना, कम बैक करके 5 और. 5 और.
I mean, they're just so smart. They're just so
TH
smart.
ने तो नाक कटा दी भाई.
Their Omen TP timings, it was Berlin on a set, but this time it's Lysor.
Yeah. Let's go, Patch.
Their TP timings in these post plants are the best I have seen. There's nobody who does it better. Now they're going to TP up on top of 2. And the spot comes through. Oh my word, Riens.
Lysor was in that exact spot in the previous round. This time punished for it. That's big for Heretics, but they still have a lot to solve. 1 Guardian and 4 pistols.
It's incredible. Incredible, these clutches. FPX just has no give up in them.
Nice Molly.
Now we're drone to check. Clearing
They
that
have
site.
no
You
info
are going to
of
see the
mid.
harbor.
Bhai,
Decent
thoda slow
indicator
khelo,
there that
thoda
that's
slow
going to be
khelo,
the
mid
site.
ki info
A
nahi hai
lot
inke
of
paas.
FPX's executes are on the back of this harbor util, but you have the reckoning to consider. They might try to get ahead of it. They're playing a little bit aggressive.
I mean, do they invest it here in the pistols?
Gaya.
You might have to. Already a player down. You have the pit to worry about.
It's such a tough decision. Re-inch drops and their numbers equalized. Things slow down to a halt. The flash is just perfect. The flash is beautiful. Oh, Boo and Benji Fishy forced to try to find a way to capitalize on the early advantage they had at the beginning of the round. Ayong on the plant, now Thrash online. But it's gonna have to wait until the next round.
भाई क्या है भाई ये? Irritate हो रहा हूँ मैं.
Can Los Niños do it?
तुम्हें भी हो रहा है क्या
Down
guys?
in numbers, down in guns. Boo with the Guardian in hand. LITE gonna spot the head, and that was the major threat, but maybe it was Benji Fishy all along with the sheriff.
तुम्हें आ रही है क्या बीच-बीच में आवाज?
FPX
जैसे कोई मर रहा है.
now down to
ऐसा
2.
लग रहा है कि साली डोरबेल बज रही है.
That's all it is
या मेरे
separating
कान
these
बज
two
रहे हैं ये.
squads.
The persistence so good from FPX. And Autumn's flash sets this back sight
ये
up so nicely. That's beautiful.
भाई मैं
Right
पागल हो
up
जाऊंगा.
over LITE, so he doesn't get caught by most of it. Yeah, Benji Fishy gets a few, but now LITE is starting to pop off a little bit more. Now he is starting to feel it.
तेरे कान खिलाफ
plus
है.
Phoenix has a
सही में?
thrash, a reckoning. There's a lockdown though for Benji Fishy. Some contention at the front of
भाई
this.
heavy fast.
A lot of blinds are going to force both teams away. The reckoning used here early, clear some space, and Woot, playing with fire.
Almost gets a kill though. Almost rewarded for the fire. Now the Thrash. Everything in the kitchen sink are being thrown into this round.
Stuck.
FPX realizing they have to capitalize. LITE got his ult off of that kill, so now can he join the fight once
क्या हो
more?
रहा है ये?
Pad attack falls. 3 on the side of the defense. And again, they're separated. They're trying to scale it. They're trying to scale out.
Oh, back out.
They're trying to take the fight. LITE falls too. He had to force it. And now Benji Fishy has an ult of
भाई
his own.
हार्बर ये बर्लिन
Oh my gosh.
ये बर्लिन क्यों गया भाई?
Rian's using the Hunter's Fury. Oh, get a tag onto one. Can it connect onto the second? Yes, it can. 4 on the round for the Sova.
Thrash isn't done with you.
This is the big one. It stopped the defuse. The second is Rian's goes up. That's the ace. But can he
LOL,
connect?
bro!
No! FPX get to 10. Do you believe?
The stall and the delay is insane. FPX so aware of that lockdown, trying to get ahead of it, trying to shut it down preemptively. But Team Heretics has a read on it. They're expecting the push out. All of a sudden, you think Team Heretics has a chance. But the post plant's so good. The fish from Rian's on the Hunter's Fury.
थ्रो क्यों?
Beautiful,
अरे
and you
कहाँ
think,
थ्रो? उसने
oh
एक
no,
मारा स्पैम में
does it
वो
go
वाइपर मर
right?
गया था.
Now he's out of his
उसने
chair,
अल्ट करी
Doug.
एक में अल्ट फंस गया. वो एक ही 1v1 फाइट लेना था उसे 1v1 के पीछे वो वाला भी मर गया.
I mean, yeah, they have Bucky and a couple of
थ्रो तो नहीं
Guardians,
था
but
ये.
not the buy you
Nice
want
try.
here.
बट
Turning up the pace.
FPX की तरफ से थ्रो था वो बर्लिन जो
They
पुश
want to
करा.
get to 11.
Meanwhile, Heretics try to stare down what seems like the face of destiny from FPX.
So quick. Autumn has that no command if he needs it.
LOL.
Snake bite.
गयो.
Doesn't believe
What?
it yet, though.
Rian's falling. That was one of the rifles.
भाई साहब ये क्या है? ट्रिपल स्मोकर मेटा क्या है ये भाई?
Oh, Autumn.
He does it again.
One enemy remaining.
I thought the Bucky was going to connect there. But lo and behold,
Bro!
the comeback is not fake. We're tied at 11.
It's happening. The storm is in full effect, Doug. The lightning, I can see it in the distance, and I feel like it might strike twice here in Shanghai. How can they be this good on this side of the map again? How can they run it back like this again? under this much pressure, in this moment, in this situation, with their tournament lives on the line.
Woot going aggressive here. Snaps onto the Dizzy, the knife out too. All of the utility in his face. Ooh. Somehow
डैश नहीं कर सकता.
goes with a little bit of damage,
भाई बच गया.
but stays alive. I mean, that was a knife, that was a Dizzy, that was a wingman, that was a flash, that was everything.
Got the null command.
Ion has his ult online again.
Yeah, he does. He's destroying.
Oh! I saw reads him like a book! Got ahead of it! Berlin gets another!
They know. Now they know.
Do they?
Spike planted.
Now they do,
भाई
yeah.
actually nice try था Jet से.
There it goes. They saved the null command for post plant to prevent any utility coming through, to keep Riens and Patatek, keeping them uncomfortable to get set up.
3 playing back yellow.
What a molly, bro.
With the molly, spotting a little bit more skin. A triple face. It's way too much. Riens cannot capitalize on it. Benji Fishy, they're weak. They're so weak. But so is he. He's gotten it down to 1. 14 HP for LEV.
Oh my god.
The spike planted. The classic not connecting. The tap on the defuse. Lights on the swing. And FPX gets a series point.
What?
You have got to be kidding me.
I asked it once and I'll ask it again. Do you believe?
भाई Jet सिर्फ थोड़ा सा लेट हुआ अब ड्राफ्ट करने में.
You better believe
like
now.
माइक्रो सेकंड.
They are
उसकी
doing
रीड
such a
अच्छी
good
थी.
job on these executes, isolating players early, pushing the tempo. He's playing with the crowd. He's calling his shot.
भाई
One
OP
more to
comeback
go.
patch.
Or will it be overtime, Doug?
5 gifted? कौन से भाई? कौन से 5 गिफ्टेड भाई? दे तो दिए. ऊपर देखो. ऊपर देखो.
It is incredible. It is so loud in
Missing
here.
Mini Boo, I don't
And it is
know what
going to
they
blow
did
the roof
wrong,
off this
but
place.
this
If
triple
FPX can
duelist,
close it out here.
triple
Blade Storm for Woot.
smoker भाई
The Guardian for Boo.
heavy.
So not quite
By
able to
heavy
get a full
stats
buy
attacking
going.
में bro.
Our Heretics. It's a lot of riflery. Woot's
भाई
going fishing off the
फिर
back
से
of this
B
high
side
tide.
मिली easily bro.
A little bit of a lurk from life, and he's got Benji.
FPX have done it once on this stage. Can they do it again? The stakes infinitely greater this time around.
बार-बार अल्ट के लिए रुका हुआ है.
History 4 kills away.
Comes the Cascade and the flash. He executes on.
He's trying to peek ahead of this.
No,
This
he
is
can't
bold. This
go,
is risky.
bro.
This is dangerous. But he waits, trying to get a little bit of a tag with the dart. Woot tries to get up high, has to dash back as Lysor falls. 3v3 with 20 seconds left in Berlin. Has gone exploring.
Hunter's Fury for Riens. They could delay.
He's gotten past so
time.
much. They have to wait for Berlin to snipe here, and he does. But it's a 1-for-1. The spike now landed. I don't think they're gonna have time. He's gotta land the shots here, and he does. There's no fight. There's no time. We're going to overtime again.
कुछ ज़्यादा ही
can't
स्लो
believe
ले
it.
लिया इन्होंने.
Switching sides.
It just took a little too long. And the fact that they pushed that smoke and they use Rien's recon dart to buy just a little bit of extra time there, and then Rian gets his ult online. I thought after, oh my god, like, takes out Benji Fish, that this might be it.
10 seconds left.
This might be their opportunity, but Woot, it's a crispy Blade Storm shot, follows it up with another. And we go
Scripted कोई नहीं लिखेगा.
into overtime. What has been going
Flow
on this
control और
tournament?
DRS दोनों काम करते हैं.
These matches are just unfathomable.
And I wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh god, no. It's just been an absolute treat.
Heretics now in this first round of overtime on the attack.
Getting aggressive again.
Right here.
But they've gotten ahead of all of the Harbor utility. FPX have wasted a lot here to get to this point. They got a paranoia out, they have a cascade out.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, Heretics are gonna get onto A, investing very little. Yeah, dash, but a dart over the top. You'll get that back.
FPX just saying our attacker side's so good, let's just flip the map and try it from the other way.
Getting past the alarm bot was Lysor, but the
Do they
other ones
know
got tagged.
four-man
Meanwhile, Berlin is
pieces are
gonna try
in?
to approach us from the defender spawn by himself. He's just waiting for the right moment to strike. Benji Fishy on the snap, life dead. FPX are falling apart here. This is the side that plagued them. This is the side they struggled on.
They gotta go.
They have to go now.
And
I think
नहीं हो सकता.
Heretics realize that. They're ahead of it. They know that no options are available. Heretics gets a series point.
They invested so
Benji
much
Fish.
bay mid pe
Keeping him
to
fired
take
up.
that control.
Can see him yelling, rallying
Two
his team.
flash,
And
two smokes.
I get what FPX is thinking here, Doug. Try and flip the map, try and create a flank angle. But it's, once again, read incredibly well by Team Heretics. They're so good at holding their
Benji
angles,
cracked hai,
being
haan.
aware
Bhai,
of
kaise ho
where
raha hai? Come on, come on,
FPX can come from.
Come on.
Is there going to be a timeout? No. And it's an op for Woot. The glass cannon in effect.
Huh?
Everyone saw an
Hopley
op.
bhai ne?
They never got the chance for an op.
No, but remember, he was the hero in the last round of regulation. Now the game potentially being put in his hands. Tournament hopes, dreams of lifting a trophy being potentially put in his hands. And of course, they're rotating back B. This triple controller comp
Bhai
should
useless nahi hai op.
cause enough fits to where he shouldn't be able to succeed. He shouldn't be able to find value. But
would think.
execution is a different story.
Yep. They're not giving him any opportunities. Just looking to see if they can bait out any util. Benji Fishy, once again in that tube. Being a little bit more patient with it
Bhai
this
sab
time.
सुनाई दिया उसको भाई.
Might be able to hear some of those footsteps.
Fortunately for him, on the patience, there were a whole lot of members there.
Life's gonna wait over in garage. Still Woot
No,
holding
no.
this angle.
Oh, he misses the shot! But of course, he goes double dipping. Of course, he goes for the swing and he lands it! Life falls!
Light
Seconds
bhai.
left.
गया ये भी मरा.
Can-
GG.
Can Heretics put him away? Benji Fish is on the flank. Oh, but FPX are striking
my
back. Oh, the cove. The only thing separating them, he heard a footstep, he heard a footstep, he lands a shot
Why
to
the
Berlin.
fuck he gave sound over
2v2,
there
the spike
Berlin?
planted. They're both so far back. Lysar and Autumn,
Just a smoke to work with.
they've got to hold him back.
कभी-कभी stupid
And a
चीजें
TP.
करते pro भी.
Uses it early.
Everything in their hands. Benji Fish, you creeping forward,
No
looking for a target, nothing
way.
given.
No
Footsteps are
way,
traded, but
bro.
fills the space and he falls.
No way he was playing
Benji
that
on
off
the
angle.
tap, cannot convert. We go again.
It's unbelievable.
Switching sides.
क्या angle था बे?
Both teams just have outrageously good attackers' sides.
ये सब छोड़ो काकू का भाई.
And I can't
नंबर देना
believe
जरा मम्मी का
Life,
बेचता हूँ. आंटी जी से बात करो
losing
मुझसे
that
घर पे
fight.
मरन भाई. दो.
and they're still able to get this done. Lysor just beelining it onto the back of the site and wins his trade. And then this sneaky position where they're obscured from the sightlines of their opponents when they push past the orb.
Dumb fuck बोला ये क्या? कौन बोला बे?
So good.
And it works a treat, Doug. There's
भाई
the
सोचे इन्होंने
timeout.
ड्रॉ कर दिया तो.
I need to breathe.
In case you weren't at the edge of your seat already. 30
भाई अगर ये
seconds to
एक
think
और
this
OT
thing
गया
through.
ना.
And to recap how we
Patch
got
gifted.
here and what's at stakes. The attack side for both sides, immaculate. That's the only thing that's gotten us to this point.
लेकिन
And
फिर
for
वो ओवरलैप
FPX,
कर जाएंगे हाँ FPX वाले.
facing
ये नहीं कि
elimination.
FPX जीते.
In front of this
हाँ.
crowd.
Right.
Who's
चलो
done
बताओ.
everything they
बताओ.
possibly can to will them
चैट
along
तुम
the
क्या
finish
चाहते हो?
line.
5 गिफ्टेड
And
FPX
from how
विन
this
में या 5
started,
गिफ्टेड
with
नेक्स्ट OT
Heretics
में? जल्दी
dominating
बोलो
that
एक ही.
one, and
एक
you
ही.
thought, oh boy,
भाई ये
it's not gonna
मजा आ
be
रहा है,
FPX's
मजा आ
day.
रहा
They
है.
come back,
जल्दी बोलो.
dominate on map 2, and now we're in overtime on map 3 to see who
5
makes it to
गिफ्टेड एक और
playoffs.
OT में या FPX विन में?
Can't ask for anything more.
FPX win. पक्का?
But it's gonna, it almost
FPX
feels like
win
it's
कह
just
रहे
gonna come down to who gets that first defender's round win.
Oh, 1000%.
FPX पे डन बेबी, ठीक है.
The second
OT भी लिख रहे लोग, पर
dance in this OT window.
भाई OT लिख रहे ज़्यादा यार.
This time FPX wisely not choosing to fight mid.
पोल के लिए थोड़ा लेट हो
Looking to play
गया.
retake
ये मत
on
बोलना
A,
पोल डालना लेट
but
हो गया.
maybe try to hit the plant as it goes down. How close they are to this.
Well, Flood? I mean, do they have the tools?
No, they're gonna wait. Looks like they're gonna wait.
Yeah, try to use a little bit of utility. That flash over the top. Woot hasn't been tagged. Woot hasn't been spotted. Lands the shots onto Berlin. Tries to cover himself. But Life takes care of him. Rian's on the swing. Again, another flash of Dink is beautiful. As Rian gets a second. But there's a shot at this defense. Life is here. At least his body is, so the smoke's come into play. Ion almost lands the second. The defense has to be everything, but Boo stops it. And now Lysor, again, in a clutch situation. He's TP'd ahead of it. He's gotten, he had gotten into the pit, he'd gotten into the smoke. But Benji Fisher was wise to it.
बच गया.
Unbelievable.
Let's go
The reaction
TH.
there with Boo on
Let's
that snake
go
bite was
TH.
instantaneous after that dink.
Extreme
That was
501.
I mean, that
पता नहीं
reaction
रे.
is incredible. And then Rians can watch the other angle. What a beautiful play there. Phenomenal awareness from the IGL. Huge, huge. I think
Let's
we're gonna
not talk about anything else. Let's just watch the
another
match.
pump of the
Match
brakes.
heavy match चल रहा है.
Another moment to think about this. And now Heretics with the impetus. Going to see if they can find finally
TH won't let
some
this
success
fall.
on that
Of
defender's
course.
side, or a little bit
5
more
भी बचेंगे
success.
मेरे.
Time
Let's
for a
go
timeout, I think.
OT मत देखो. वो सब हो गया. वो सब बात
What
हो
is
गई.
likely to be the
That's-
crucial round on that defender side.
Oh, I mean, that's been the hardest puzzle.
Defense किसी से
right,
नहीं
this
हो रहा.
entire map. And honestly, for FPX, it's been the hardest puzzle this entire series.
Yeah.
Is finding success on the defensive
Regular
side.
जिम हो रही है भाई. पेट कम हुआ. माँ कसम.
Now it's on Heretics to see if they can answer that question, if they can solve what has eluded both teams. All map.
I'm curious if it's a similar setup off the rip for Heretics. If it's just
IGL
that
कौन है
lone
दोनों टीम का?
operator over
एक
on
का
B.
है अमित
I
रासू,
feel like
एक
that's
का है
pretty
भोवन भाई.
punishable
Hell
with
Ranger.
this comp that FPX has. I feel like they could go for a fast
Let's
hit.
go TH.
Cascade, stagger a few smokes, TP Lysor up on top of yellow, just go for what
Stress
worked
हो रहा है भाई.
potentially.
Dump some util back
जाओ
there.
मार लो
Yeah.
अश्विन
Now
भाई.
it is going to be a different setup though.
एक
from
ही, हाँ,
Team
बस ज़्यादा
Heretics.
नहीं.
I would have been pretty surprised to see them go for it again, but something to consider. And
पोल डालो.
FPX
It's too late bro.
2-2-1.
What's said is said.
Just cutting off that angle towards mid. Are
भाई
they
अभी
just
तुम
going
लोग
to
OT
stack and
बोलते
try to push
सारे.
towards boiler?
तो मैं
Or I think they're
दे देता.
suggesting it,
Yes.
at least.
Yes.
If nothing else.
पर
they're
FPX से
threatening
जीत भी
that.
नहीं रही अब.
They remember
तो गयो 5.
at the very least.
मेरा
This
क्या?
angle. Oh, how do you
बस
not
किया.
win that life? You were watching that. He takes a lot of damage.
Yeah, not only that, who gets away without taking any. And that's a massive start.
Still the alarm bot for Boo to play off of. Benji
अभी और
didn't
बुढ़ा.
just pass the site. Here we go. They're going to try it.
Splash will be good. Boo is isolated here. Benji Fishy's kind of close by. But can Heretics hold up? They say defense wins championships. They've got to find a way to do it here.
Boy, nice plant.
Life just so weak though, and FPX managed to get the spike down. Now we're reset, ripe for it.
There.
फिर से लर्क पे जा रहा है.
Oh my. And look at this lurk. Benji's been watching the whole time.
Oh, but he takes a different path. He doesn't go under tube. Are they going to be expecting it? Meanwhile, chaos on the site as each kill is traded. 1-on-1. Berlin in 1v2. He's been spotted.
no!
They know where he is, but he's gotten his one. Now the cove on the swing. Berlin is close
Oh
to it.
my
It's another
God!
clutch. Another
The fuck is
team.
this game, bro?
They knew he was coming and he still wins it.
Overtime.
इतना
was
heavy
the
lurk करा.
factor.
भाई plant भी अच्छा था
Benji Fishy
वैसे.
had no choice.
He had to
He
stick,
just
bro.
has to win that first fight, and Berlin does.
भाई किसी
They
से
see him
डिफेंस नहीं हो रहा
crossing
क्या
through
इस
the
मैप
grates.
में?
And it's just scrappy 1-for-1s all across the board. And Berlin just swings out.
Hi,
and
hi,
takes
क्या
down
कर रहे
Wu,
हो?
And that's the round.
हाय ना करो.
Has the cove to cover himself.
FPX win बोला तुम सब ने.
This is
चलो
an
एक और चांस दिया.
insane
अभी मैं पोल
game,
डाल
one
रहा
for the
हूँ.
ages.
अरे shit, पोल नहीं डाल सकता लेट.
Life back to his home on pipes. Back where he belongs. We haven't seen this in a while.
चलो एक और चांस दिया. FPX win 5.
Team Heretics, how do they want to deal with it? You have everybody here but Benji. They get to confirm with the knife that he's up there, and Life is still trying to play for it from his own smoke.
Of course he is.
Yes, of course.
It's Life. As it dissipates, he takes a step back. Now peeking forward once more. An opportunistic swing. Massive timing, but of course instantly traded.
ये लाइफ ना कभी-कभी ना बहुत ओवर एग्रो जाता है.
Cause the pause. Lysor and Benji could be a pivotal 1v1 on this flank. And now he's going to have to back out because...
If they're not quiet about this, Berlin will hear all of it.
Yep. He
And
does, he hears it.
And look at the rotations on the minimap. They're already headed back B.
But look what Boo's doing. Oh, did he get caught by that?
Tag? No.
No. Did not get caught by the knife.
The timing here on Berlin is everything because he's got to understand most of the people past the node. He's waiting for the last one. Boo falls. 4v3. Is there a trade? Yes, there is.
Spike
But still, numbers the way of the defense.
Player standing.
Bro,
Done it.
bro.
Finally won a defensive side. Can Heretics
Switching sides.
do the same?
Match point.
It's
Ashwin
incredible.
bhai,
I
thank
love
you
this
for the
change-up
spot,
because
sir.
we haven't seen Life up on that spot on
Both
pipes.
team got hard balls.
They kind
Very
of abandoned
hard,
it. They were playing a lot of retake, and he finds value. He takes Riens out of the equation. Riens has been so
तो अभी लाइक मैं नहीं
impactful
करूंगा ड्रोन अब तुम्हारे लिए.
as this match has
कार्ड
gone
मराओ.
on. Some of his utility has literally won them rounds. It is
5 gifted. OT पे बोला था मैंने तो.
pandemonium in here,
कुछ
and
भी.
it might just explode
OT पे बोला
soon.
था भाई.
Berlin creeping forward, inching forward, but look at these nanos on the A site. They're
कैसे दोगले हो
anticipating
यार.
an A hit. They're
OT
giving
पे
up
बोला था भाई.
some of that information towards
हरामी
mid as well
मानूस हो
with that
भाई.
deep turret.
जुबान बदल देते हो
Benji
मेरी.
Fish is set up. They're expecting some kind of push through mid to push. Oh no!
Berlin was so far up.
FPX
Trying
पे
to
बोला
get
था.
inserted, but doing so on his own. So there's no one to trade.
Woot just read that so well. It's again that
शायद FPX
aggressive
पे बोला था.
nature
याद नहीं आ रहा.
of FPX. Hurts them a little bit there. Still, got a lot of smokes to work with. You gotta wait for Lysors to come back up. He might just go for this. One more towards the Thrash. If they can get the plan off that as well, he just needs one kill and he can get it.
Boo was holding such a tight angle there.
Oh, Lysor.
Lysor's got a really nice spot.
अरे ठीक है ना भाई. FPX पे बोला था
30
ठीक है.
seconds
Is he
left.
going to be able to capitalize on it, though? Is anyone going to give him the angle? Is anyone going to give him the
क्या
target?
heavy angle पे बैठा है भाई ये.
Unaware of the fact that Benji Fish is right beneath him. I don't
Bhai,
think he
kayo.
hears him. Oh, but now he's giving his position away. Now he knows where he is. Meanwhile, Mood on the other side with 4. Lysor drops one. Can he 1v3 to close this out? No!
Yes?
The ace for Woot!
Ace.
Insane!
भाई क्या hard carry कर रहा है वुड. भाई एक भी शॉट नहीं दिखाया वुड का.
Woot
Just
starts
saying.
this off.
ऑब्जर्वर बस
Taking
वो वहीं
Berlin
पे वो
down,
टंगा हुआ है
and
उसी
then
को
takes
दिखाना है.
matters into his own hands.
एक नहीं मारा उसने.
35 kills for the duelist.
Unbelievable. What a day he's having. If Heretics comes through,
Nice.
it's going to
Nice.
be in a big part because of the way Woot has stepped up on these duelists. I love it. I love
That's
it, Doug.
some crazy
15 apiece.
coordination right there.
Into round 31 we go.
Give it your all.
भाई अगर एक बंदा
have 2 more
एस
days
लेता है ना
after this. If
ऐसे
you get a
सिचुएशन में
win,
उसका
minimum,
कॉन्फिडेंस यहाँ
Or you have
जाता
to play
है
again.
और बाकी दूसरी
Keeping
टीम
that
का
energy high,
इधर
so
नीचे.
important, and I love
Bye,
that
guys.
Heretics showing
अभी
us
भी
that they've still got it.
FPX win पे chat done baby. FPX win पे.
He's got to be
जाओ.
careful here. He's going to play. He's going to make a play in a position like this.
They gotta know.
They knew. Lysor gives his life away.
He's been doing it every time. Benji Fishy's been keeping track of him. And now they finally find the opportunity to punish it. Cannot peek that angle, Berlin.
Nah, not against how Woot's playing, man. No way.
No.
Huh?
Just gonna send a cloud
Bhai,
burst to
Sova
try to
ko
fake
do.
it a little bit.
Patitek
That's
ko do.
maybe
Jet
gonna buy
utha raha
them a couple extra
Very
seconds, a lot of extra seconds, because FPX is not moving. Just life. Gonna sit behind A and see if he can get any info as quick as he can. Smoke comes up.
Oh, they're already ahead of it, though.
Yeah, they're way ahead of it.
30 seconds left.
Pure disrespect in the face of utility. Now Life also getting really cheeky here, trying to get his one to get away, but not fully tucking. He's still trying to play around the smoke. He's got so many targets to deal with.
One way, bhai.
Heretics in full control.
Yeah, that can't be the moment for Life. He tried to go big.
Same as Lysor.
Oh, ये knife
Who's
से
got
free
the
fire
blades
कर रहा है.
again?
I
The
like
air
it.
has been sucked out of this room. What can FPX do to spark life once more? That's certainly going to help things. A 2v3 and a winnable one at that. Time is a problem,
Last player standing.
and it's only gotten worse. Berlin's now left alone. Has to try to use some mobility and utility to get it down to this, but I think at this point he's got to stick the defuse. There's no way he can really pull off of this.
Nice
He's going to
try.
get the kills, but the bomb will go off.
Benji. Benji be like, कहाँ है बोपड़ी का दिख नहीं रहा.
Switching sides.
It's just
Match point.
so unbelievable. So much tenacity being shown. But
Nice
this time
try.
it's that early pick onto Lysor. Now you don't have to worry about those flanks as much. And Life, no.
He's going in for the fight.
No.
Gets one. And now the Cove. He should have enough time to plant. Does Boot challenge? Does he swing? Yes, he does. He's up in his face, and that's enough to stop the plant. An instant classic. Heretics survive.
And it's heartbreak in Shanghai for FPX.
भाई miss करा
One
last
of the
वाला
most
यार.
grueling, intense maps you will ever see.
Dirty net मेरा.
But elation for Heretics. And EMEA sends a team to the playoffs.
अच्छा मेरा net गया ना.
Me, oh my, Doug. It's hard to imagine what FPX is going through. It looked like so many times they were going to do the
NTR पर
impossible.
FPX ने अच्छा comeback करा. Guys, can we have some round of applause for FPX?
And they came up just short, but my God.
It played classic
They
stream
were insane
steamed.
this tournament. What an
Guys, can we have some
absolute pleasure to
round of
watch
applause
FPX here in Shanghai.
for FPX bro? Yes. Well played यार. अच्छा खेली FPX.
Unfortunately, the final time we'll see FPX take a bow on this stage.
Anti FPX यार. Anti. Nice try.
Meanwhile, for
Comeback
Heretics,
अच्छा
holy smokes, man.
Come on यार. We
These
could
kids are good.
we could give up
They
for
are
the
good.
effort.
These kids are so good.
Yeah.
I don't want to play this team in the playoffs. With how that sunset looks, with the tenacity they just showed here, forget it. This is a difficult team
Let's
to
stand up
overcome.
and go home.
I mean, to
Akshay bhai, they are already
and
at
to
home bro.
weather what FPX just
उनको
threw
बोल
at
भी
them.
नहीं सकते. Time to go home.
In
वो
front of
बोलेंगे
this
हम
crowd?
अब घर पे ही है लोडू.
Unbelievable. In OT, the pressure does not get any greater
No.
than that. Facing elimination.
अच्छा लगा देख के.
On foreign soil.
Yeah,
With a whole crowd
इतना पैसा
against
ढंग का
you.
नेट ले ले घर जाएगा ACT है.
that's just
What a
unreal.
performance.
I'm blown away.
भाई
I'm
ACT
blown
यार
away with
क्या पा
Heretics.
कर रहा है भाई?
I'm blown away with FPX, but somebody had to get the win. And this last round, this Patty Tech holding that angle, just shutting down that push, so they couldn't deal with it in time.
So many ridiculously close moments just in this map. I mean, forget about the series. Woot is
Bhai.
that dog, man. 37 and 25. 12 first bloods.
12
कौन?
first blood.
Unreal.
किसने मारा?
That's outrageous.
वूट ने?
That is absolutely outrageous.
भाई वूट heavy carried
And
भाई.
the
Heavy
performance he
carried.
had on Sunset too. It is a brilliant series from Woot, being called upon by Team Heretics in stage 1 to come in. Now showing up as this duelist. The Bladestorm ace in overtime. That was the literal dagger.
नहीं
That's so tragic
वो
how
stick
that
कर
ends
लेता.
too,
वो
man.
stick कर लेता.
Gets off the plant just so he can potentially take the fight. It's a 50-50, and that's how their
हो
tournament runs
जाता.
end. The Verizon post-match interview on the stage right now with Riens.
That's got to be one of the craziest series
Like
we have ever
crazy
seen on an
match
international
there.
stage. I'm now joined by Heretics Riens for a quick post-match interview. 大家好，我们现在邀请 Riens 选手在这儿做一次采访。Riens，你们今天打得很精彩，很厉害，但是在第三图的时候，看起来 FPX 要翻盘的时候，你们是怎么保持你们的心态，拿下了这一场比赛 ？Riens, that was a crazy game. Honestly, you guys played really well. But I wanted to ask you, there was a moment, well, a few moments on map 3. It felt like FPX could pull off the reverse sweep. So how did you guys keep your mental high and to make sure that you actually win this game?
I mean, I think we have like strong mentality as a team, so we are not getting
subtitles.
Like, tilted
Do
or
subtitles.
like, getting excited so much.
बराबर
Even though
दीदी.
we got hyped so much, we can just chill down and then like manage to
मेरा
chill down
ACT
and play the round
GB
correctly.
से चलता है तू
So
बनौती है
we just didn't
मेरा
let
भी
them
वही है भाई
win.
1 Gbps
That's it.
他说，我觉得
कभी
FPX
कभार
他
हो
们的
जाता है
意志力很强很强，所以我们觉得我们不想，我们想做自己知道可以做的事，不要感觉太兴奋，放松一下，然后是这个原因拿下来很顺利的一个结果。第二个问题我想问你是，你们在这个台上面对了2支 CN 赛区的队，我觉得大家肯定很好奇，你们有对 CN 这个赛区什么评论？你觉得他们打的怎么样 ？I wanted to ask you on this stage you faced 2 CN teams in this tournament already. What are your thoughts on this region and these teams?
पता है इसमें ACT का क्या सीन है? मेरा नेट जाता नहीं है.
I think China is like
slight fluctuation हो जाती है वो. कभी-कभी होती है हफ्ते में 1 बार या 2 बार. वो फ्लक्चुएशन की वजह से अगर मैं राउटर को रीस्टार्ट मारूँ ना तो आ जाता है वापस. ऐसा नहीं है कि मेरा नेट बहुत बीटी दे रहा है आजकल, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. नेट अच्छा है मेरा.
非常强，他们打得很棒啊！还有，我觉得这一场
比赛我玩得非常非常开心，
因为 FPX 是一个非常非常好的对手，所以我觉得Riens 选手在上海上这个舞台上玩得很好啊。最后一个问题跟你说，是你们下一轮想给哪一个队交手？如果EDG 选择你们的话，你们会3个 CN 的队都已经交手了。
Best Indian streamer, Asabolos, love you, yaar Sahil bhai.
So we're going to see which teams are going to choose you. If EDG choose you, that means you're going to play all of the CN teams on this stage. So do you have a preference? Anybody that you want to play against?
I mean, I don't have a preference, but I just don't want to play against like EMEA teams because like we already played them like every week, you know? So like I just prefer other regions team. I would be actually happy to play against EDG because they're also Chinese, you know? Like I wanted to play like all the Chinese teams. So yeah, that's it. And also like Chinese crowd is so good. Like they're just so hyped. We can even hear it in game. They're not like cheering for us, I know that, but it's still fun, you know?
下一轮的时候，他说他无所谓，跟谁交手都可以，就是不想跟 Fnatic， 因为他们一般在 EMEA 的时候总是跟
Fnatic बोला उसने तो Fnatic तो बोला ही नहीं अभी तक.
他非常也想跟 EDG 交一下手，因为他很喜欢 CN 赛区的队，他们觉得在场的观众们、粉丝们，他很喜欢你们，他想感谢你们，因为他可以听到你们的欢呼，听到你们的鼓掌，他知道是不是给他欢呼的，但是他也觉得很感动，很喜欢在这个舞台上。All right, they love you. They love you, Riens. They love you. Thank you very much for joining me. You guys are through to playoffs, but we're going to find out who's going to be joining Heretics for the last spot, so stay with us.
OP crowd appreciated that. Nice. भाई अपकमिंग मैच क्रेजी आसपास बोलते चड्डी खोलते भाई मैं तो अपना माल लेके आऊंगा भाई नेक्स्ट मैच देखने के लिए क्या बोलते गाइस हम तो चिल करके देखेंगे एकदम बोस्टर भाई का चक्कर आसपास टाइम बेबी भाई पता नहीं भाई ऐसे कोई प्लेयर्स होते हैं ना जिनको देख के ही ना खुश हो जाते हैं उनमें से एक है जिंग एक है आसपास लाइक शक्ल देख के ही और चिल एज फक और मस्त एकदम मजा आता है मुझे देख के उनको क्या बोलते हो गाइस जिंग तो भाई प्यार है मेरा प्यार
A massive start for FPX. He's got 4. His timing is perfect. The first shot delivered.
4 सेकंड भी हाँ.
Pushing the smoke, but they pass each other like two ships in the night. Paditech back on the swing. Boo falls. Paditech dies too.
अच्छा वो टेंस नहीं बोला क्यों?
It's a disaster. Oh boy. That's a cue for him to go.
Prime 10s versus Prime A. I would say 10s.
And he does.
Because Prime A was like Prime Chamber you can say. नहीं यार जेट में भी मारता था ये यार. श्राउड भी. फाटू आसपास. लव यू यार. साला लोअर बोल रहा है. G2 में मी ऑल्सो. ठीक है. कोजी बाय. लव यू बेबी. मेरा प्राइम देखा है किसी ने? मेरा प्राइम देखा है? मेरा प्राइम टाइम देखना है तो वो वाले शॉट्स देखो जो मैं डालता था पहले एक्चुअली. टेंस हु? नहीं मैंने कौन सा डाला था? कोरियन जेट हु, फाटूज जॉर्ज जेट. देखो जाके तुम्हारा घर जाएगा. ऐसे फ्लिक्स, ऐसे ड्रैग्स. एक्चुअली ना दिखाऊं क्या तुम्हें मैं? घर जाएगा तुम्हारा घर. यार ट्विच पे नहीं चल रहा क्या? अब हो गया क्या ट्विच? क्या हो रहा है ट्विच का? ये चल तो रहा है ट्विच अब. ठीक है ठीक है. ट्विच पे देखेंगे. दिखाऊं? घर जाएगा तुम्हारा घर. कहाँ गया? हाँ घर जाएंगे शॉर्ट्स में तुम्हारे. भाई क्या खेलता था मैं यार. शॉट बेबी. शॉट. क्या शॉट्स मारता था यार. चपरी बाल तमीज से. लास्ट शॉट देखना घर जाएगा. सीएस में कितने हैक किए? रोज हैक करता था. और बोल भाई ये वाला शॉट देखो.
मिलिंग शंबर मिलिंग.
भाई हवा में वो भी मैंने डैश वो स्पेस बार दबा के रख रखा है. उसमें मैंने उसको नो स्कोप मारा हवा में. कुछ भी था यार. फक. आप अपने प्राइम में सीएस में हैक करते थे. लव यू अक्षय. थैंक यू फॉर टेलिंग मी. साढ़े भाई वो कहाँ है भाई? ये देख भाई. ये उस टाइम की बात है जब राइट क्लिक नर्फ नहीं हुआ था जेट का. तो राइट क्लिक मारने के बाद वापस आ जाते थे. शॉट था. थैंक्स. छपरी. आंटी मंडी को छपरी बोला तो. Hey guys, anyone missing the guitar, yo? My old setup guitar.
आप अपने प्राइम ICS माई हैक करते दी.
खुद ही बोल रहे हैं.
Last player standing.
1v5, 1v4. घर जाएगा घर.
शॉर्ट ही ओवरहील्ड है.
लॉन्ग पे लेफ्ट का पिन बैठा हुआ है.
घर जाएगा तुम्हारा. चपरी तू कुछ भी बोल फाटू. लव यू यार. एक बेटिंग का मोन्टाज निकालो। गिटार फेंक दिया? नहीं रे, वहीं पे पड़ा हुआ है जहाँ पे ये एक्चुअली अभी लगा हुआ है ना, वहीं पे पड़ा हुआ है, लेके ही नहीं आया मैं। जेट 2 डैश 3 स्मोक्स राइट क्लिक, अब तो कुछ भी नहीं है। जेट के 2 डैश 2 डैश नहीं थे, एक ही डैश था, बट उसमें वो टाइमर शाइमर का सीन नहीं था। 2 अपड्राफ्ट थे, 3 स्मोक था, और हर एक स्मोक का टाइम लाइक अभी के स्मोक से डबल टाइम था। लाइक अभी जितनी जल्दी स्मोक चले जाते हैं ना इसके, उससे डबल ही था एक स्मोक का। भाई कुछ ज़्यादा ही नर्व करा है जेट को, क्योंकि बहुत डोमिनेटिंग थी जेट पहले। राइट क्लिक नर्व तो फिर भी ठीक लगा मुझे, क्योंकि पैंचर राइट क्लिक मारते थे लॉन्ग रेंज लोग। 2 डैश थे पक्का, एक ही था भाई। भाई जेट के 3 स्मोक्स थे, पता है पता है। घर जाएगा घर। भाई ये देखो भाई, देखो
ओह शिट।
भाई मेरे को खुद नहीं समझ आया मैंने क्या मारा। और मैं चिल हूं एकदम, लाइक मेरे लिए ये इजी था पहले। देख रहे हो क्या, नो रिस्पॉन्स ब्रो, नो फक्स गिवन। आई वाज लाइक रोज मारता हूं मैं तो ये। यू आर आउटसाइड, क्या मतलब आउटसाइड व्हाट? फक, बस्ती का हस्ती ब्रो। गोल्ड लॉबीज, अरे नहीं इमॉर्टल था मैं, इमॉर्टल 3 था इस टाइम पे मैं। फॉर रियल ब्रो, ये वीएलटी बूट कैम्प का है भाई। भाई का सेटअप हुआ करता था एक अलग पीसी वहाँ पे। घर जाएंगे तुम्हारा, ये आपके लिए इजी था, प्लस आप छपरी थे। थैंक्स फॉर द मोटिवेटिंग वर्ड्स। मैं कितना मोटा था भाई, टू बी ऑनेस्ट। स्टार्ट तो नहीं हुआ ना? नहीं। मस्ती का हस्दी ब्रो। टेंस रियल आईडी से आप पार्ट 2, ये कौन सा है? अच्छा ये तो देख लिया। पार्ट 3 भी डाला है मैंने भाई। यू रिमेंबर दिस इज, आई एम रेडी अन्ना। फास्टेस्ट एस्ट इन द वैलोरेंट हिस्ट्री, भाई का रिकॉर्ड है ये। अभी तक मैंने ये क्लिप आगे फॉरवर्ड नहीं करी है, बट फास्टेस्ट एस इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ वैलोरेंट भाई का यही वाला है। कितना है, कितने सेकंड में मारा मैंने एस बताओ? आई एम रेडी अन्ना। ठीक है 39, कितने सेकंड में खत्म हुआ ये? कितने सेकंड में मारा गाइस मैंने? 5 सेकंड। लाइक 1 सेकंड में एक प्लेट डेट। मार सकता है कोई? तमीज से, हाँ बजने का नहीं। पर वो याद है जो एस्ट्रोवॉल के थ्रू ऑप किया था, वो दिखा दिया मैंने भाई। 7 सेकंड कैसे भाई? तुम काउंट तो तब करोगे ना जब आई स्टार्ट शूटिंग। हाँ देखो, काउंट तब करो जब स्टार्ट शूट स्टार्टिंग करता हूं मैं, ठीक है? 137 पे स्टार्ट करता हूं मैं और एंड 134 पे एंड करता हूं। 3 सेकेंड, घर जाएगा तुम्हारा घर। 4 5 6 7, 4 सेकेंड। 4 सेकेंड में 3.5 सेकेंड भाई होना चाहिए ना वो मेरा। क्या बोलते हो? लवली जब राउंड शुरू हुआ तब करेंगे। क्यों भाई? लर्न का 3 सेकेंड, 3 सेकेंड के अंदर एस मारा है मैंने। Love your content. There is a very less info about PC, Valo, YT community and success and money and fame. Would love to see from you, like how much do Valo streams usually earns? जितना सुपर चैट आया है उतना ही मेरी जान. 100 रुपये एक दिन में, बस 100 रुपये, 120 रुपये मान लो एक दिन के, उसमें से भी 30% YT 80 रुपये, 30 दिन में 8 3 24, 2400 रुपये महीने के. इतनी जल्दी हो जाता है. ठीक है, स्कैम कर गए. चलो ना आपकी ना मेरी 5 सेकंड में ख़त्म करते हैं. 5 थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया, 4 करें. मेरा भी रिकॉर्ड है 1 सेकंड में. पूछा पर भाई थोड़ा आप भी कास्टिंग कर देते तो डन बेबी. ना 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 ना. भाई मैं कितने शॉर्ट्स डालता था पहले. ये एडिटर कहाँ गया बे मेरा? कुछ नहीं डालता पांचो. अरे क्यूटीज.
And I think about, again, strong opposition,
I also
especially when
think
they're playing
about you,
against a team like
thanks.
BRG, who's great shooters, and that's the same again against LEV. Those kind of little mistakes, missed timings, they could lose them a game today.
Very true. Let's go ahead and find out some insights from a
इतनी
former
जल्दी
world
दे
champion.
देते
Get
हो
into
क्या?
standing by with CNET.
गाइस थोड़ा लाइक सब्सक्राइब हो जाता तो.
We have an incredible matchup ahead of us today. I'm now joined by CNET.
मेरे को गुस्सा आ जाता है जहाँ भी मैं इसको देख लेता हूँ. CNET की बात करो गाइस.
From that tournament, you're going to play against him today. Is there anything you want to say?
गुस्सा आ जाता है मुझे.
Last time we played against him, I played like better individually, but he eliminated our team. I hope this time he play better, but we eliminate him.
Oh, okay. I can't wait to see it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, CNET.
टैंक रिडल हो जाए. लाओ भाई.
Well, you know, we have been blessed with a second face-off between two world champions, CNET and Aspas. Now, their last meeting was an awesome
Sentinels कब
match
ज्वाइन
of
कर रहे हो
champs last year.
शिवशीष भाई?
Every game when 13,
एक्सक्लेमेशन मार्क
11,
VLT
you
करो.
know, I
वहाँ पे
mean, look,
लिखा
it's
आएगा,
CNET,
वहाँ पे एक
it's
फोटो
Aspas.
आएगी.
You couldn't have asked for a better
छाती चौड़ी कर रहा हूँ, यहाँ पे VLT for life
exactly.
लिखा है.
Yes, Aspas got the win, but
Thanks.
CNET got the better individual performance, right?
Hey.
So it's going to tie it up, but you know, revenge is
A dish
How do guys
best
faster than-
served cold.
Yeah, exactly. It's not very cold here today in Shanghai, but I think that he will be very, very happy to take that revenge.
It's the coldest day since we've been here. Anyways, it's a really... It's not, because that's true. But it's really an incredible matchup that we have ahead of us here. CNET, you know,
तुम
I
तो सही
think
में लिख रहे हो exclamation VLT.
after that peak, when he won champions,
छाती
thought
देखनी है
there was
क्या
going to be
मेरी?
kind of a fall-off. He goes off, he plays with Na'Vi. We see him struggle for a while. But now he's on a FUT roster where he looks really comfortable. And it's the first time we really see him super happy, super involved with his team.
Yes.
And also just shooting back to that level when he won a championship. And it's really the same for Aspas as well.
I think it's not the same for CNET because last year, even though he was with Na'Vi and he was trying to experiment a bit, he was
Na'Vi?
never comfortable. He was
याद
always
आ
in the
रही
back end. Now this year, he is the one making and proposing. Let's do something different. I want to be
आसपास
better than
बोलते.
just a jet player.
Yeah, but then, you know, you got Leviathan's Aspas, who has always
his
been
Aspas.
comfortable in every single role, every single situation that he puts himself in here. And Mimi, I mean, this is going to be a fireworks show between these two teams.
Yeah, both of these teams really, you'll sometimes see rounds just evolve into individual stuff. They're also both very similarly built, where they put a lot into enabling their duelist player. They give a lot of freedom. This is the most free we've ever really
क्या लिख रहे हो
seen
Diablo?
CNET in
थोड़ा
a
तो शर्म
roster.
करो यार.
And for Aspas, they give him so much of that same levity. For both of these guys, I think they are players that will define this matchup.
चलो guys,
and it's
5 मिनट
absolutely
का break
do or
ले
die.
अपन.
You're either going to make
आप
the
लो और
playoffs
मैं.
today or get eliminated.
मैं भी
A
थोड़ा
world champ is
कुछ
going
खा
home.
पी के
That's
आता हूँ,
right.
लेके
And
आता हूँ
that
कुछ
is
अपने लिए
mind
और माल भी
blowing
लेके
to
आऊँगा
think
अपना.
about, but we have
माल
a
मतलब
great
मेरा
match
सोफा
to
भाई,
start things
गलत
off.
मत
We're
समझो.
going to close it out even better, baby.
start हो रहा
Let's
है.
send it over to the stage for LEV versus FUT.
चलो एंट्री देख लो. 2 मिनट आया मैं भाई. हैवी एंट्री है भाई. ओके इश है. BRB
FUT Sports.
It's the final match of the Swiss stage. You win here, you move on to the playoffs. If you lose, your run in Shanghai ends today. And the difference between this matchup and the one we just saw is that we have two world champions on opposite sides of the field looking to bring it to one another, because really, that's what it's all about. Win here and you move on.
Yeah, exactly. And for FUT, of course, this means a lot. We know that internationally they haven't done their best, but they have also never once against an America's team. So today they can make history.
And as we look at the map, Vito, here, we're going to be starting off in pretty familiar territory for both of these teams. On Sunset, that'll be the choice of Leviathan. They've had a really good record on this one, 4-1, after kind of playing on this breach gecko composition, which I think they implement really well. Their defense side in particular, they showed some excellent retakes when they started on the defense in their last game. That lead brought them to a dominant victory against T1.
I mean, yeah, I can understand that they decide to go for the Sunset Lotus, though it's very surprising that FUT keeps selecting this map. We know that they've been struggling and changing the compositions time and time again. Maybe there's a new one that they want to show. Maybe they found every single thing that went wrong last time.
I mean, I'm just happy they've moved away from the Sage comp, that they were playing in EMEA with no initiator. I think it was at least an improvement, even if they ended up losing.
They may have used all their cards in EMEA, and now they come to the international stage, and we're like, oh, that's just
But that's what makes it tough
comp.
to make it to this point. If you're playing through the Swiss stage as well, you're off-putting so much VOD footage, so much for your opponents to prep against. And I think Leviathan is at their best when they have that time to go back and prep and prepare. In both of the matches that they've been able to take home, and in that first map, even in the series they lost, I think it came down to game planning and prep to be at their best. And you really have to credit Coach Goked for putting that stuff together.
100%. Now, also another familiar, I shouldn't say familiar, but interesting thing here is that you are going to have this crowd white hot for Leviathan, because there are a lot of people who are Aspas fans in the crowd, and we saw how much that played a role in that first series. FPX were just really feeding off of that energy to will them back into the game. So, you know, if you're Leviathan, you have to feel a little good in your FUT. You're probably approaching this one with a bit of a chip on your shoulder, ready to silence some people.
Yeah, some of the people probably weren't even of age when Zenit was a world champion.
It was like 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's a joke, maybe. I don't mean it. But,
it does feel like forever ago.
But yeah, we were hearing Rian saying how you can actually hear the crowd. And we see no surprises on the Agent Select here on Sunset. We know that FUT decided to pick this map against FPX, but you know, it wasn't that pretty. Yeah, exactly. On the defense, it wasn't very bright. Probably that's what they decided to start on the attack. But Leviathan surely saw something there that made them go for this one. But
yeah, absolutely.
Still, you know, perfect with this conversation.
Sure. FUT, I think the biggest key to winning on this defensive side is trying to bait out the trap plays that LEV to set up with that breach, and also being proactive to disrupt the flood retakes that are so effective from LEV.
Well, here we go. Last match of the Swiss stage. Let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. It's Baby Bay and do it double duty, baby. It's Douglas.
There was a lot of D's in there. I've got to find a better way to take that throw. Elimination. Elimination on the line. And honestly, for this to be how the Swiss stage closes, Dre, I could not possibly ask for anything else.
Yeah, we got two ex-champions going head-to-head against each other.
It's perfect.
And it's going to be so much pressure from both sides. Elimination game. And you got to feel like FUT. I mean, they haven't been playing with an advantage at all. The home crowd has always been against them. Two Chinese teams. Now it's Aspas.
Yeah.
Full support. Speak of the devil. He will be getting first contact. Breaking that Roomba early on and just wants to give it there. A very slow approach from FUT, who got completely obliterated the last time they played this match against FPX.
The team we unfortunately just had to bid adieu to.
This is an awesome pistol round already from FUT, but the timing might not be there for them because LEV already ahead of this. That chip did not get broken.
Cage triggered. It made a little bit of noise, but yeah, you're right. I don't know that it was enough. LEV have already put a lot of their defenses back here. Mazzino's looking to reposition with the utility that he can try to dump out onto the side. Meanwhile, FUT not really having created enough space to get out of elbow. Up until now, as Mr. Fallen's the tip of the spear, the first one to go. A flash in the face of Tex, and he cannot stand strong. He cannot hold on. And now it's on to King. A 1v5 and a disastrous start for LEV as the flawless round goes the way of FUT.
And another pistol round win for Mr. Fallen and FUT. They had an 80% win rate on pistol rounds this entire tournament so far going into this, and now it's even higher.
What the fuck just happened?
They've been so good in these, man.
And it's all off of him. Not only does he cook up the strats, but that breach C that he had on the comm there was nowhere for him to go.
It was perfect. It was perfect.
I imagine we're going to see another slow approach here going into the anti-eco round for FUT. It will be a little bit of A control, though.
Well, that hurts.
Good default utility use from FUT. This is all going to be conditioning that we're going to see further in the half. With that being said, Aspas did walk down a little bit down mid, but Yedege is just holding for him. And with this elbow control, they can really just freeze the round, manipulate any rotations they want, and hold for a re-aggression.
Yeah, they've kind of split them apart, haven't they?
Yeah. And Mazzino here with this fault line. This could lead to disaster for FUT.
Bro,
and he's been so great on this breach on this map. He's really been the difference maker of why LEV is so dominant on a map like this.
The value that he's been able to provide is immeasurable. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, not only in terms of like his actual ability to get kills, but his utility. Speaking of utility,
dude, everything tagged him. It was a dizzy, it was the flash, it was the, I mean, everything. Now Crack's pushing forward. King is held strong at least enough to get a couple of kills, leaving Yetuje, CNED, and Adata Captain alive, but the first two certainly worse for wear.
भाई आसपास अगर दो मारेगा, अगर राउंड निकालेगा, 5 gift.
This could be a really costly anti-eco round for the likes of FUT. And he's slowly going to be creeping up into the site.
भाई निकाल सकता है आसपास.
Proactive in this approach on the post plant though, so they should have an idea, an inkling that he's crept in here from the CT side.
Yeah, surely not giving him the ones that high-low. Snapped onto the first.
Yeah.
Not able to connect the second. FUT get theirs. They're able to carry 2 rifles into the next round as well.
And they made it costly. That's all because King just tucking in that back default box on A. He had a bunch of players bait for him on the actual site, so when it came down to full clearing it, I mean, you don't expect another guy to be there.
Right.
Why is King there?
Superman returns.
This will be a very important round for LEV to get on the board. And I imagine we're going to see a very similar approach to a lot of these rounds from FUT. A very slow start. See what's going on with their default. Look, that's that default utility that was conditioned in the previous round, but King is ahead of this time because he's playing in that elbow area. And he does this quite a bit. Well, he himself will do the one-way jump spot. He has the Omen flash if he gets contact anywhere.
Meanwhile, they're playing for contact on the other side. Aspas with the paranoia in his face, had a captain set, TPing forward, and Com's there to punish.
And that's that fault line from Mazzino, punishing Adata Captain. And
Whoa!
It was from such a distance.
Bro took 0 damage,
can
bro.
they find? They've thrown the brakes on this round. Yetuje and Mr. Fallen with so much to do, and yeah, it's just gotten a little bit easier. That's now 2 down.
You have to imagine those are 2 guns they're going to want going into that next round. Nobody else right now wants to go down for LEV. Otherwise, I mean, they're not going to really have much of a buy.
Yeah, it gets really messy there. They're going to be slow peeking mid by themselves. The first one falls. Yetuje with 56 HP now left in that 1v3 with Outlaw in hand still.
They found my wire.
And I like the way they're playing this. It's very disciplined. They're not swinging into him. They even drop the paranoia, but King's position given away. Pull between his eyes.
That was a nasty shot from Yetuje. Sitting at 4-0 already.
Whoa! He's gotten high ground, and he's gotten it down to 1. Com has to pull this off on his own. He can also just be patient with it. He's got to take the fight! And he lands that shot, the Red Bull clutch for FUT. What a start!
It's disaster! over for LEV. They had the round won, but they were too eager to keep going for kills in mid. And the Outlaw could be so strong. I mean, this shot, this was so cold against the champ. And then he just diffs Calm in the 1v1. The discipline not quite there for LEV. They were up 2 players.
Leviathan, what the fuck, bro?
But Doug, we've seen this before from FUT, where they acquire a big lead and then they just let it slip away.
Yeah, true. Yeah, you're not wrong about that. That fault line coming out from Azino, we've mentioned it a couple of times, how good it is, how effective he is at using it. Adata creeping forward. Azino spotted, now killed.
I know exactly where you are. I must wait a moment.
All intel the way of FUT right now. They see that A site's open and CNET is able to take that B just for free. This is looking like a whole new team from FUT. The pacing, the scaling.
Meanwhile, LEV starting to have to reckon with these demons that have caused them problems. Really, the majority of the year. A team that feels like gives up situations that they really shouldn't, advantages that should be theirs, unfortunately go the other way. They're gonna have to give a bit of the same medicine back to FUT if they want to win this round. The big difference here is time is way more pressing. Tex and King have both upgraded weapons. Send Wingman to try to do it on his own. Tex would have to 1v3.
It's half.
He can't take the fight. Oh, he's on a tap. He's tagged him down. 70 HP, daring him to swing, beckoning him to challenge. But the spike will go off. Tex gets the kills, but the round goes the way of FUT.
Nice try.
A great post plan from FUT. It got a little bit scrappy, but they just played the clock there. And it runs down.
To perfection.
Yeah, but for LEV, I mean, those are all confidence kills. You just did a 2v4 retake and almost won the round? I mean, Tex almost took the head off of the Omen player there. Right at the end, but...
I think part of the issue, though, Dre, is...
Nice try, nice try.
It has never felt like confidence is what lacks for this LEV squad. Right, like Tex does stuff like that. He does stuff like that all the time. It's the bigger picture. It's when they have to come together, when the macro kind of falls apart, when they're losing 3v5s and things like that. That's where it feels like they stumble.
And it's so rare to see that on this map specifically.
That's true.
They're very good at this map. A big opener from Krax on Azino.
Punished once more. Mr. Fallen with ult in hand. Oh, and the timing on the crunch is just beautiful. It's textbook, it's surgical. Tex is gonna have to put together another clip here. Numbers the way of the attack. Thrash invested. A whole lot of homies on the map right now. Little bit of value found.
Yeah?
A 2v3.
Yeah.
Tex is caught. A little bit of help from Aspas. The flash is there. They knew, they expected him to be holding over his shoulder. And as the spike ticks away, LEV are forced to sit back and watch, not allowed to play.
They're just delaying the time here. That wingman needs to get broken.
And it does. Not even getting to half. And now they have the fault line. They still have all these darts.
Why didn't they make the trap, bro?
It's clinical. Dre, that crunch that they hit market, everything from top to bottom in that round went the way of FUT. That was beautiful.
A very good snowball so far from FUT. Good use of the ultimates. A second gun round going their way. And even that thrash at the end there, it's all just to delay the time. Right. Mr. Fallen, the supplier with the fire in that situation.
Early timeout. Yeah, early timeout called here. A pause on the side of LEV, who could probably not have imagined.
Vishal bhai, welcome. Sab badhiya.
And it's all because of that bonus round. I mean, they had a 3v1 even at the end. Forget the first two that died top mid.
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
Whatever.
That happens.
Whatever, yeah. You're trying to warm up, I get it. You want to show that you're confident against a team like FUT. But FUT got some aimers, man, and we saw that in prime effect. with Yedege.
A Turkish aim hits different.
That was
Gambit को रहा था पता नहीं किसके अगेंस्ट हुआ था उनका फाइनल्स एसेंट का जो चैंपियंस जीती थी गाइस किसके अगेंस्ट था फाइनल
struggled really to start things off. You know, we talked a lot about his utility and how effective he is on the breach, but it feels like every single time he's the one getting picked. He's the one getting punished.
It's really weird. It's uncharacteristic because usually he's not the one that's taking these first picks. You know, these opening fights.
And if he does, he wins them.
Yeah.
Gambit
can't be doing that against the Turkish aim of FUT.
No.
And now we're going to see a change of pace. A heavy A default. There is a decent buy from LEV.
What?
So they will be able to fight fire with fire here.
Bro, मैं champions की बात कर रहा हूँ.
And someone who I've been praising quite a bit on this LEV team has Vincom, specifically on this map where he plays that Sentinel role, that Cypher. I feel like he does a really good job of playing off the trips, knowing when to not play off the trips and give sight. Yeah, he really hasn't had a chance to do that quite yet. This could be a really good opportunity for them.
Yeah, for him to shine, for him to lean into his utility and try to create some advantages
Courage
his way,
cowardly
his
dog
team's way.
Maya,
Meanwhile, the rocket triggered, fired off, no kills found. But FUT again roll over the defense. Mazzino finally on the board, but still much more to do. Spike not planted. They're gonna have to try to do a 3v3 retake for LEV to get on the board finally.
Everyone hiding.
Cypher ult for Cypher ult here. Info gathered from both sides, but Mr. Fallen sitting here with that flash. This is all to delay.
Cracks looked like he was considering a flank around, a re-wrap, but no, instead he stays on site, he gets the best of comm, looking for more. But he continues to get tagged, he continues to get peppered. Mr. Fallen still has to hold the line for him. He's got the full line, that should cause a swing, and that's exactly what it does. Another round the way of FUT.
That's not ready.
This team of FUT is so good at post plants, Doug. They're insane on them. I think the statistic is something ridiculous, one of the highest of this tournament. But this is that 6-round mark that we've seen so many times before.
Yeah,
this is where it tends to slip away. Maybe they just have more confidence. They're not going against
Courage the cowardly dog तो
unconventional, unfamiliar style of a Chinese team.
मैं देखता था बचपन में भाई. वो कुत्ता उनका घर
Maybe this can be the moment where they take the lead and run away with it.
हुआ करता था. एक वो बुढ़िया वो जो चेयर पे बैठी रहती थी और उसका एक और पति जो कोई काम नहीं करता था.
No real ults. I mean, Cracks is more than halfway to his, but
भाई कितने बचपन में देखता था भाई.
Mr. Fallen nowhere near, CNET nowhere near. Another opener the way of FUT.
This is the FUT we all know. They contact it.
Oh my God,
like
bro!
This.
That was so decisive.
Smooth
CNET just
movement
soaring
by
through the
CNET.
site, smothering the opposition.
You can't play anywhere on that site.
No, not at all. But then what are you gonna do? You're just gonna play off and try to retake with pistols? I mean, it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Yeah, when you don't have the guns in your favor, I mean, sometimes you gotta just go for broke. And I don't imagine that Ospas will win this 1v4, I should say. And I do have the actual stat. Before this match, FUT, this whole tournament long, they've been 32 for 37 on post plants. That's an 86% conversion rate. And then you think about that and you're like, how have the games even been close? How are they not even in the playoffs?
Yeah. They shouldn't be here.
Right?
If they keep winning like that, I mean, they just have no business being down here.
Maybe it was nerves before, maybe it was something else, but they're not slowing down right now.
No. Up 7-0 against the number 3 seed from America. A team that was built to compete for championships. This was not a team with expectations of being sent home in groups on the international stage. I mean, you've got some heavy hitters here. You've got 2 world champs. You've got Common Aspas on your team. You got King, who was the brightest spot on Leviathan last year.
Yeah, my brother.
Here. Tex comes through Ascension. He's the real deal. He continues to improve. He continues to impress. It's just a team that shouldn't be in this position.
And it felt like they really turned a leaf and that they were like unstoppable towards the latter end of the season and in that playoff to qualify for this LAN.
Yeah, it seemed like they'd figured something out, but it's almost like they left whatever they learned back home.
Look at this contact style. Usually stuff like this can work against you, but that's Mazzino falling again. That's what we've been saying.
And now all that utility that we've been talking about is ineffective.
Oh, this is dirty.
Yeah, he's waiting for the other. Heard 2 sets of footsteps. Only's able to get one.
A 5v3. Again, they just need a death ball here. I imagine they might even invest another Thrash here. Just secure the round.
It's the rich getting richer, man.
Yeah.
They have so many things they can lean into. They have so many advantages.
Great fault line.
And the tag into the cam was really nice into the smoke. Com's able to get two, but has to run away.
What?
Traded though. A 2v2 now. The spike down. Aspas has his rocket. Right on cue, triggered. Looking for a target. He's got to find it. He tries to get him top. And a captain snuffs out the wick.
Aspas, hello?
What was that? The captain taking things into his own hands. Aspas, it's so rare to see this guy sitting at 1-8. Right there. But now you know why. That was a showstopper right there. He just gets his head taken clean off. And Com did such a good job of bringing this round back.
It was off of the utility that you were talking about a couple of rounds ago and how good he is with it. That's unbelievable.
That replay.
Sahab.
Yeah, guys.
Actually, that was a
bro. Everybody did. Everybody
awesome
did.
Shot,
And you can tell the crowd is completely silent here.
And that's the second timeout called.
You have to, though. You have to somehow stop the bleeding.
What a start,
13-0 chahiye, thanks.
And honestly, it felt like Yetujay's positioning there at the middle of the round where he heard Aspas and he gets the best of Com. That really feels like if you could take a micro shot of how this half has gone, that was it. Yeah. Right there. Where Footer just, I mean, they're two,
Senior
three
development
steps ahead
defense,
of what's
आसपास को
going
भी
on.
करनी चाहिए, but उनकी.
Jeez. This has been a ridiculous start.
Economy थोड़ी वैसी बन नहीं रही. एक भी round तो जीत
need to stop the bleeding here. They absolutely have to. And the thing is if they do, if they can do that, they've seen other teams bring it all the way back.
Yeah.
And maybe that can build them confidence. But I mean, if you let it get too far out of hand and give FUT too much of a buffer, could be disaster. The only one positive on Leviathan right now is Tex, the player from Ascension.
Meanwhile, something you said earlier, I mean, you're absolutely right about, man. When was the last time you saw Aspas 1-8?
I have no clue.
I don't, yeah.
I don't think I've ever.
But FUT has just played this to perfection.
The slow, silent walk-in approach has been working really well against Leviathan.
Leviathan का map pick है, yes.
Maybe they're just not warmed up, not dialed in on their crosshairs quite yet. Oh my gosh. He takes himself out with that showstopper, but he gets one for ones.
The problem is nobody cares about whether or not you were warmed up on that day.
Yeah.
Nobody remembers that. Thrash invested, cracks clearing space. Ada Captain should be able to fill behind it, or he's just going to hold on to mid and continue to cause problems.
And Krax is able to pick that Thrash up again for the post plant.
Ada Captain left on the other side of this trip. Meanwhile, the Rolling Thunder out as they try to flood him behind the site. They've drawn out the ult. They're going to flip back mid. They're going to flip back A. Ada Captain gets caught. Tried tucking under the trip. Honestly, I respect it. I would have tried the same thing.
Caught but not punished. And now he can keep at least 2 players here. He can listen for the rotation. Com has to go huge here, Doug.
He's on his own.
Great opener.
How much more can he get? 13 seconds left. They're comfortable slowing things down. They realize time is on their side. Now the ult's invested. Keep an eye on Ada Captain. He finally falls with 5 seconds left. Thrash on the way. Com not able to hold the line. Spike down.
What?
Just barely. And Tex
Hello?
9-0 the way of FUT. That was their best chance. And that
was a 2v4, bro. Com, तेरे को इस fight लेने की जरूरत नहीं थी.
Think that you've taken so many left turns, surely it's going to go right sometime. But it's just not happening. A 9-0 lead. And a great fault line, a great setup for that market split. And then baiting out the breach ult.
It was perfect.
From Mazino.
It was perfect.
Falling back. Oh my gosh. But still.
Bro, ये क्या throw है? ये क्या चल रहा है भाई? Gecko की ult भी थी वापस. The fuck?
It doesn't seem like there's anything there for Lev right now.
Tex, the only shining star, gets taken out. The trades once more going in favor of FUT. And another free bomb plant, man. This is such a showing right now.
Cracks will get a little bit closer to having his ult online. Did he dink him? He dinked him on that fadeaway tap. But Aspas finally coming online, getting 2 big kills. 3v2, the way of the defense, but 6 HP among 2 of the members. And the spike is sitting on the other side of this. They're going to have to frag their way through Leviathan if they want to win this round. The thing is, they've done it at every single turn. And now an attempt to do it again. Aspas clearing the cam, looking for the fight. Yethuj waiting on the other side of the box. The fault line will connect. The swing will come through, and Aspas will fall once more.
I just don't understand. He ulted all the way to B site.
Yeah, I don't know.
He left Aspas on an island. And Mr. Fallen.
30 seconds left.
I mean, I thought it was Mazzino who had great breach utility, but it's actually Mr. Fallen that's been the one with the great breach utility so far.
I don't know if King thought the hit was going back B and they would rotate it out. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Was it a misclick or something?
He canceled that.
That's a huge blunder, right?
Why can't they play together, bhai?
And they knew they had bomb as well, so where are you going? This is so uncharacteristic of King and the rest of the squad of Leviathan. I mean, Tex looks like he's the only one that came here to play for map 1. Aggression down mid again. Aspas did this the last round, but look at the utility to stop him. And then this!
Adacaptain holds the line. 2 down in the face of the aggression. A tragic start for Lev. Amateur. They're still able to find a little bit of value playing around Com's cages. Adacaptain TPing away. He's going to be able to get deep into spawn. He's going to be able to try to control the rotations as best as he can. The smoke's coming through. Aspas should be able to get ahead of it, though. And with a minute left on the round, they have time to flip this back if they want to.
And he's able to do this because they're sitting at such a big buffer. Why not take a risk? I mean, somebody could have been there.
Oh, 1000%.
And then he's just going to keep going. That's 3.
Even if they are there, he might not care.
Right there.
Another dominant round from FUT. 11-0.
I can't see this.
Lev did not show up on Sunset. They haven't.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to jinx it.
It's just unbelievable how good FUT look right now.
It's 11-0.
Bro, what?
All of the words. Unbelievable. Ridiculous.
And they don't have, I mean, there's no other way to slow the game down. There's no other way to ice this thing.
No. At this point for Lev, I mean, I'm sure they even know that this is going to be the toughest ask. It wasn't clean, yeah. It wasn't clean, but he got one. Oh,
just one, the thrash in his face. Adacaptain gets a second. Numbers the way of the attack, the paranoia out. Mazzino's the first there. And he's flashed. Cracks trying to challenge. He takes a little bit of damage for it. Mazzino now looking to get active, looking to push forward. 2 taken down. Yethuj will fall as well. CNET in a 1v2. Surely they hear this. Unless the sound of the nade covered his footsteps.
There is a cam in B main and a trip B main, though.
He's not going to have to reckon with any of it, depending on how he plays.
That is true, but it could give Lev the info required to just figure out systematically where CNET is playing.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, this cam will be the cue as well.
Oh, he's repositioning. You would think he's tucked back main, but he's playing tight, he's playing close. CNET in 1v2 to keep the game perfect! Cannot! Aspas will get Leviathan there first.
And they needed to make a mark. They needed to make a dent. Who other than Aspas to do it for them? But it's been a rough one.
भाई खुश है भाई अभी भी ग्राउंड जीत गए.
You can't help but feel like this one just might be too much of a lead to come back from.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I would have to agree. This was just such a dominant
performance.
Almost 12 rounds if it doesn't go
finally,
the 1v1 doesn't go the way of Aspas.
Finally.
You're looking at a 12-0 lead. We're going to throw it to an Omen player moments and take a listen to Yetujay, who's currently sitting at 16-2 right now for FUT.
Hello guys, I am Yetujay from FUT Sports. Yeah, it was so hard. We wasn't expect that much harder, but we win, that's all. When we lose first match, my coach said like, just play your game. That happens, like we can lose, we can win. Just try to be team, support each other. My mentality is like, we can lose every match. We can maybe eliminate it today. But if we lose with good gameplay, like if we lose because they are better, that means like that's a lesson for us. We're gonna be just upgrade ourselves more.
Swings back in and connects onto Luke. Cracks has gotten 3! How in the world does he get away with that?
I'm so happy to play against LEV. I think it's good and it will just upgrade us. I love Aspas so much. I really like him gameplay and I'm just waiting for him to come my traps and die. We're gonna win next match. That's all.
Oh, it's
Google
been
का
the FUT
सुयश
show
रहा
this
है?
entire half, this
कौन है
entire
भाई?
map so far, and there are plenty of people who are excited about that. 11-1, the way of the number 3 seed from EMEA. LEV look lost. They look like a shell of the team that qualified for this tournament.
FUT look way more comfortable now going up against a more conventional style of play. And it's night and day.
किस एंगल से आसपास लग रहा है ये? गाइस नुमान को गाली देना जरा. टेंशन नहीं, मॉड है तब भी गाली दो.
Honestly, the way we saw FUT look the last time they were on the stage.
On this map, they got obliterated.
Yep.
Like not even close. But I guess that could work to their favor. And maybe LEV thought that, you know, it would be an easy one.
It's been anything but if that was the case.
And I say this quite a bit, but at this point for LEV, any round,
Suyash,
I mean, it counts. It matters. It gives you momentum going into the next map, which is Lotus. And LEV aren't really good. They've lost the last 3 Lotuses they've played.
Cam spotting 1, maybe 2, but cleared. LEV have taken a little bit of space mid, but if they decide to go back B, they're going to have to reckon with this triple stack.
Bro is not afraid, bro. CNET bench ekdam.
I mean, you really have to push him off. You have to use bodies, utility. He will sit here and disrespect you until he gets punished.
That's where he gets scary, man.
Yep.
Sheriff खेल रहा है ये.
Captain has a paranoia invested. Did not tag Aspas, but there is a little bit of help. The ball line did. They're all dead, man. There's nowhere for them to go unless Aspas can fight back. He's still alive. He's still there. 22 HP, looking for the spam. Aspas with 3. The snap is pretty, but they still have to win the round. I don't think he's spotted yet. Yetujay.
Oh. 2 players sitting at 1 apiece.
30 seconds
Colin
left.
has to find a window here, or try to hold the site itself.
Yeah, but Mr. Fallen did hear that.
Right
there. And he spots him.
He's the healthy one too.
He dodged that fault line.
Really nice fault line. That's still going to buy some space, so it's going to allow safe passage across him for them to get through.
Into the breach seat, potentially. Doesn't use it.
Patience on the swing from Yetujay. Calm falls, and again, that's the healthy one. Aspas will fall. Mazzino, the last piece, crumbles as well. The slaughter continues.
The battle of the breaches, and Mr. Fallen has coming out on top this entire map.
There's not a silver lining here, man.
Mazzino's supposed to be the one that has the greatest utility on this map. He's so known for it. In North America, at least.
Mix कर दिया. भाई अनुज भाई की आदत लग रही है मेरे को.
He's proven something different here today.
Crowd और शांत को mix कर दिया. Shroud बोल दिया मैंने.
Yetujay did such a good job playing around that breach utility that you were referring
Guys,
to.
कितना shroud हो रखा है वहाँ पे.
Guys is all smiles,
Shroud
man.
means शांत crowd.
I mean, at this point, you're thinking
मुँह
about
से
Lotus.
निकल गई भाई.
Yeah. At this point, yeah.
A Lotus that you haven't won.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it's not a good thought.
In forever. Yeah.
VLT gameplay. यश को गाली दो guys. Thanks.
Right, so LEV obviously you have to force.
क्रिश भाई को अच्छा बोल सकते हो.
They got a couple of stingers, a guardian for Aspas.
हरामी हूँ मैं बेटा.
I mean, when in doubt, stinger it out. You know.
Is that how the saying goes?
I mean, it has to go that way this time, right? Surely. I mean, listen, if you're just getting dipped in like actual aim duels, maybe the run gun would be the deciding factor in winning a round.
Get a little RNG for you.
Hopefully.
Play the game in your favor. Yikes.
Oh my gosh, cracks!
It's a blender. It's disaster.
Gun here.
Last time we saw that from him, it was with the Sheriff. Yesterday, today it's with the Bulldog.
But the
This
outcome
map
is the
was
same.
so quick,
Full
bro.
control, my friend. That's how the saying goes, right?
I think so. So Tech's left a 1v3 to
कैसा है couch
prolong
potato?
this map a little bit more.
Guys, पता है हम क्या कर सकते हैं अभी?
Committing to the spike.
बोलो क्या कर
plant.
सकते हैं?
30 seconds left.
Like कर
Using
सकते हैं.
util. No
थोड़ा
challenge.
like करो
And
यार.
he gets hit by the fault line. I mean, this guy, this breach play from Mr. Fall needs to be studied.
I don't know that he's missed.
Oh my gosh, another
I
one.
don't know that he's missed a single bit of utility, but it might not matter.
GG.
He gets this one kill, but
GG.
that was rough for LEV. And
You know what it was? The most decisive map of this tournament so far.
I mean,
That's exactly what that was.
it just doesn't get any easier than that. Unbelievable. 13-1. We're headed to Lotus.
It's
We'll see you
good
guys
they are
on the
still
other
happy.
side.
Still confident they can come back. Nice one, Levitan. Let's go next map. 13-1. अरे वेस किया. इसको भेजो भाई इलेक्शन लड़ने के लिए भाई. सपोर्ट तो छोड़ो, डर के दे देंगे वोट इसको, क्या पता लोग. वोट चाहिए भेजो भाई. ये Your mods are cooked, mate. My mods are really cooked. Yeah. गाली खाया हूँ सुयश राय गूगल कर लौले. इसको और गाली पढ़वा के ही रहूंगा मैं. सुयश राय थोड़ा सा लगता है ये, थोड़ा सा. ये मुझे आसपास कम. वो कौन है यार गाइस जो पबजी पीसी में अच्छा खेलता था, फिर उसके बाद मोबाइल में चले गया कोच बन के. वो जो हाइड्रा के साथ खेलता था पबजी पीसी पहले. गाइस क्या नाम है उसका? गाइस कौन था वो? आईफ्लेक्स. या ये मेरे को आईफ्लेक्स ज्यादा लग रहा है. हेलो हो गया क्या? मैं तो अभी थोड़ा मीटिंग में हूँ, मेरे को 2-3 घंटे लग जाएंगे. आप भिजवा सकते हो? अभी ये टाइम क्या हो रहा है? नहीं मैं 8 बजे तक बिजी हूँ भैया. 8 साढ़े 8 तक. अच्छा आप कौन से वाले अपार्टमेंट में रहते हो? अच्छा. नहीं अगर ऐसा होगा कि बंद होगी कि अगर बंद कर दोगे तो आप ले जाना, मैं आपके वहीं से ले लूँगा, है ना? मैं आपको फ़ोन मार दूँगा. ठीक है. ब्रो आई जस्ट अपग्रेडेड माई सिस्टम. मेरी गाड़ी का सिस्टम अपग्रेड करा है मैंने, क्योंकि मेरा वूफर ना, मैंने जहाँ पे काम कराया था ना गाइस, तो मैं तुम्हें बताता हूँ. कोई दिल्ली रजौरी या फिर रुको, दिल्ली रजौरी उस साइड से है क्या? रमेश नगर, बाली नगर साइड जाता है कोई? उस साइड की तरफ। वहाँ से ना मैं स्टार्टिंग से ही लाइक जब मेरे पास छोटी वाली गाड़ी थी, ऑल्टो थी, तो मैं सारा काम वहीं से कराता था। तो एक तरीके का ना वो हो गया था बॉन्ड टाइप, और जान पहचान प्लस ये हो गया था कि चलो भाई पहले से काम करा रहा हूँ, बंदा सही काम करेगा। बाली नगर, बाली में तो पूछा है। अरे यार रमेश नगर ये रजौरी के बाजू में, तिलक नगर ऑन टॉप। तो भाई मैं वहाँ से काम कराता था, ठीक है। रमेश नगर में है कार डे करके, ठीक है ना, वहीं से काम कराता था। तो मैंने अपने से सिस्टम का ना सारा, गाड़ी का सारा A to Z काम, सिस्टम से लेके आगे मैंने ना, तो मेरी अभी सियास के आगे देखोगे ना, गाड़ी के आगे, तो मैंने हाईवेज़ के लिए ना पाँच 6 LEDs लगा रखी हैं। एक वो फॉग लाइट निकाल के वहाँ पे भी LEDs लगा रखी हैं मेरे। तो एक तो कंपनी फिटेड ऑलरेडी जो LEDs आती हैं वो तो थी, प्लस मैंने बीच वाली ग्रिल्स में भी ना 2 LEDs लगा दी हैं। तो भाई अब ऐसी हो गया ना, मेरी गाड़ी के आगे, गाड़ी नहीं वो रात को ना ऐसे उजाला दिन कर देती है बहनचोद। अभी मेरे सामने से, मैंने बताओ क्यों लगाया था, क्योंकि यहाँ पे ना लोग गवार हैं लिटरली, छोटी छोटी गलियों में ना बहन जो हाई बीम करके चलाते एकदम मुँह पे लगती है लाइटें। तो मैं ना उन लोगों के लिए मैंने ये लगा रखी है कि अगर जो भी हाई बीम करके चलाएगा ना, मैंने 6 की 6 उसके मुँह पे मारनी है। मजाक से हट के, मतलब वैसे तो मैं लो बीम पे चलाता हूँ, पर ऐसे लोग जो गवार लोग हैं ना, ये हाईवे समझ के जो गलियों में गाड़ियाँ चलाते हैं ये हाई बीम पे, उनके लिए मैंने ना LEDs लगा रखे हैं 6-6। अब मैं सीधे मुंह पे मारता हूँ उनके, जो भी हाई बीम करके ना मेरे मुंह पे मारता है ना लाइट, उनको पता लगता है कि असली लाइट क्या है। मैं सीधे मुंह पे मारता हूँ, बहन जो गाड़ी रोक देते हैं वो गवार साले। सीधे मुंह पे। और फिर मैं गाड़ी रोक के कहता हूँ, लिटरली गाड़ी रोक देते हैं वो, लिटरली 2 बार हो चुका है मेरे साथ इंसिडेंट। मेरे पास तो डैश कैम फुटेज भी है। मैं गाड़ी रोक के कहता हूँ, भैया जी आप जैसो के लिए लगा रखी है मैंने ये लाइट, लो बीम करके चलाया करो गलियों में। फिर वो कहते हैं, एक ने सॉरी भी बोला था, सॉरी भैया जी। पूरी छपरी हरकतें करनी पड़ती है भाई, गंवारों के लिए ऐसी छपरी हरकतें करनी पड़ती है। तो मैंने ना वहीं से ये सारा काम वाम करा रखा है। तो ना मैंने अपने सिस्टम लगाया था वहाँ से। मैंने अपने चारों के चारों दरवाज़ों में स्पीकर बदलवा रखे हैं, एकदम हाई फाई ब्रांडेड स्पीकर लगा रखे हैं। और गाड़ी के अंदर वो करा रखी है, कोटिंग करा रखी है, साउंड प्रूफिंग करा रखी है कि अंदर की आवाज़ बाहर ना जाए। और वो झन करती है ना गाड़ी, वो वूफर से वो करा रखा, वो ना करे। डोर डैम्पनिंग बोलते हैं उसको, हाँ डैम्पनिंग। और क्या बोलते हैं, वो भी करा रखा है, क्या बोलते हैं, हाँ एक अपने चारों स्पीकर्स के लिए, प्लस वो ट्विटर्स वगैरह सब के लिए एक एम्प अलग से लगवा रखा है अपने सीट के नीचे। और एक मेरे सबवूफर के लिए एक मोनो एम्प अलग से लगवा रखा है पीछे। मेरा सबवूफर देख लोगे ना, पैंचो इतना मोटा, एक आदमी खुद उठा नहीं पाएगा उसको, उसका डब्बा ही मैंने इतना भारी बना रखा है, ठीक है। तो मैंने सारा काम वहीं से करवाया था भाई। उस हरामजादे ने ना सब चीज़ें एकदम परफेक्ट करी है, सब परफेक्ट करा है। बस मोनो एम्प ना मेरा, जो उसने मोनो एम्प लगा रखा है, वो साले ने चाइनीज़ लगा दिया, एकदम गंदा प्रोडक्ट, चाइनीज़ प्रोडक्ट लगा रखा है, ठीक है। अब तो मैं अंधाधुन विश्वास करूंगा, वो मेरे को बोलेगा भैया जी मैं कर दूंगा काम, आप टेंशन, मैं जो 10 साल से जा रहा हूँ उसके पास, अब मैं एक बार को पूछूंगा थोड़ा ना क्या लगा रहा हूँ ना, गाड़ी छोड़ दिया तो वो करके दे देता है मुझे। तो उसने कुछ वर्ल्ड टेक करके कोई कंपनी है, उसका मोनो लगा रखा है, ठीक है। और क्या बोलते हैं, और वो मोनो ना लाइक जैसे मेरे वूफर था, पहले मैंने ना एक वूफर लगाया, वो लगाया 500 RMPS का। अभी तुम्हें पता नहीं होगा RMPS क्या होती है, ठीक है। 500 RMPS मान लो 1000 वॉट, ठीक है। मैंने पहले ना वो 500 RMPS का उसने वूफर लगाया, 1000 वॉट को वूफर लगाया उस एम्प के साथ। भाई एक हफ्ते में मेरे वूफर बोल गया, फट गया बहनचोद। ठीक है, मैं उसके पास गया, मैंने बोला भैया क्या हो गया ये? कहता कोई टेंशन नहीं है, वूफर वारंटी में चेंज होके आ जाएगा, लेकिन मेरे को लग रहा है ना आपका जो मैंने एम्प लगाया है उसके हिसाब से ना ये वूफर की ना ये RMPS कम पड़ गई है। मैंने बोला अच्छा। फिर उसने मेरे से 15,000 और लिए। कहता मैं आपको ज़्यादा RMPS का वूफर लगवा के देता हूँ, इसी में प्राइस एडजस्ट कर लूँगा, जितने का ये है उसको लेस करके। मैंने बोला ठीक है। उसने 15,000 क्या 12,000 कुछ और लिए और पायोनियर का एक अपग्रेडेड वूफर लगवा दिया 700 RMPS का, 600 या 700 RMPS का लगाया उसने। ठीक है, एक महीना मैं अभी चूचू की शादी में गया था। ठीक है, अब मैंने वो गाड़ी खोली, चूचू की शादी में गया था मैं, मेरे दोस्त के बचपन की यार की शादी है। बहन जो 11 बजे तो डीजे बंद हो जाते हैं, उसके बाद क्या करना है, मैंने अपनी गाड़ी की डिग्गी खोली, बहन जो था हैवी सिस्टम, बजाने लग गए भाई। 1 घंटा ना चले उसकी कॉइल फूक गई बहन उसकी कॉइल फूक गई फिर से। मैं उसके बाद फिर से गया, मैंने बोला भैया यार ये थोड़ा मैं दुखी हो रहा हूँ, आप ये क्या काम करके दे रहे हो, मुझे समझ नहीं आ रहा। ठीक है, ये दूसरी बार वूफर फिर फूक गया, आपने तो अपग्रेडेड करके लगाया था। तो उसने बोला शायद, फिर वही बोला उसने, शायद ये RMPS ये एम्प पकड़ नहीं रहा, ये RMPS कम है ये वूफर का, मैं ज़्यादा RMPS वाला वूफर एक बारी फिर देता हूँ। उसने बहनचोद क्या बोलते हैं 900 या 800 RMPS वाला एक और वूफर लगाया एवेटार का। नेक्स्ट लगाया उसने एवेटार का वूफर लगाया, फिर से वही डिफरेंस के पैसे उसने मेरे से ले लिए। मैंने बोला ठीक है दे दो भाई। भाई अभी 1 महीने पहले, ठीक है, वो फिर फूक गया। मेरा इतना मत्था खिलसा ना, मत्था एकदम मत्था खिलसा। तो मैं विकासपुरी में यहीं पे ना अजय कार करके है, मैं उसके पास गया। 1 सेकंड, मैथ स्टार्ट हो गया, मैं वो कर देता हूँ स्क्रीन।
Over to your casters, it's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, guys.
But सियास पे इतना खर्चा?
Very nicely.
बट सियास पे इतना खर्चा क्या भाई, गाड़ी है भाई, मेरी गाड़ी देख लो भाई, घर जाएगा तुम्हें। तो मैं इसके पास गया इस बार। ठीक है, मैंने बोला भैया जी मैं एक जगह जाता था बचपन से, मैं परेशान हो गया हूँ, मेरे 3-4 वूफर फूक चुके हैं अभी तक, और ये बहनचोद हमेशा एक वूफर ऊपर करके RMPS बढ़ा के देते रहता है। पहले 500 RMPS, फिर 600 RMPS, अभी 700 RMPS वाला फूक गया। और ये बहनचोद उसने मेरे पैसे बर्बाद कर दिए, 50,000 लग गए मेरे ऊपर से। और मतलब मेरा सिस्टम मेरे को कम से कम लाख का पड़ गया गाइस, 1 लाख का सिस्टम पड़ गया। अब जो राउंड के बाद बताता हूँ, क्या बताऊँ, देखते रहो ना क्या जा रहा है। तो मैंने बोला 1 लाख के ऊपर का मेरा सिस्टम पड़ गया, मेरा अपना माइंड फक हो गया। अब मेरे को उसके पास जाने का मन नहीं कर रहा। क्या मारा भाई इसने, भाई आसपास को शट कर रहा है भाई ये सीनेड, गलत भाई।
Those memories are coming back real quick. He might not be the people's champ here, but
it's about emotion. Siaz भी Lambo, exactly bro. और first ये मेरी first कार है भाई, खुद के पैसों से, so होता है।
Aspas again forced to just sit there and watch.
1 लाख का वूफर नहीं, पूरा सिस्टम की बात कर रहा हूँ, विद दोनों एम्प और सब वूफर। ठीक है, तो अजय भाई ने बोला मुझसे, जिसके पास गया मैं, कहता भैया ये चाइनीज एम्प है, ये वूफर की कोई गलती नहीं है, ये एम्प की गलती है, ये एम्प ही वूफर को फाड़ रहा है, प्लस इसमें कोई लाइट वूफर चलेगा नहीं, अगर लगाना है तो 1000 RMPS से ऊपर का ही चलेगा। बस जैसे भैया ने ये बोला ना 1000 RMPS का ऊपर ही चलेगा, बस मेरे दिमाग में आ गया खर्चे और खर्चे। फिर मैंने बोला भैया ये वूफर जो मेरा ख़राब पड़ा हुआ है, ये वारंटी में तो है, तो आप ये ले लोगे। एवेटार करके कोई कंपनी थी, ठीक है ना, उसका वूफर था। तो उसने बोला कि उनके पास एवेटार कंपनी का वो बेचते नहीं है। अगर तुम ये वापस करके वापस से पिछला वाला जो पायोनियर का था, मैंने और पूरी स्टोरी बताई थी ना, पायोनियर का था, वो लेके आओगे तो वो हम ले लेंगे 500 रुपये कम करके आपको वो दे देंगे, मतलब MRP में 500 रुपये कम करके देंगे। तो मैंने बोला ठीक है। तो मैंने ना उनसे फिर नाकामीची का, तुम्हें पता है नाकामीची ब्रांड बहुत हैवी ब्रांड है। नाकामीची का फिर से 1000 RMPS का 6000 वॉट का वूफर लगवाया, और नाकामीची का उनके पास वो नहीं था, मोनो एम्प नहीं था। तो उन्होंने बोला थोड़े दिनों बाद आ जाएगा, तब तक आप इसी एम्प में चला लो। तो उन्होंने ना रिस्क नहीं लेने के लिए तो वूफर की कैपेसिटी सिर्फ 35% कर रखी थी तब से। और तुम विश्वास नहीं करोगे गाइस, उस वूफर की 35% की कैपेसिटी से मैं अभी तक गाने चला रहा था, और मेरे को लग ही नहीं रहा था वो 35% है, क्योंकि इतनी हैवी साउंड थी ना, तुम्हारी कान फट जाती भाई अगर तुम वो वाला वूफर सुन लेते 35। तो भैया कह रहे मैंने इसकी 35% कैपेसिटी कर रखी है, तो ये फटने का सवाल नहीं है, इसी मोनो एम्प में चला दो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं होगी। तो आज उनके पास एक एम्प आया, वो एम्प है 25,000 रुपये का। भाई मेरा सिस्टम, मेरे पैसे इतने लग गए भाई उस चूतिया सी जगह से। उनको आड़ा टेढ़ा कुछ लगाना नहीं आता, क्या चूतिया सा एम्प लगा के दिया, और मेरे 3 सब ऊपर फुटवा दिए। और मेरे दिमाग की जो माँ बहन हुई ना वहाँ, मैंने जाना बंद कर दिया पानी, अब यहीं से करवाऊंगा सारा काम। ऐसे एक्सपीरियंस होते हैं ना, बाकी वो काम सही करता है, बस ये एम्प वाला काम बेकार है। तो कोई भी दिल्ली से है ना जिसको एम्प और ये वूफर वाला काम करवाना है, तो वहां तो बिल्कुल मत जाना, ठीक है, गलती से भी मत जाना।
Falling back after we get the first kill, popping the one way into tree and then fighting the same angle together, and then you have all
फिर 25,000 दोगे? ऑफ कोर्स दूंगा भाई, क्यों नहीं दूंगा। और हाँ, उसके पास मैं गया, ये जो वूफर जो ऑलरेडी फूका हुआ था ना एवेटार का, जो उसने लगाया था, मैंने उससे बोला कि मैंने दूसरी जगह से नाकामीची का लगा के आया हूँ, आपकी जगह से मैं थक गया था, आप बस ये चेंज करके मुझे दो, मैं दूसरी गाड़ी में लगा दूंगा ये। बताऊँ क्या बोलता कि ये नया तो नहीं मिलेगा, ये कंपनी ठीक करके भेज देगी वापस।
The intuition of CNED right now is on point. When Jet players are in this zone, when they're in the flow state, they're going to be everywhere you're hitting.
Well, now they know there are two. If there was doubt before, they know it now.
He was just at A with them. If he goes back to A, I don't know what I'm gonna freak out.
Oh, and that's what I'm saying. Mr. Fallen was continuing to shoot while CNED was rotating back C to suggest that the Outlaw was staying here.
How about we witness some 100% capacity? Like वूफर में 100% कैपेसिटी वूफर में नहीं चलता, ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा 70% पे चलेगा वो। कभी भी वूफर को 100% कैपेसिटी में मत चलाना गाइस, मैं अभी बता रहा हूँ।
No less. CNED not finding a target. Cracks is over the top with the breach util at the ready.
Spike planted.
But they've given up enough room so that LEV can get the spike down.
मैं वॉल्यूम तेज करता हूँ, रुको।
No ults to speak of here.
Cover going out.
Another slow approach on the retake, and here comes the utility bomb. This is why they run the breach comp. He still has full util. The Omen flash comes out. The breach C.
But they haven't really gained any of the space.
They're trying to bait out utility from LEV, but
it didn't feel like they had the weaponry to do this.
Yeah.
CNED and Mr. Fallen have to go in so aggressively on their own, and again, all they had was Outlaws. Very well played by LEV. For them to be able to get enough space to get the spike down, that felt like the biggest thing they had to solve of them all, and they do so successfully.
But I feel like it was kind of on accident. I feel like FUT were giving so much respect. They tried to use their rechargeables, or not rechargeables, but use a little bit of utility early on to try to bait out the utility of LEV, whatever else they had left on the actual post plant, and then go back in. But LEV weren't even playing for that layer. So a little bit of a disconnect there. Maybe now in the future you're going to see FUT maybe fast flood in with the utility that we saw. Because had they done that, I mean, maybe. There were so many people hit by that utility. Maybe that would have worked out for them.
Cover going out.
LEV, full intention towards A.
Early tap of the door as well.
They've even set a trip in Worm because of how often LEV like to hit this split B.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like they're interested in that this time around. They've scaled all the way up into stairs. Cracks have to be careful. 2 found there.
Spike down. Defenders.
I don't know how he just did that. Zeno.
He's pushing forward now. The second found for Cracks.
The thing is they still can't transition to B. And now they're going to be uploaded. They're revealed.
I mean, even if they try to split that way, you're right. They're
Please
gonna
don't
get caught by
lose
the turret on the
attacking,
other side,
yaar.
and Cena's waiting.
And they're so worried about the flank as well. Oh, do they clear this? Do they clear this? They're not going to! And the trigger discipline from CNET, he cleans them both up!
He's so patient.
God, bro.
He's just so patient. And he's smiling about it too, man. He knows he just got away with it.
Yeah, he's definitely looking around with a profound sense of pride right now. An ATA captain. Oh my gosh. That's so tough. A collat.
Bhai yaar.
When you drop like that, the rest of the players that are alive in
But
the
do I
round, I mean,
feel
their heart
ki-
drops. They can't believe it either.
FPX
It
versus
just feels so impossible to bring it back.
When you think you have an advantage and you feel it slip out of your hands just so effortlessly.
TH मैच अच्छा था इस मैच से. Of course वो
There's
ज़्यादा
a
अच्छा
trip
था,
there that
interesting
didn't
था.
catch.
So
ये क्या one
Dog
sided
didn't
हो
go all
रहा
the way
है
over, but
Oh, they're
Fuck they're
ready
doing
for
that.
I
this!
think they're ready to attack. They can.
Oh my gosh! They smother them with utility!
What the fuck? Is it like they read them? क्या scene
Foot
है
came
भाई?
ready
क्या
to play
खेल रही
today.
Leviathan?
Ooh!
Tex, or King, excuse me, able to get one.
Nice shot from the IGL. He has to do more though. And Mr. Fallen's just waiting and ready for him here. Actually, 3 players are slowly creeping up on him.
Tom committing to the plant. King considering committing to the swing.
But they're gonna
You have a
flash peek
smoke.
him, dog.
Turns onto the first. That's nicely done. What other
You have a
utility you got?
smoke.
The fault line.
Whoa,
Holy
King, nice yaar.
Coming to life.
Face your fear.
Activating with CNET on the other side. Of course, it's CNET if this one gets out of hand too. Com just has a stinger, but he lands the shot from a distance.
Nice
The
round,
Mastercard
King
thrifty to get
Best.
their second.
Yuck.
And all of a sudden, a big sigh of relief for Lev. IGL of King stepping up huge there, outplaying the breach utility. And the
This
scaling
round's
there
gonna
wasn't-
hurt,
just wasn't
babe.
there.
Foot
For
को
Foot.
अगर हारी ये.
An isolated 1v1 there. And then this one aggressive step. Oh, that kill on Cracks was sick. SMH in the crowd.
My concern is that's what it took for them
Yeah.
to get another round.
Yeah.
Honestly, Foot are perfectly okay with that.
My camera is this.
I mean, if it takes that level of heroics to get a round together, happy to give that away. But Aspas pushing the pace, getting the best of ATA Captain with this ult.
Look at CNET on the mini-map right now. He's already all the way behind.
On the quick flank.
He
The
gets
bind
spotted.
not great. CNET up top.
Spike planted.
Now taps the door. Mr. Fawn has to be careful here. Oh no.
No.
He's found so much space.
This would be ridiculous.
Can Cracks get more? Just the Sheriff. Stinger in the hands of Mr. Fallen. He's playing his cards perfectly.
Oh.
So patient. Can't steady the crosshair though. Damage dealt. And now utility dumped. Meanwhile, Fight and Two's on the other side of the site.
Last player
Keeping
standing.
it competitive, or at least trying to, or Foot, but left punch back.
And they punch back off of a showstopper from Aspas getting that entry. CNET had one of the fastest flanks I think I've seen on this map in a long time, but it didn't matter because all 5 players of LEV were already on the site, have that bomb down.
So nicely done by Aspas.
Yeah.
And then obviously Tex on the swing cleaning up too.
Tex has been so impressive this tournament.
They're still calm, man.
Fight harder. There.
Into the next we go. An early pit invested mid and a fault line to dissuade any aggressive push A main. Now op in the hands of CNET too, holding down C by himself.
This is a setup that Foot run quite a bit. CNET will maintain this C line until you throw everything you got at him. And even then he'll pop the dash and re-swing to continue on getting info.
Yeah, we'll see if he's challenged. Seems like he might.
I mean, the thing is right now for LEV, if you let the clock run down too low, I mean, that Prowler, I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to make it seem like they're leaning towards C, but the fact that CNET is so disrespectful with the Jet here, I mean, it gives them info that they're leaning towards A.
Yeah, there's no reason to believe it.
Yeah, and they're going to cycle one ways at this door.
नहीं कर रहा.
If the trips get broken, the fault line's going to come all the way across. The clock is running down low right now, Doug, and the utility is going to be in favor
By 5-man A push.
Of FUT. It's not going to be an easy hit at all, and that Omen Flash is way too early, it feels like.
Oh, Aspas gets you
What?
back, but still
He still got it?
I don't know how he hit that.
I have no clue how he just got that kill.
And yet Jay pushing forward, but he was decayed. Couldn't really find an advantage, couldn't really find any space. LEV, a big advantage, a big numbers advantage, and it's just gotten a little bit smaller. But they still have it to their disposal. Three members of LEV facing right into where Krax is. As soon as he turns, one goes down. And now CNED will fill in behind it.
You heard the jump spot.
Doesn't land the shot. He does have the upper F though. Able to reposition. Mizzino chasing him down. Ada Captain has to give this up. They don't have the money for him to go for this.
And while we have this time, because Ada Captain's definitely going to save
Off
this
लेगा वो. Off ले ले
we have
आसपास
to
को
see
कर
a
रहे थे.
replay of that entry. Because from our point of view, from heaven,
Actually मेरे को वो देखनी है बे आसपास ने कैसे मारा उसे भाई.
I mean, he was slingshotting all the way around. He hit that trip.
Yeah, I don't know how he hit that.
And he still got the entry. I would love to see that from Mr. Fallen's POV.
I imagine we will.
That must have been the most ridiculous sight. No way!
What?
There's no way!
Here it is from his POV.
Oh my goodness!
Unbelievable.
I mean, I guess the only thing Mr. Fallen can do there is maybe hit the aim lab before this game, but...
Or just not shoot? I mean,
आसपास woke up.
Start running the Phantom? I don't know. I mean, that's just brutal.
That was crazy. That might be one of the craziest entries I've seen a player have in this game of Valorant. And that's coming from, you know, me who had some of the craziest things ever too.
Uno reverse baby.
Unconventional thing.
भाई Vandal का ना यही पीटी है यार.
For FUT. The smile that was
like if you are spraying from smoke, bullet trace. Vandal का तुम्हें मरवा देता है. Phantom का ऐसा नहीं. Bullet trace नहीं है Phantom में.
So finally building some momentum into this map. And I mean it wasn't pretty how they got here, but they're finally here. They're finally online. It all started off the back of their IGL.
Yeah, you're right.
This game is in a state of, you know, just snowballing. It seems like it's just swing rounds back and forth. What can FUT do in this timeout to stop the snowball?
You take a look at the buy for FUT. It's a little light, it's a little shoddy a judge for Mr. Fallen. And he's already playing up by the barrier. Same Viper wall from a couple of rounds ago.
And I like this Viper wall. I think they could default this most of the rounds against the way that LEV are playing this map.
Yeah.
And it would get a lot of value.
I absolutely agree. But this 1-3-1 pendulum swings
क्या लगता है guys third map जाएगा?
लगता तो है. Taking a little bit of space already.
अगर FUT ने 3 राउंड और निकाल दिए तो मुश्किल है.
They're gonna have to test the waters with this Viper wall.
If it's gonna be 9-3,
if it's gonna be a split.
Boomboard 2 के बाद.
Doesn't seem like it's going to be though. No, Aspas satcheling forward. The dog not far behind him. Ada Captain currently trying to play his position. They haven't cleared him.
He's pitched. They know he's here, Doug.
They've got to know that there's nothing to clear him. Finally, Calm gets the best of him. Another tap of the door as the thing continues to rotate and spin round and round.
He got wrapped.
Now finally settling. Silence across the site. CNED looking for anything he can, and it's Mizzino just around the wall. Aspas shot's not
Aspas
quite on the mark. Fortunately for him, judge on the other side while CNED gets the best of Mizzino.
And an upgrade with that.
Krax has his ult, but that might be the cue for it to stop. It's a 3v3 here. Just one rifle in the hands of CNED. Time is short. It doesn't look like any target will be given. King not able to control the spray there. Finally lands onto cracks. All three. The way of Lev.
By King, by OP aim, baby.
And good patience from Lev there. Not jumping the gun on tree. Mazzino consistently tapping that door. I mean, Calm did take a one there, and that could have gone the other way, but I imagine it would be traded right afterwards. Right, yeah, that door is in the middle of opening up as well. And for the side of FUT, I mean, they went into that retake with the notion of trying to get all the guns out. That's why they didn't push. They didn't push anything. Right. I mean, they were really holding really passive, waiting for Tex to potentially lurk B.
That's how you survive.
I mean, YEDEJ was literally sitting on B that entire time that retake happened, until the very last second.
Op is online for CNED.
And there's that Viper wall again. They identified that that's a great wall to use with how Lev are playing. I'm impressed.
Lev has still been able to find their successes.
What the fuck?
So,
yeah.
And they have two pretty big ults in Texas and Comms to play with.
Right now, FUT are actually playing for the A control into the B split.
Oh, a little bit of noise made. They try to hit the other side of the fault line, and CNED lands a shot.
Utter humiliation, bro. What the fuck, that Boombot watching behind?
That's going to force Lev back and try to reconsider how they want to approach this. The panel has been broken. The op is still here. The shot has been landed. Mazzino is down.
Oh, he's back.
Bro, yo na maan raha bhai.
For another. Dash at the ready. And the challenge will come. Has to give the space up, but there's no additional follow-up behind it. Of course, it's Aspas to push the pace, but YEDEJ takes care of him on the other side. Meanwhile, CNED connects on the third. And FUT
Bhai,
get their
yo na
fourth.
maan raha CNED bhai.
Unreal right now.
Guys, third map nahi ja raha,
saying,
liख के ले
that's
लो.
scary for Lev going into this map. He can play so disrespectful on the jet, and you don't practice against this all the time. This might be one of the only teams, apart from what, PRX, that plays jet on this map. So you're not used to being jump peek front B in the mid round like this. Oh my gosh!
That's so tough too, man. Calm didn't even, I mean, he didn't get tagged by the fault line. He had a shot there, but that's just so tough to shoot back to, man.
My favorite player.
When an operator is on point like that, you have to insta him.
He's gonna get challenged again. The eye has been cleared. Oh, but he decides to spam into the smoke. Doesn't connect on the shot.
Yeah,
they have to take a step back. YEDEJ with the dog in his face. And now Aspas satcheling forward. Cannot control the spray. Aspas has found safe passage. Gets the best of YEDEJ.
Huh?
CNED looking to punch right back. Punish with the op.
Bhai, aisa khelo na, benchot.
Waiting to see if he can control the late lurk. That's not coming. And now with a better understanding of that, his ult, I imagine will come up surely, certainly.
Bhai, aisa khelo na, ghus ke maro na,
bench. A 2v5? What? Craig has gotten 3! Oh, but Mazzino has to get 4 to win the round!
Ulta ho gaya tha.
That was chaotic.
He threw kar de.
But Mazzino, the one that actually set up this entire round for Lev, the one who helped Aspas get that entry, he closed it out for them in a weird fashion. But that Omen teleport, CNED was drawn all the way back towards CT spawn, thinking that it was there, but actually it was on site the entire time.
But Mazzino ne
If
nikal
CNED doesn't go back and clear spawn there, surely Aspas is traded there. And then he closes it out like this. I mean,
bhai Mazzino ne 4 mare, bhai nikal
What a
diya.
ridiculous close to the round.
Yeah.
Kills came in bunches. Back into the next we go. 4 ults on the side of the defense. The gun's not great though.
Bhai gaand phati
2
uski.
rifles to speak of.
Piche gaya be wo?
Bring them down.
And the blades for CNED, of course.
oh, he dodged every trip. Nice rollout.
Calm not nearly as fortunate, but it doesn't look like he'll get punished.
Are tod do wire.
Tex either. So they deal with all the traps that have been set at their feet.
Oh, they're committing.
And they get a paranoia at the exact same time, but where's the follow-up? How do you fill in on this space? You don't really have the guns to do this, but you do have knives. Only one life taken so far. Classic now. Connects.
No.
A little bit more as the dash
No,
comes through, trying to pick up
no.
one man, and King's at his face.
No, bro.
Tex with one. Tex, 49 HP. Cracks on the reposition. He's healthy. Now taking a step back. Tex has to take this fight. Oh, he's reloading. And Tex punishes at just the right time.
And that's a play Tex makes all the time on top of that. I've seen him do that exact play maybe 2, 3. Other times he knows that he's gonna catch a player out in transition there when he drops the KJL. A lot of players expect the Killjoys to just sit back and let that soak in, and then maybe play the bomb from that point.
सीनेट के पास अभी गन मिल जाती ना उसको गेम खत्म था.
Even if he's low HP, I think he's done that in this tournament actually.
इतना मत उछल कॉम, जीत जा भाई.
A stoic response and a 3-round lead for LEV. Op still in the hands of CNED. And a full lean C from LEV. Everyone's here.
CNED over it? नहीं यार, ult में थे वो breach के.
Oh, footer ahead of this team. They've already rotated over. The pathing, the rollout from Asus again is good. It's clean. Oh my gosh. Yetuje had no idea.
What a clear though.
Yetuje trying every shit.
They had nowhere to go. They had the spit, they had the molly, they had the nade, and they had Asus to deal with. Finally falling over the top is CNED. A 1v1. He's got the op in hand, has to try to grab a rifle. Patience. Finally hearing the weapon exchanged.
I have the spike.
Mazzino forced to make a play, forced to reposition. He's going to get his ult.
My ultimate is ready.
And now the map is wide open. Does he cancel it? No, he sticks it. Fully committing to A. Fully committing to getting the spike down. Remember, 18 HP, not a ton there. While CNED has already rotated back. He's got one smoke and an updraft to play around. Mazzino also has a smoke, but he has no idea where CNED is coming from, and he's so quiet, so patient, but he's not looking the right way! Snaps onto Mazzino anyway! CNED gets FUT to 5.
Mazzino had a really good chance into this round to close that out, but the run and gun of CNED was just too strong, and that HP was the deciding factor. If he has even a little bit, an inch more of HP, he surely gets that kill.
I want to see that last one again because it looked like he had swung out wide enough to spot.
He spotted him for sure.
Yeah.
He 100% spotted him.
Oh, here it is. Oh, he was looking the other way when he turned the corner.
भाई क्यों Mazzino उस तरफ क्यों देखेगा?
But it gets FUT to 5. It gets us to a competitive half. We're going to throw it down to the desk to break that down. It was a good one.
तुम्हें पता आसपास वहाँ पे ना वो ट्रिप तोड़ने जा रहा था.
7-5 is the scoreline here as Leviathan currently hold on to the lead. But man, oh man, I mean, this has been, just not what I thought would have happened in this series overall. It does feel like Leviathan, even in the moments where they're doing all right, FUT's still right there with them.
Yeah, FUT honestly put together a fantastic defense here. Winning that last clutch and bringing it to 5-7 is absolutely critical for them. I think some great retakes throughout. CNED back in form. This is a FUT that's looking dangerous.
Yeah, of course. It's looking very, very dangerous for them. Also, the way that LEV was reading onto what to do specifically on the sides, like how to chase into Atta Captain when he's playing on A. They have solutions for a lot of things, but will it be enough?
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and take a look, though, at our HyperX Reflex moment of the day. It is going to go to King for this little ditty right here. That was actually quite nice, the way that he was able to... That was fast. Blink and you missed it.
This was only possible with Phantom.
2 versus 5 at the beginning of this round, which was like an eco half eco for the side of Leviathan. 2 players were killed onto C, but with a beautiful micro coming in from the side of FUT. But the fact that King is able to even this out, gives them most of the rounds that they get.
LEV had a lot of issues on their attacking side on the last map. I think the biggest one was looking somewhat uncoordinated in late rounds, right? Like some of their post plants were falling apart. We saw really good retakes from FUT in the little bit of gameplay that we did get to see in that map #1. LEV really has to lock in here if they want to close this one out. If FUT can win this pistol with a favorable attack side, momentum at their heels, and their players in peak form, they're on the precipice of getting a 2-0 and making their second appearance at an international playoffs.
Leviathan could very well be going home the next time we see you on screen. They're going to have to answer back, and for FUT, they are in form, but like Mimi said, only a few rounds are right back in it. Doug, Baby Bay, over to you.
Thank you so much, guys. This pistol's a big one. I think if LEV were able to put this thing away, create a little bit of separation, and then maybe settle things down so the moments don't have to be as chaotic, Dre, maybe they have a shot at this, but it all starts with this pistol. FUT on the attacking side. Mazzino's already gotten all the way up to half wall with light armor.
Please. Please वो उसको punish करो यार. वो कुछ ज़्यादा ही heavy
so good with it, man. Doesn't really matter who it is. Atta Captain, so first of all, remember, they've struggled in capitalizing on these advantages. Tech strikes at just the right time. The spike is now sitting on the ground.
Hello?
right at
Topa dekha
Tex's
uska.
feet. They're going to have to push their way through that if they want to scoop it back up. And I don't know how, I mean, forget about getting through Tex. Everyone is there.
Yeah. That bomb is in such a bad spot for FUT right now. And it may be too early to say this, but it's looking like FUT might finally lose a pistol round in this series. It would take some of the most magnificent heroics we've seen to bring this one back.
The international stage tends to bring those out.
And this first contact that, oh my
Marega.
But Calm,
30 seconds left.
This 1v1 though is everything.
Cena's not gonna, I mean, yeah, Calm doesn't get tagged, but he's weak. The second fight comes through, the paranoia does everything. What a flash from Mazzino.
And a much better round for LEV. Yeah, it's just pistols, but they were disciplined. They fought together. They didn't give the ones, apart from that last little fight there with Calm and Cena. That is what was lacking, I mean, in this entire game. Look, the triple fight. The molly to isolate everybody that's stuck in the main. And then pinching the smoke together. Great work, great pistol round from Leviathan. And they're starting to distance themselves and kind of take this away.
Aspas is playing up close here with Outlaw. But FUT have managed to take a little bit of space without making any noise. The problem is those smokes won't be around forever.
Oh.
He just spotted 2 shoulders. Another smoke. You imagine the spam goes through. They're patient with it. Nicely done, but the gun difference on the other side is overwhelming. Aspas over the top.
Down A. One enemy remaining.
It's clean, and that's
Aspas.
exactly what you need if you're LEV. Crack surrounded and dealt with.
Let's go, baby.
As the defense gets their 9.
Leviathan, there for you.
And all of a sudden, last map is a distant memory for LEV. Aspas is online. That's something you like to see.
King is playing well, and that's pretty much a constant no matter what, but...
I mean, when LEV win their games, the scoreboard usually looks like this. It's the trifecta of King, Aspas, and Mazzino that pull the majority of the weight
for 3
with
months.
the kills. And then it's the support and the stability of Calm and Tex that bring him through the finish line.
Man, there's not really a ton of fight behind this.
Huh?
But a lot of info gathered.
What the fuck was that one way,
This
bro?
is really cool from Yerege. He has that cage lineup to try to block the fade eye.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't work.
Oh.
I wonder if Calm changed up his lineup.
It doesn't take
वो
much.
फेड के आए रिकॉन के
This
लिए
is
वो
gonna be a
स्पूक था.
complete trap play here.
That crossfire is crazy, but they know. Oh, they know. He should have spotted it. The spam comes through. Mr. Fallen falls. And now Cena trying to dash back.
Nice,
Paranoia in
nice.
his face, and Tex not far off. Has nowhere to go.
The gap is B, but LEV are aware. That's why you see Aspas holding all the way back in spawn. Holding the heaven aggression. Look at the approach from Leviathan this time around on the retakes. They're so much more together and so much more aware.
Man, given the pie that LEV had going into this round, I didn't think that a bonus was likely. I didn't think it was possible.
No!
No way from cracks here, dog.
But Tex is on the trade.
What to ban chod?
A 3v2 now, the way of LEV. Spike has been ticking for a little while here. How much more of a nuisance can Ada Captain be? Dropping down, dropping Mazzino with him. Calm will fall too. And of course, it's Aspas to try to pull off the 1v2. No targets found. The round the way of FUT.
LEV had such a great early round, and it looked like they were setting the retake up really well. But I think they just waited a little bit too long.
And also, Krax's utility was picture perfect.
All that delay.
भाई वो breach ने बहुत अच्छा खेला.
And then he swings with it as well. And when you're playing, I mean, you're not used to playing against a breach on this map, especially with a double controller.
Right.
So yeah, maybe against, you know, a more conventional comp like a Fade or a Sky, you can abuse that.
Chat, can we just enjoy the
broken
stream
door
yaar?
area, but if you're
Don't
running
talk
against a
about
breach, I mean,
anything
that
else.
fault line gets everything.
Because I don't
the
know
falling
anything,
gets everything,
bro.
the aftershock gets everything, the flash lights up the whole damn place.
They set up the round perfectly, but bonus does not go their way.
And signs of life for FUT.
Yeah.
Who I imagine want to avoid bind. Not because it's necessarily a strength or weakness of either side, but because things get really silly when you get to map 3 in elimination matches.
Yeah.
All of his killjoy utility from LEV posted up C.
And a rotation from Calm as well. And this is really good for Leviathan right now. Yeah. Because Calm will be able to use his utility and cycle it here to get info if players are still here. That's why you see him already going for the eye over the top. I mean, we're looking at Mazzino right now, but on the minimap,
₹2 mod patch. एक भी नहीं
other
रहता.
things are happening. That's why you see the spam from FUT.
Anyone up for some mod
Still hasn't
challenge?
thrown that eye. Hanging on to it.
Might be just saving it for the hit. Mr. Fallen almost drops down there.
Oh, Mazzino's so far up. He has to get his face back up, though, man. He's got to be careful, but instead he decides he wants to fight a little bit more, drops the paranoia
30 seconds left
to get himself out of there.
Nice. This Aspas gets cleared here. This is a spot that not many teams clear in the mid round.
They know.
Oh, there it is.
Didn't know.
Good trade though, Doug.
A 1-for-1. Tex on the swing, yet to J on the kill now. 10 seconds left. The spike has to go down. It has to go down soon. But Mazzino doing his damnedest to stop it. What a hold from LEV. Can he get the spike? Can he get the plant?
No way.
1v2, 10 seconds left. He takes the fight. The King just has to stay alive. LEV gets to 10.
And then
nice
no
one, baby.
Bomb down, no gun saved. A huge round from LEV. And what was a great trade from Adata captain was shortly after countered when the actual site hit came through. What a great hold for Leviathan on that A site.
Mazzino went nuts.
Yeah, he's been playing great this map. And it's so funny that this is the narrative because Mazzino usually struggles on Lotus. And he usually plays amazing on Sunset. But he just knows, he's like, I gotta step it up, man. That last map, that's not me.
One rifle in the hands of the attack.
अरे उसको hide क्यों
And
दे
of
दिया
course,
ego
it's in the
को?
hands of CNED.
Yeah. Mazzino sitting here with a judge could be really deadly, Doug.
Fuck. Ego भाई आपको unhide करना पड़ेगा.
He was electric on Sunset, but
बाद
I
में
mean,
करता हूँ.
honestly, all of footwear. It's easy to look electric when you're winning 13-1, but CNED a little bit more quiet this time around. He mentioned Mazzino's judge.
Yeah,
playing on the other side of the door.
It's going to be so hard to break through this door, this tree area.
Yeah, not with this kind of weaponry, not, I mean.
And even on this B hit, you have 2 players tucked front B right now. So even if Aspas goes down here, King should get a fast trade and he just timing swings it.
Or he just kills them both, yeah. Forget about the trade.
Why not?
कैसे करते भाई ये इतना recoil control spray
With the
transfer?
way LEV has looked this map.
Very realistic.
What a story.
I am really excited about Bind. Assuming this continues the way it's looked, Bind should be an outrageously good battle. LEV get to 11.
आपके कैम ने आपको धोखा दिया है, prank हुआ है, left में था.
Flawless round for the defense.
And now going into this next round for FUT, you have to be worried about these close corners. Is there going to be an Omen there with a judge?
All right.
And Mazzino might not even keep it into this round. I mean, he could upgrade, get a rifle if he wanted to, but just that fact alone, cooking in your brain, it makes you play differently.
Yeah, the timing here from Aspas was beautiful.
Yeah, he's warmed up, Doug.
पता नहीं कौन सा ego hide हो गया. अबे वहाँ पे लिखा तो आ रहा था.
Leviathan's success has been about the pressure and how they maintain it.
Sorry.
Yeah, how they handle it. That was at least the story in North America, but it looks like they definitely brought it here with them too.
I mean, pressure is really kind of surrounded this team from the beginning. We've talked about it a couple of times. This roster was built to compete for hardware. And under those expectations, they struggled at the beginning, finally seemed to have found some footing, and then hop on a plane to go to the other side of the world. And it seems like on a much more condensed situation, they have to solve a bit of the same. They look a little rough, and they're having to figure it out, and they're having to figure it out on the fly.
And they have high expectations even here. I mean, this is a home crowd advantage. The fans here love Aspas. You don't want to let them down. It may not be your region,
नमस्ते चलो 10 gifted हो जाओ जल्दी जल्दी टाइम नहीं है अभिषेक भाई I'm ready baby let's go.
It looks like Mazzino will keep that judge.
मुझे कह रहे हो?
LEV just a couple of rounds away from taking us to bind. Keep an eye on Cracks, though. He has that Rolling Thunder to play around. If they decide to go into this C hit, into all of Texas utility.
अरे क्या कर रहे हो भाई? Advocates हो तो lawyer और LLB करो जाके भाई.
It doesn't matter if you get hit with a
Chats
reach
में
shot when
जाके
you have a judge. It's still one
ये
pump
केस,
if you're
वो
close
केस,
range.
ये क्या केस है?
I
वो क्या
like
केस
this
है?
play from LEV. They're reading into
अरे
it.
कोर्ट वोट में लड़ो भाई. इधर-उधर के लिए से कोई फायदा नहीं है भाई.
Considering it, waiting for the right moment to strike. You see the smoke going up towards Worm to suggest that split.
I mean, CNET is going to have to deal with KJ Mollies, a judge. Even if players here on C are stunned from that breach utility, this entire setup is to counter CNET.
Second smoke refreshed. No easy access to site. Oh, they found the judge. I can't imagine they're going to want to go this way now.
TP थोड़ा casual था.
On the opposite side of the map with Yetuje and King.
He spotted the barrel. He spotted Yetuje. He's dead. FUT have kind of been thrown into a bit of a dizzy.
Oh my gosh, Calm.
Cypher dead.
On the space behind them.
Calm by heavy lurk by.
There's no trip. There's nobody watching it. These could be some of the
भाग जा
easiest
कॉम, भाग जा,
kills.
भाग जा, भाग जा, भाग जा.
Just saw the
Nice
Rolling
one.
Thunder. Cracks will fall. The
Nice.
swing out, not connecting. As Aspas pops his ult, has the satchel, goes
पीछे.
forward, doesn't get a chance to fire it off, but 10 seconds left. The spike is nowhere near the site, and now it's sitting on the ground. There's no way for them to get in.
Jord, baby.
His way out, and he cannot. LEV get to map point.
From start to finish, Doug, this has been such a good map for LEV. And they haven't won this the last 3 times they played it. They got destroyed by Genji.
Hello Texas, क्या scene. भाई कॉम क्या बेंच कभी भी कुछ भी फ्लैंक करता है.
That FUT, I mean, the coach said, yeah, we used the game plan of crew to beat LEV on the last map, and I can't help but imagine they maybe tried to do something similarly.
बजो 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 और बजो.
Or they should have if they didn't.
Yeah. I think LEV made some really good changes though from the last time they played this map to now, and it's showing.
Knives not connecting. CNET has to go up top. Still has a couple to play around. While Yetuje gets the best of Aspas. It's messy and it's chaotic, but the defense seems to be holding the line.
मजीनो कहाँ से आया भाई?
Now tap of the door as they try to find safe passage and get away. Ada Captain with spike in hand is going to have to try to stay alive and try to find his way out, and he cannot. But Yetuje potentially saving the day.
And he knows where Calm is as well. That Prowler hit him. If I'm Yetuje right now, I know I got hit by a Prowler front B. I'm going back to A after I get this bomb. Calm could definitely be in sight before me. Poor guy, he just wants an upgrade. He can't get it.
Went from a Phantom to a Bulldog to a Guardian.
Yeah.
Now 45 seconds.
And a lot of time.
And the silence for Calm must be deafening. 3 sites.
क्यों हटा रहे
No
traps
real
को?
idea on where he could possibly be.
भाई.
Once this door opens up, Calm will have to knife out.
आवाज गई उसको? C
Try
पे?
to beat the timing. No one
Bro,
on
he's
the map telling
walking.
him that it opened? Nah, there it is.
No, he can't hear.
A little bit of a delay,
Oh,
but
अभी देखा,
he's
अभी
going to have to
सुनेगी.
run into a full Cypher setup. 2 trips, Doug. 2.
Where's the other
Accelerating
one?
now, you see both trips invested.
Oh my gosh.
Yetuje playing on the other side of him.
No.
Tucked in tree. Calm with the round in his hand. Has an eye to play with. Remember, Yetuje's a little bit weak too. He's taken some damage. But his positioning here is everything. The eye cleared. He knows where he is. The cam spotted him. And that's one that's been found. He has to tuck. Buys a little bit of time, pulls it out. Now Yetuje just playing around the corner. He's not going to swing. He's not going to give him the challenge. Finally comes out, and Yetuje gets the kill anyway. The 4K to get FUT their 7th.
Yetuje just had what, a 1v4. He keeps them alive. FUT are still in this map. And the economy is starting to fumble for LEV.
Nice shots.
He favors that Guardian, and I understand why. I fully understand why. Into the next round we go. 4 ults on the side of the defense. We're looking to deal a death blow to FUT. Already aggressive space taken away from Aspas. The pit invested on the other side, forcing, funneling FUT B.
And on the other end of this, Com has that fatal. So the flood will be so strong.
And they've invested the lockdown into this as well.
I mean, FUT can't go anywhere right now.
भाई C पे Viper spit, A पे rubble control,
The weak spot
B
now
पे
would
KG
be
की
A
ult.
because it's just Mizzino who's taking space half wall.
They can't do shit, bro. They have to fall
You
back
can't
to spawn.
really try to venture into the pit. It's dangerous enough as it is, but then you have Killjoy utility inside of it.
Gosh.
Aspas on the reposition, joining with Mizzino.
They know they're going to come back A. They know it's going to be a reclear. But do they know how many? That's the question.
They've got to be careful on this. Oh, the cam. He's been spotted. The cam is cleared. They're looking for the fight, and Mizzino falls.
No.
At the same time, door is tap front B. LEV still just need to hold strong here, though.
30 seconds left.
FUT are doing their best to conceal what they're trying to do.
Oh, footsteps heard. Text made noise, acting like he jumped into heaven. He sneaks back into the front B smoke.
What?
Calm, not able to land the shots. It seemed like it was going to be some of the easiest kills, but those are often the hardest. Barring an ace from King, we're playing another round.
And not only that, but that was every single ult that they had used and invested into this round, with the outcome not going their way.
You're absolutely right.
FUT have a chance now to potentially come back into this map.
I mean, they're carrying all of their rifles into the next.
Oh my gosh.
Ada Captain has his pit.
Chat, only 15 subscribers for 600. Can we subscribe, yo?
That Cypher camera, that one piece of chargeable utility.
यार, I can't believe man. ऐसे
That's
run
what
and gun
opens it
कैसे
up for them?
possible
Are you
होता है?
kidding?
The spike goes off as FUT get onto their 8th.
They're nothing but flies.
Lever, I mean, on the doorstep of
Bro,
taking us to bind, but
पूरा control था
you're
उनके
right,
पास.
with the investment of all of those ults,
ये ओमन गलत मारा.
that should have been what put him away.
Yeah.
That was the game plan. That was the approach.
ये क्या था भाई?
Gosh, that one hurts.
I think the problem was that they stacked the Fade ult with Texas Killjoy ult. They counteract each other. They don't work well. They're not synonymous at all.
Cage trigger.
So no real time to dwell
अरे
on it. The only ult they
157
have is
600
Mizzino's.
बाबा.
Camera taken out.
वो 400 बम
How
से
do they
गए थे ना,
approach this?
पता
All the
बताया नहीं था
Killjoy
मैंने.
utility set up C.
400 बम से गए थे.
Proactivity from LEV. Just something we haven't seen yet on their defensive side so far. They really haven't had to. But this is a lot of info now gathered for Leviathan. They know nobody's even jiggling A lobby right now. Yeah, somebody could be tucked on the left.
अरे watching की नहीं
And
बोल
they
रहा
just
बाबा.
spotted, Tom just spotted a little bit B as well. And the alarm bot just went off C, so they have a really good idea of what's going on here.
Yep.
But the truth is they did the previous round as well. The paranoia out, Cena dashing forward, standing the shots on attacks and looking for the second, has to take a step back. As Aspas falls too. Maybe Mizzino can settle things, he gets his one, but the spike is rotated
Nice one,
back
King
C.
bhai.
Mr. Fallen
2v2
keeping it up.
please.
And Ada Captain keeping it forward.
अरे अल्टा यार इसके पास.
Spike in hand. He's got the pitch. Surely he invested here off the plant, right? If he gets the time, if he gets the space.
There
now
it is.
Dropped. He's got to be careful because Com's not far off. The spam not connecting, but Mizzino with some high ground.
Is he going to jump on the box? He
Yes,
is.
Looking for any target he can find. If he drops down behind him, there's no way for them to expect for him to be there.
भाई कोने में टीपी मार.
Com with
Please
the eye.
कोने
That
में
might be
टीपी
the cue
मार.
for him to go. There it is. As soon as the eye goes up, Mizzino goes down. Try to get
Oh,
behind
he
him.
heard
He's been
him.
caught. He's been
यार
spotted. And Com
टीपी
will fall
मारता.
too.
माँ
Ada
कसम
Captain with
टीपी
3 and FUT with
मारता.
9.
It was such a good idea on the retake for LEV. But not quite hitting the mark. When Mizzino drops down there and he doesn't see Ada Captain right away, Ada Captain understands that and he hears it, and that's just all she wrote. He turns around and he's able to clean that kill up for free. Another great round for FUT. The macro game right here, they baited out all the Killjoy utility. That allows Cena to get in scot-free, take a 1v1, and not be chipped down low in case the body shots matter. It didn't in this case.
Right.
It did come down to a 2v2 though, so LEV, I mean, they fought hard for that round.
I mean, but the last couple of rounds have gone down to the wire. They've been close, but all of them have been going the way of FUT. And so now LEV call a timeout. They're first of the map. They still have one more in case things get really messy. But the truth is, I mean, they're messy now.
हो रहा है गंदा वाला.
FUT have put together the last 3 rounds to keep this thing close. It seemed like they were done. I mean, it seemed like we were going to bind.
I thought it was over. Much how the first map went for them, for FUT. I thought it was going to be the same case here for LEV. On each respected team's map pick as well. It will be a light armor buy across the board for Leviathan in this round.
सब अच्छा खेल रहे हैं भाई. कोई नहीं आग रहा.
On the side of
वहाँ पे किंग मार रहा है बहुत.
They might, I was going to say, they might catch FUT off guard here with this buy.
I mean, they have the money to fully invest the rifles. I think you're right.
I mean, King sitting at 2.9, you have players on 3.3. A lot of teams in this case would do a little bit of a light buy, yeah, but not invest fully.
दिमाग वाला buy करा ये तुझे ने.
This is a winning play here, a winning buy potentially for Leviathan.
Outlaw. One shot के सारे.
Shadows traveling.
Prowler first clearing out mid, or at least attempting to. Gets tagged up.
Yeah, FUT knows something's amiss here around this C area of the map. That's why they want nothing to do with it. But LEV have done a really good job of manipulating FUT to go A.
Back into the teeth of Texas setup. Just like the last round. Second dog used to clear the trip, the deep trip that Yetuje had put up. Remember, nope, no ults. This is all guns here.
And it's all contact. Tex versus CNED.
All of this utility. It's a mess. The first one cleared. CNED now going, dashing forward, trying to find a target. Space has been gained, but no kills have been found. King flushed out straight into CNED's crosshairs, and it's Adcaptain who gets the kill. Second is a Clipper and Try. The classic comes out. The kill comes through for Tex. Numbers still the way of FUT. But they haven't really established control, and they're kind of stuck on the site here. There's nowhere for them to go. So it's on Yetuje to control the flank, to control stairs, and he lands the shots on Mazzino. Now they can turn their attention forward. 13 seconds left. They've got to hold them back as best as they can, and it's all on to Calm. He will fall. FUT get another.
It was a back and forth round. But FUT come out on top. The utility on the site from Cracks was too good. It got Cena this entry right here.
बहुत heavy help कर रहा है भाई.
Gets it. But either way, the trades onto the site go their way. And Yetuje here with that outlaw, all he had to do his one job was to hold stairs that entire time as the hit came through. And that came down to the wire. That was 10 seconds left before they even got the bomb out of tree there. If they do that again against rifle, like an actual full buy with utility, that could be disaster. Just like this push was almost disaster. The pinch.
FUT want to get through this as cleanly as they can and as quickly as they can, to be honest. Remember, LEV still have one more timeout.
Yeah. And yeah, they're definitely going to use it after this round. Honestly, the coach probably pre-fired it, just like CNED pre-fired that smoke and got a kill off of the aggression from LEV.
Cracks because of that spike plant, now 1 point away from the Rolling Thunder.
Man, and they're going to hunt too. For sure you're going to hunt here.
Oh, you've got the money? Yeah, why not?
You're going to see Mr. Fallen try to get that Omen ult online, because why not? I mean, Omen ult isn't the most, you know, oppressive ult on a map like this, but it could put doubt in the minds of LEV. Or maybe, I mean, maybe you can sync them together.
Cracks is the big one. I've got all eyes on him. He's got to get that ult online here if he can. I'm really surprised they're not hunting.
Why are they not hunting? The economy is flourishing for you. It's only 1 round left. You can buy.
Hey, they don't want to feed a couple of ult orbs over? I don't know. I don't know, to be honest. Either way, FUT will get to 11. Tex dying there to the spike.
Yeah.
No,
that is a fair point, though. If they had ran into the wrong spot and Aspas suddenly gets that showstopper online, I mean, that could be a big deal.
Yeah.
Going into the last round of the half. They did a good job right here weathering the storm and not getting pincered. That was that pre-fire I was talking about, the fadeaway.
They're not going to call a timeout?
No timeout. They're just going straight into things here. And it will be an op online for REDGEAR.
Last round of regulation. Either we're going to bind or we're going to overtime.
With all that utility from Leviathan being used on this default A, the aggression here, that will secure that breach ultimate. Where do they decide to go? And if you look at this, it's just LEV. They're just going to play the util game. They're probably not going to flood in. They're playing to not get hit by a breach ult on site.
I don't blame them.
Beautiful Prowler.
They invested the Rolling Thunder C.
And no one got hit.
To the side, now dashing forward. They've gained the space, but you're right. They haven't dropped anyone along the way. Leviathan with the numbers advantage. This is where things have been messy. Can they close it out? Can they take us to bind? Aspat's one away from his ult. Playing in the smoke, biding his time. Mr. Fallen fakes the TP. He ulted as if though he was going really far away, but he stays on the site.
So
devious. And now there's paranoia, now there's doubt in the minds of LEV. Slowing things down for just a moment. Still hasn't been spotted. Spam through on the smoke, not connecting. CNET from up top, getting us to 4. Mazzino so dangerously close to playing on the other side of the smoke. Now they go up top, and all of them fall. CNET with 3, but King on the counter. LEV LEV are taking us to bind.
What a
G
map, what a
fucking
comeback
G.
into this series. 2 seconds left on the defuse. And we're gonna go to bind now. That was sick.
The first series of the day goes 3 maps and OT to decide it. This one very well may be the same. We'll see you guys
भाई
after the break.
क्या ही बचाया है भाई भाई गंदी पोजी ली थी भाई उसने सीनेट ने प्लस वो ओमन का स्मोक बीटी भाई डर लग रहा था एक पॉइंट के लिए मुझे पैच गोटे मुंह में थे यार गाइस लाइक करो यार सब्सक्राइब कर दो मेरी जान के गोटोस थैंक्स
Every gamer faces challenges. Champions.
थ्रो तो जो हुआ ट्वर्क कर दो किस खुशी में ट्वर्क करे मेरी जान
Lenovo Legion.
Buttu, can you please come on my Discord and open the video and twerk for us? Like we have like 5 minutes. Like we got nothing to do because we're gonna see a third map and before that we just need some enjoyment. So can you like just twerk for us for a while? Thanks. $5,000 G पे डन तू ट्वर्क कर डिस्कॉर्ड में आके मैं 5,000 G पे करूंगा डन 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 बुत्तू भाई तू ट्वर्क कर डिस्कॉर्ड में आके वीडियो कैमरा ऑन करके अब भी 5,000 G पे करूंगा अब भी क्या सुख है फाटू भाई मेरा कोई सुख नहीं है भाई तुम्हारा सोच रहा हूं मैं तो बकचोदी करेंगे ना पहले पैसा पहले ट्वर्क चैट पहले किसने बोला मैंने फिर पैसा किसने बोला बुत्तू ने तो पहले ट्वर्क उसके बाद पैसा क्या बोलते हो
रोम रोम भाइयों सिस्टम पार देंगे
कुछ भाई थैंक यू फॉर द स्पॉन्सर 50% देना मांगता नो सॉरी हाफ एडवांस बेच पहले ट्वर्क भाई स्कैमर है ये स्कैमर है बुत्तू मैं नहीं जानता पहले ट्वर्क करेगा तो बता I'm ready बुत्तू come my Discord baby I'm here where the fuck are you bro oh yeah I'm here I'm here, baby. बात तो सही है हाफ एडवांस तू देना फिर मेरी तरफ से अभिषेक हाँ साला एडवांस दूं एड्रेस दे एडवांस भेजता हूँ फिर मत बोलिए ये कौन सा एडवांस भेजा तूने भाई एडवांस इज एडवांस एड्रेस भेज एडवांस देता हूँ
Welcome back, everyone. We are going to a map 3. It's a long day. It's a long day, but it's a good day. And, you know, honestly, I'm glad to see Leviathan, you know, like, they had to dig deep in that situation after getting trounced in map 1 and then finding themselves the victor of map 2. This is certainly going to be hey, it's a BO1 now, right?
Yeah.
Full send.
Yeah. I mean, a sloppy second map there, I think
sure.
at times. Really letting things slip. FUT one round away from taking to overtime and having a chance to close this out in 2. But overall, it was a solid game for LEV. I think they started off with some much better attacking side stuff there.
Absolutely.
I think some really good calling, players stepping up, Aspas, Mazzino, both having big performances, and eventually kind of finding it in themselves to close it out.
I also feel like FUT, there are some rounds that they win that they're not entitled to. Like
Turkey
have
to
crazy
that one before.
plays. Yeah, the one before. I mean, definitely, but the fact that it doesn't get into Lev's head is
क्या
also
मटा
very
बोफड़ी के
Yeah, and FUT also on their attack side, I think, making some mistakes. I mean, this round they're like not clearing the close corner, do get that trade, but then it just gets overcomplicated, right? Like 15 seconds on the clock. They're super late pushing into this A site and getting full stalled out by the anchors of Leviathan. I mean, the defensive side is what brought LEV the majority of their rounds in this half, making things happen with, I think, some really good proactive defensive rotates. I credit a lot of that to Calm. I think his Yuta was on point
Cock blocker
throughout
हुआ
that defensive side. And also, of course, to the players like King,
MVP
who
कौन है?
stepped up and had an incredible match.
किंग भाई
especially
ऑन
individually,
टॉप यार
right?
क्या
But,
मारा
I'm
बेंच
thinking about the
मैंने क्या
division in
बोला
the
था
runs that we saw
वो
coming
जो
in from
किंग
FUT,
ने
right? Like, for example, this is not
2v5
the one time that they've run
शेरिफ
at
से
a time. We saw
उसको
them-
मार
we
के
saw them
वाइपर को
be
मार के
more work
गन
the
लेके
map, they wanna
3
create that
और
pressure,
मारे
force those
वो राउंड
rotations,
चुभा
but it's
उन्हें
so late into
मैंने
the
बोला
round.
था
And at the beginning of it, Lev was not buying into
That
it.
round
We
was
were
the
even hearing
actual
Veve saying
difference.
they're not pushing. Why? They don't need to. Like, the utility's so good.
क्या बोलते हो guys?
And FUT were lacking the ability to freeze the round after they spotted the kill your utility time after time when they were going on to C. It's not like they just invented the site. Like, you should know how to how to move and how
New
to
site
enter.
just dropped.
चलो गाइस थोड़ा तुम
How to
चिल
enter,
करो
into it, but I like how at the end of that half, Lev was
BRB
just
in
taking the
5
space
minutes.
onto A and kind of
Yeah.
forcing them into going C.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. There was a lot of great moments there where it felt as if Leviathan were hurting, you know, FUT into where they wanted them to go. But, you know, credit to FUT, though, for really bringing it back the way that they did and making Leviathan sweat at the tail end of that game because I tell you, I was convinced we were going to OT.
Yeah, I mean, map 1 was a stump, but I think to bring things so close, this second map was really defined by the head-to-head that we were really hyping up at the beginning of this match between CNED and Aspas. Both these guys, I think, had much better performances in this map for FUT to start things going. CNED had a ton of impact. Some of these off rounds he was finding on defense were absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, and also the timings that he was working with. On the other side, Aspas, I think that he was an amazing entry. He was not struggling with all these things that were mentioned, and also because he has the extra mobility of he being the one playing
This
the race.
round.
Yeah, this made no sense. It happened.
My man
Don't play
stopped
Bando,
midair. Just, it's ridiculous. But yeah, and then CNED was pulling off some heroics too. There were a lot of moments that, honestly, you look at these two guys go and you realize, like, yeah, I mean, that's it. That's the beauty of the game, right? To see two players like that, right, on each side of the field, take ownership of the game and really find those opportunities to thrive. And that is the reason why you always got to focus on them going into this. And honestly, they're also going to be pivotal going into Bind as well, which is going to be map 3.
Is this going to be it again? Aspas is going to win, but Cena's going to have the better performance yet again. It's going to be funny. But yeah, now going on to Bind, possibly both of them playing on the race on a more even play field. I think that this has to be the biggest highlight of the day, this last map between them two.
Couldn't agree more. Well, let's see what Leviathan's Calm had to say about his journey this year in our Omen player moment.
I am Calm, and I play for Leviathan. I would say relief that we were able to show like a good side of us. I think for me, it was like a change in my mentality of like when we lost to Gen G and honestly, I felt like pretty down after. I would say this year it's been a little bit harder for me. It's definitely been a different experience. I think it's just been a shock for myself from last year where I was playing at like the absolute top of my game to this year where it feels like I haven't shown like fully what I am.
He has his ult though. How are they going to be able to deal with this?
Ready to go, paint shell lob onto the corner. No util going to be cleared by that one, but Showstopper in. Looking for the catch, but it's going to be calm, taking down now that. Tech does not really matter too much as Tex, however, holds the line!
I just kind of like switched my mentality of like not taking it as such like a pressure, high pressure like international LAN. At the end of the day, like I am very self-critical, you know. I'm just super happy to like even be here and like be able to compete at the highest level at an international event in Shanghai as well. So I think like at the end of the day, like I just have to be appreciative of the now and whatever happens, happens.
Whatever happens, happens, and that is going to take us to map 3. It's Bind. And, you know, Calm, he is the type of person, you know, wears the emotions on his sleeve. He holds himself to an incredibly high standard. But, you know, he's also the kind of guy, too, that clutches up when the team needs it as well.
The clutches are big, but he's also the vibes guy for the team.
Sure.
He brings the energy. You see him on the stage when they win, putting his hands in the air. He'll be dancing for his teammates. I've talked to him about it, and his biggest thing is just wanting to make sure his teammates have fun and bring him up. He was that guy for EG, and he's proving to be that guy for LEV as well. Very likely critical for them to bring things back after that brutal 13-1 loss to now find us on a map 3.
Well, you also have to remember, too, where he came from, right? He was in Evil Geniuses, where that team, you had 5 players incredibly bought into their system. You had a coach that also helped to kind of keep that personality up as well. Whereas in this one, this is a very high stakes, high pressure team that you're in. It's almost a, you know, it is a super team that they had formed here of different players from across different regions in the Americas overall region. So there is the higher standard, if you will, that I'm sure Leviathan and all these guys in the organization, all the players hold themselves to find themselves in those, you know, big moments just like this.
You said going back. I thought you were about to start talking about a crew.
Oh man, I don't know.
Stroller.
I don't know if I could pull
They're
that
dangerous
out of my
on
brain.
Icebox, or so people have been saying.
I don't know if my memory banks had enough knowledge.
He was good on that. He's always been good. Calm is such a talent, and it's so awesome to get to see him performing on this international stage. But let's talk a little bit more about Bind. Bea, I want to hear your thoughts on this map for FUT, because I don't know how sold I am on the Omen. No one really plays it in Americas, and I feel like you lose a lot of the like stall utility and setups you can get with that Brim.
I get what you mean, and I understand it. Hear me out, Mimi. But the thing is that with FUT, it doesn't matter, right? They have the fundamentals and the way that they want to play the game. Like the main idea is the same. They just like to change the compositions around. The other day, we saw them playing as a pack all together, just going on the attack and sending it maybe way too much against DRG. That should not be the case for today. They have to be very much prepared because Leviathan is going to come with a very, very strict plan. And regarding the Omen, Ada Captain was not having the moment with the TPs. My man was missing a couple of very important ones, but hey, now the pressure is on all of them.
But when it's hitting, it actually gives you some cool ideas to have like a second dive agent on your hits or in your retakes. But this is it, map number 3, do or die, elimination on the line. A world champion is going home either way.
Yep, this is it, folks. A great way to close off the Swiss stage. Just go ahead, send it back to your casters. It's Baby Bay and a guy who's definitely earned his paycheck today, Doug.
Thank you so much. This is what it all comes down to. This is where it ends. The pursuit of hardware for one of these two teams ends at the end of this map. And it would be a devastating story for one side or the other, but this series has been exceptional.
And you can't help but feel like LEV has the advantage in this map. They haven't played it in this tournament at all. And the last team they played was G2, who looked crazy on it in this tournament. And FUT, I mean, they looked nothing even similar to good on this map the last time they played against DRG.
On the attack, standard Viper wall, up A short. Yeah, to J. Oh, that knife is gonna attack too.
Yeah, and that's the cue to speed up short and take all of this control and maybe even flip.
And he can just play his cards, right? He can just play patiently there, wait, and then decide on when he wants to strike. There was a flash that went around the corner, tried catching someone. Meanwhile, Mazzino through the TP, gets a little bit of damage. Cracks going hunting his king, tries to hunt him down as well. 3 members of the defense all huddled into showers. And it's getting a little slippery.
Flash is coming up too, 4 seconds.
Calm on the flank. He's going to dog his way up to try to get up into pipes. Meanwhile, Cena trying to hold them back.
Great nade!
Nade at his feet. He's flushed into the swing, and he's dead.
One enemy remaining.
A great pistol from Lev. Mr. Fallen in a 1v3. A sliver of health. Takes one with him, but will fall. The pistol the way of Lev.
Little guy did it.
This pistol round for Lev was all prep. They understand what the reaction of FUT is going to be when that dagger lands. They understand that the Omen Flash is going to come through, and REDGEAR is going to try to get the timing on the flank. That's why they were positioned in shower, waiting for that moment. Outside of Octagon, waiting for that the flash comes through. REDGEAR gets taken down. And that was such a wonderful nade. With some extra shots. Oh, what a shot on Cracks right there. And then Lil Bro cleans up the round. A decisive pistol round for Leviathan. And a great start to map 3 for them.
After the abysmal start to the series, I mean.
Seriously.
But it's about how you finish. Lev up one here. A quiet start, snappy from Aspas. As he's looking to farm, not able to settle the shots on the third and on the fourth, but he did his job. He dealt his damage. They've lost contain there as Yetuje has gotten behind them. Nothing but a ghost, though. Yeah. They're gonna rotate right around each other as Calm pushes back towards pipes. Very similar to what we saw in the previous round. If he's able to upgrade a weapon, this could be trouble. Not able to land the shots on the Bazino, though. And Lev get their second.
Nothing too crazy here for Leviathan. Aspas, he is feeling confident, though. He was sitting short alone, taking aim duels. That's the Aspas you want to see, especially if you're his teammates right now. You want to see him get fired up. You want to see him already sitting at the top. You can fuel off of that. And he's gonna do it again.
4 and 2 currently, light armor, but 2 away from his ult. He's gonna have Tex with him this time.
And this is out of the game plan of DRG, trying to pick off Cracks here. And he does it with a Guardian on top of it to wallbang him as he's falling back from that angle.
Yeah.
Cracks could have been taken down there for sure.
Additional pen there, almost cost him his life. FUT deciding to slow the round down, spread things out as thinly as they can. Expecting aggression, expecting pace from the defense. But now Lev fully rotated back B. They've seen something that makes them think it's all here.
The difference with Leviathan and DRG is Leviathan love to get proactive and re-clear space that Skies like to take.
Yeah, I think part of the problem too, on top of that, is the guns don't necessarily lean towards just being able to fight with your rifles, right? If you have Spectres, if you have Stingers, you want to fight in groups.
Yep.
You want power in numbers.
Casino's gonna hold this U-Haul, and that's a lot of good space to control now. It can open up the flood.
They filled in right behind him. Com's able to get the first. Remember here, they want to fight in bunches. They want to fight together, given the weapons that they have.
30 seconds left.
A lot on the eyes of Cracks here as he has to try to hold them back as they try to come out through showers. Tex on one. The trade is there, but Cracks is smoked off. Only given a little bit of space to try to keep them back and try to punish. Lev on the reaggress. King up in heaven with a Spectre. I mean, how do you deal damage from there? Mazino not able to find space into the smoke. Now Seeker's invested. The attack side in control. Given the numbers, given the spike. And Lev with no real way to fight back into this one. Does not seem like a bonus will be converted.
One enemy remaining.
Definitely won't be. But Aspas, he's 2 off of the showstopper. Any kill would be good. I mean, he goes down here to Cracks, but he's 1 kill off of that ultimate. And that was a very successful bonus round for Lev. They got so many guns out, armor out from every player. Good start.
Take a look at it again. I mean, all of that, the reason that Lev found the success that they did was because they were proactive in playing around the map.
Yeah.
Much like you mentioned, very different from how DRG like to approach things. They're proactive, they get aggressive, they try to refill space. That's what got them to that stack A.
And a big part of that is Calm. He uses that Sky towards the B site and just cycles his utility constantly, feeding his team the information if there's a player lurking outside of there or not. And then even if it doesn't connect, sometimes he'll push down by himself.
The dog spots Aspas. A traded flash. And he gets out.
But they still maintain all of this control. Now they opt to back off a little bit, but here's where you might see another flash. Oh, the dog from Com. So he got another set of info towards this B-long area. But now he's going to sit on nothing at all.
As he invests his second flash towards sand. A little bit of presence confirmed.
Everything right now for the side of FUT is showing that it's going to be a B hit. But that smoke into U-Haul, it might put doubt in the minds of LEV.
I mean, if it is, they're not moving off of it. Not really rotating. Com is kind of cheated back towards A, but
Get out of my way.
there's not enough to suggest that it's a full hit. As Mr. Fallen tries to get inserted, he gets capped, he gets caught.
And now they know for sure it's going to be an A speed up. FUT have nowhere else to go at this moment. They could rip that TP, potentially.
Mazzino still has a smoke, also has a Phantom, and he's putting it to work. Only able to get one though. 13 seconds left. The spike still has not been planted. Tex with ult online and King, excuse me, on the flank.
One enemy remaining.
7 seconds on to Adata Captain now. Feeling the walls closing in, feeling the pressure, and it's too much. LEV get their third.
And this is the bread and butter gameplay of LEV's defensive side. Like so many other teams in the North American region, they play it in the backside area. Sometimes they'll control U-Haul, and they'll just delay the bomb time and time again.
Leave us.
And it leaves you with two choices. You either just wait it all out and hope that you win the aim duels eventually, or you try to force a fight back site, but they're playing for that layer.
Right.
LEV wants you to try to take that fight. Already 2 ultimates online for the side of LEV. 2 ultimates that are great on the retake. They would probably like to not invest them into this anti-eco and save them for the next gun round and potentially start a snowball off of that. But if they have to, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Again, silence on the site.
Yeah.
Silence on the map.
Com is just gonna keep cycling this utility. B long. Oh, Hospos wanted to get crazy there.
Yeah, he did. Fortunately for him, Mazzino's there to strike.
Yeah.
Hospos wanted some of those kills, but as soon as he showed up into it, they were all gone.
And Mazzino's such a sick anchor on this A site. He's had so many highlight plays this year alone.
मेरी माँ भी cute है भाई. मैं वहाँ गया मम्मी के
Whether he's
पास.
playing in showers and having to fall
कोई
back,
एकदम
playing
दुख
around
भरी
that
रील
triple
देख के
area,
रो
or
रही
he's
है.
in U-Haul anchoring.
I wonder if they let Mazzino
Very realistic.
hunt a little bit here. 1 point away from his ult.
Yeah, look at him. He's getting ahead of that one way.
Just a little bit. He's got some help over the top.
30
Day
seconds
with
left.
no real options, and King should be hearing those footsteps.
Yeah, he's just got to run it down.
Pings on the mini-map. Oh, they knew where he was headed.
Yeah, even if this goes on to Com, it's fine because he's also 2 off of his ultimate.
They're trying to give it to him. But a flawless round for LEV as Com gets closer to his ult. So you're right now, because of how that played out, both Com and Mazzino within striking distance of their ults.
Yeah. All of a sudden, we have a potential snowball on our hands, and this is that short A fight from Mazzino and U-Haul. He's gained confidence since that first map. I mean, everybody from LEV has.
Oh, 1000%.
They better try something else.
3 rounds separating these 2 squads with 1 second left before the round starts. Into the action we go. A pit for Yetuje. And those are the same 2 ults we were talking about. Aspas and Tex still have theirs with Com and Mazzino close by. There's the first. The trigger's there. He's going to survive. The TP carries him alive.
Ooh. An awkward engagement in short A with Yetuje and Mazzino. King will get daggered off of this hookah control, but he re-aggroes it. And all of a sudden, Com is positioned towards his A side of the map, getting info there. Doesn't quite find the timing on Yetuje, and that opens up the gap. But they might run into a 1-2 punch here for the likes of Aspas and King. There's the insta-dink.
On the box. Oh, he puts up the pit and it gets put right back down. Now King trying to fill in behind it. Gives it up. Understanding his pressure.
Wow,
Octagon, he was right.
Flash ही कर देता Sky.
Mr. Fallen out around his king. Tries to stay down under the window. Tries to get a kill with the classic. Not able to connect on it. And Adata Captain forced to fight. Grabs the spike. Sure, he's headed A, but the TP makes it to where it's not as big of an advantage as you would think.
And that initial tap there to bait out if somebody's close, that might come back to bite him in the butt, but...
Here's one.
LEV, yeah, they're so wise now to just play together. They're investing the Seekers. They know how important this round is, Doug.
Well, they also have the luxury of having so many and having such a... having so many so early. But Adata Captain dropping the first and will fall.
Nice try.
King with 3, now he's one away from having his pit.
Yeah, and he's gonna get it right here.
I imagine they'll give it to him.
Thank you.
After the fist bumps come through, of course.
Yeah.
Those are important.
And Doug, it was the 1-2 punch from King and Aspas. Yeah, Aspas gets the initial dink, but then he follows it up with a nade, and then King swings with the nade. So if anybody is there, they're gonna get taken out.
Yeah, they're dead.
And even so, you're not expecting somebody to peek behind that nade either. Oh man, I've seen that one before. That guy's got the moves in and out of game. And those moves caused FUT to call a timeout. It's slipping away from them. They're a team that thrives off of strong starts to maps. But the problem that they have is when they don't get the bomb down, when they're not able to get onto the site itself, their win rate lowers drastically. If they're actually able to get the bomb down, I mean, we know their conversion rate. It's really, really high.
Yeah, it's a different game.
But LEV are playing for that. They're disrupting, trying to get kills or even chip damage before it happens. And then even towards A, they're delaying the bomb plant.
600 से 400 हो गया watching जब से 400 हो गया
हाँ.
watching जब से members only chat.
Oh, and a Sky ult.
उसके लिए नहीं रे बाबा DK. अभी गेम खत्म हुआ, बीच में ब्रेक हुआ उससे. तो क्या हो गया मेरी जान?
And an outlaw for Aspas.
Yeah, and if he can get an early pick here on the Yedege.
Members only से क्या है भाई? उसको मैच देखना enjoy करना वो देखेगा.
FUT played this map. I mean, you might not even have to invest any else into this.
No.
And you have him for another gun round.
He's got a rifle at his feet, too. If they end up pushing him back showers, he's got both weapons. He can take early contact, and then if he doesn't like what he sees, switches over to the rifle and rotates away.
Proactivity is the name of the game of LEV.
The paranoia causing some problems. Tech's not able to settle the shots, but Mazzino can.
Spike down B.
And a pin invested on the other side. Playing anti now. And there it is. Through the TP they go. It's 3 on the round for the controller. Yetujay surrounded. Lands one shot, but 4.
भाई निकाल सकता है ये. Ult है इसके पास.
Ace on the cards cannot convert. But it's gotten it down to a 1v1. This is messier than it should
अबे
be.
ult है सीनेट के पास. कॉम इतना हगाट कैसे करा इसने?
In the world was that?
I mean, it was ridiculous. It wasn't pretty, that's for sure.
Bro, ये
Maybe
क्या
a little
है?
disgusting. But it went the way of LEV and Calm, and look at the reaction from the owner.
That was ugly.
Hey, man. A win is a win.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to see his point of view. I just want to see it in first person. Where were the bullets going? I mean, CNET was even able to reload, and I mean, you got a sheriff shot out if that was on that target.
उसने ult की करा, ओनर पगला गया भाई.
That would have been one for the books.
क्या कर रहा है भाई ये?
Right. Into the next we go. Cracks and CNET both with ults. Mazzino and Tex on the other side of the stage joining him. Adata Captain got really far up.
But look, it's just going to be pure info for Calm. Like, he knows no one's here now. This is how LEV play this map.
All invested from Cracks. The flash through. Saspa tries to turn it. That will drop it. They've got the order strike as well, but Cena tried getting behind it.
But
and he's
nice
ult
ult,
on the other side.
Wait
through
a
all
second.
of that, the spike has made its way through TP. It's headed back B, and Calm is there. Adata Captain finally making his way through. But Calm playing his cards patiently. Not choosing to commit, not choosing to full send. Gonna wait for Tex to join. He's got his ult. He's got that thrash.
Yeah.
Ooh, ult hai.
A little bit of elbow present from Yetu though. And he can be a massive difference maker. Is there a flash out for Mr. Fallen? No, they're not playing on the other side of the smoke, and Yetu is gonna get the timing. Oh, he's gonna get the timing. Mr. Fallen joins them as FUT get their second.
And when this team gets the spike
एक बंदा
planted,
elbow hold रख लेता.
it's inevitable. They just win the round. They formulate such good plans in the post plant. And they mix it up. Sometimes they're playing the bomb. This time, they slip the net. Finding the timing, spamming through the smokes.
Wow.
भाई एक बात बताओ, वो ब्रिम अल्ट KO
is
के
there to secure the round regardless.
अल्ट जो बॉडी पड़ी थी उस पे लगी थी वो ब्रिम अल्ट. क्यों उसमें भी नहीं मरा?
And so we go again. Mr. Fallen, the hero in the previous round, gets his 2 kills. Because of that, has the Seekers online.
Another slow approach. Another slow default. This time,
I've got your trail.
YOLO sending the Omen.
Watch them run.
Oh! That was a set play from the
Mazino.
last match!
It was, yep. And both times, he's died in the TP heaven. Both times he's been punished, trying to make that work.
This is the problem when you play matches back to back. Sometimes you just don't have the playbook. And FUT have switched comps so many times on this map. I mean, how much could they really have? A great flash over the top.
And Tex is the one that gets bested because of it. The defense still strong though. King will join a little bit late. Mazino still playing up in heaven. Again, patience. Cena dropping a couple of warning shots, popping off a couple, but not fully committing. Meanwhile, Mr. Fallen really far up. All a distraction, all eye candy. Yetu on the swing, Calm will fall. Mazino on the trade, 3 on the round. Lev holding strong. They're gonna have to flush him out of U-Haul if they want to get this. A 2v2 now. A tap on the spike. Mazino trying to at least hold it to half. He's actually gonna try to hold it the whole way. Finally taken off. Time is short. Mr. Fallen falls. Mazino with 4 on the round. CNED has to swing, lands the shots. Not able to land the second, but will he get the defuse? He got to half. King cannot get it there. The Red Bull clutch for FUT.
Mazino को hold
Once
करना
more,
था.
this time in a 3v4. They just outplay them.
साला
And
मारता
Mazino,
तो
he was doing
है
everything
बेसी
he
है.
could there.
कुछ भी बोलो.
He got 4. I don't blame King for trying to stick it there, letting Mazino get the ace. Just didn't go their way. Such clean shots. Just couldn't close out the round this time.
He did everything he could.
It honestly wouldn't have mattered anyway, even if he was full HP. It was a headshot that sealed the deal.
Calm as
CNED.
fuck. सो जाओ
Now we
सर
have a
भाई.
timeout
एक
from Leviathan.
पट से नींद लो 1 सेकंड 1 मिनट.
First one they invest in this map. Still up 3 rounds.
You gotta think they're just saying, we just can't let these guys get the bomb down. That's their only success in rounds.
आसपास मारो भाई.
But there's a
कहाँ हो
fine
रही है
line.
भाई आसपास को?
Because FUT, they tap the bomb, they'll bait out the utility, and while that's happening, you have Cracks setting up a KO flash from the top.
Yetu on the flank somewhere. Who knows where he is? Yeah.
भाई प्लेयर्स पे
This
होता है
constant
वैसे तो
game of,
पता
like,
है
cat and
क्या?
mouse.
जब
You have to
ओनर
predict
लोग बैठे होते हैं ना,
what the enemy is gonna do.
And Lev have done
जैसे एक
well to have a
BLT
3-round lead.
जब बूट कैम्प हुआ करता था ना, तब वो BLT मैचेस खेलती थी, जीतती
Still a
थी.
couple of rounds left in this half.
ओनर्स का
Mazino
वो
one
थोड़ा
away
ना
from his ult.
कुछ
Aspas
रहता है
as well.
दबदबा
Yetu kind of close on his.
कि ओनर आते हैं तो ढंग से खेल नहीं पाते. भाई होता है भाई.
There's that knife lineup. Yeah. Shower's not tagging anyone.
And with that, Lev have to be wary that maybe somebody could be lurked up there. Yetaj has been playing outside of that shower so many times.
Well, I think there's doubt on both sides too, because what's stopping Lev from filling in on the space, you know?
Yeah.
So many things to consider. Aspas spotting a shoulder. Spam coming through. Cracks patient on the swing. I thought he was going to try to ping pong that. Oh, it's Tex who strikes.
Tried to save Aspas there. Didn't know that he was out of danger, but it ends up converting because of it. Now the reposition. You might see a re-clear in the shower, giving Leviathan the info that this will ultimately be a lean towards B.
I mean, Calm on the other side of that took so much damage. King will fall.
It's that Omen flash. You're not used to it on the map like this.
No, and then a nade forcing you in the other way.
And all of a sudden, we're going to have another spike be planted. And this is what FUT want. This is where they thrive.
मत मार, heal कर दे अपने दोनों प्लेयरों को. तू भी 6 HP
Keep
है.
an eye on Calm here. He is weak, but he is in a position to make a play. Mazzino, as I mentioned, just a little bit off that ult. And what a godsend that would be. Spam not connecting. You see him tucked. J trying to play safely, and it's going to be flushed out. Aspas has gotten 2. Mr. Fallen trying to spam through. There's Mazzino on the swing.
Nice.
There it is. Now has his molly. At a captain, 1v2. One will fall.
Oh my God, bro.
Captain with 4. The Red Bull clutch for FUT.
What an insane play from the Omen. It started with a flash. He may have not gotten that, but he kills 4 afterwards. What a monster. Coming up huge for his team.
भाई एक साथ जाते ना, एक साथ जाते भाई.
Unreal.
And the life has been sucked out of LEV. The momentum has been sucked out of LEV. It feels like they're playing on the back foot now.
Here.
11th round of the half. 2 ults on the side of the defense. An outlaw in the hands of J, and sure enough, right on cue it strikes. Claiming another
Tom क्या कर रहा है पता नहीं भाई, बहुत
with the
टाइम
stinger. They're investing assault too. They tried catching him, but they're going to play ring around the rosy. They're rotating around one another. Is Mr. Fallen just going to get into hookah?
Oh my gosh. The macro so far in these last 4 rounds.
They're going to so good. They're going to TP, but they don't have FUT control. If they fully send to this, it could be messy. They don't hear these rotations. They don't know that he's coming. Mr. Fallen.
Down.
The silent killer.
And he knows.
He knows?
Yeah, must have heard a second set of footsteps. You're right. A really good idea where Tex may be.
1 enemy remaining.
They're dealt with. Calm has to save.
What a beautiful setup to the round. What a comeback to the half. It looked like LEV were going to run away with this.
वॉल्ट इसलिए मारी ताकि वो B-long से 3 बंदे पुश कर
They were
सके.
hitting shots. They were winning the macro game. They were proactive in the right moments. But after that timeout and those post-plant wins, and the 1v3 from Adata Captain, I mean, that opens up the opportunity to finesse and out-macro a team.
Round in the half.
Play that chess game. Hey, Mr. Fallen there, yeah, you're absolutely right. Hey, if he wanted to get that kill, had that hookah smoke not came out, he could have called his team back. In this case, there was no need to off of that kill from Aspas.
Help a girl out, would you?
So much pressure applied on all extremities of the map.
Yeah. And then he turns into a lurk, and he hears everything. Secures the round win for his team.
Last
भाई
round
ये guys ये outlaw का अगर one shot body 140 ये पैर पे पड़ता है कितना पड़ता है?
Oh, Aspas spotting so many. Got to be careful. He has that ult online. You know he's going to want to use it here. He's going to have to TP out. And guess what? Jay's waiting on the other side. There's got to be help coming in from showers.
Oh my gosh.
He is tucked, and he hears that. There's no way he gets out alive.
Lol, bro, he played it so good. या तुझे बहन चोद कोई बंदा ही नहीं है all की help करने के लिए.
Now the pit invested.
Here.
No choice but to go. Adata Captain connects on to Calm. Can King fill in on the space? Seeing it goes up top. King tried getting up close and personal, but will fall. And now Tex is left in a 1v5. Flashed up, nobody can see a thing. He got a couple to make it interesting, but we're tied at 6.
All
How
off
the
of the
fuck
dagger.
everyone got flashed, bro?
It gave confidence to Yerege that he could slip into that smoke and find that timing.
2 bullets on the leg, 248.
And that causes the
नहीं नहीं
reaggression
एक 121
from
होता
LEV. They
है
know they need to even the number game out. But FUT were a step ahead. They were holding for it.
Unbelievable. Tied up all the way. 1/2 to decide it all. The first series was a banger, and
come on, 6-6, like not bad, not bad.
As well. The analyst has to break
6-6,
things down
not
and set
bad.
the stage for the closing half of the Swiss stage.
You genuinely couldn't ask for a better way for this freaking series to end. Seriously, 6-6 going into the half, last spot for the playoffs. You love to see it.
Yeah, and it's been an incredible game here. It started off with, honestly, some dominance throughout from the side of Leviathan. I think playing
121, yeah,
super
170
clean
stable
Valorant on their
nahi hai,
defensive side. They were looking really good at shutting down these executes early with great stall utility. But then we saw this complete 180 from FUT, and they've really brought us to an even half now.
Yeah, but if you take a look at round 6, there were some mistakes that FUT were making back in Lotus, and then it happened again on Bind. They wanted one to run the clock and then to be very surprising. We see now how Lev is taking a bit of control over showers, and the moment the Jet uses his ultimate, they know that he's alone. The execute starts on the other side of the map, but Lev is also ready for that because of the lack of utility that FUT have been using. Still, after all of this, guys asks for a timeout and explains them, hey, we need to get the spike down. What Baby was saying was right. You know, after the spike is down, everything's going to come easier. Yes, there was some crazy individual moments, but I think that changing the pace was what FUT needed.
Yeah, and I think you really have to credit the attacking side calling for FUT to really bring this one back, right? I think the mid-rounding throughout, finding the gap in Leviathan's defense was constantly on point here.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, honestly, like, there's just been so much, honestly, so much that you could take away from this game. But I think what really matters here is that we are sitting at 6-6. This is about who wants it more, who is going to move on to the playoffs. Let's find out and send it back over to Doug and Baby Bay.
These two teams will clash for one last half with one
Smart
spot
होते जा रहे हो day by
up
day.
for grabs.
अच्छी बात है.
What a
Thank you भाई. किस बात के लिए अविनाश?
And we're not
Bind
done
time
quite
है
yet.
ना पर yes निकाल लेगी.
Lev on the attacking
Leviathan
side.
Easy bro.
We'll test their metal. See what they're made of. Both teams with so many hopes and so many aspirations for so many different reasons. Again, FUT looking to enter the playoff stage.
भाई कॉम heavy team support
on
है.
international
दो
soil
flash
for the
एक
second
कुत्ता एक
time
heal
ever.
सब buy कर रखा है उसने.
A team that is
That's
been
why
said to
he's
be
not
the
peaking
best EMEA team, even though they're 3rd seed.
There's no denying the talent that they have. There's no denying the raw mechanics that they tote. And they find themselves in a slugfest here with another team full of expectations and full of promise. FUT have sent 2 on a flank.
What?
King, no idea that he's about to be dealt with assassination style, and Krax is holding the line the other way. Lev have no room to breathe. There's no space. There they go. They all fall. Mazzino, a 1v5. 2 found. Spike grabbed. Death dropped.
Bro,
Krax.
what bro?
Who else?
I feel something over there.
This guy with the ghost. They go in tandem.
Like us, but
That opening kill on Osmos.
They were trying to
look at
take
this.
पीछे CT का
Oh my
space.
gosh, he didn't even mean to get him. Sometimes things just go your way. Either way, the follow-up. Beautiful. And now you're building towards a KO out suddenly. He's going to be so healthy with this economy going into this. A Bulldog full armor.
Mazzino was pretty active on that round as well. Equally as close to having his ult online. But he does not have the Bulldog. He does not have the full armor.
Lev, they're opting to go for this hookah pop, but they're going to run in to CNED. He backed down from that fight.
Oh, that nade's going to hurt so bad, and there's a spit at their feet as well. Not allowed to find any space out of hookah. And then the dog crunching. They've been stuffed.
Yeah, with nowhere to go. They have to be worried about their flank as well. It kind of forces them to have to press the issue. But they're just gonna run into a stomping grounds. Krax is here. These KO flashes, the KO molly potentially even.
Cam ऊपर.
And that's not to mention all the guns they have.
Yep. Oh,
a little messy there.
Not too pretty.
But settles.
खूब बचा लिया.
The crossfires that they had set up were everything they needed.
That was two?
They've kept a Guardian, 2 Bulldogs, and then the Stinger. Into the third
Nice.
round. Into the ever pivotal third round.
I mean, it's a good buy.
Scripted है FUT
2
जीतेगी पक्का?
Guardians, 2 Bulldogs.
Owner है भाई उनका.
The Stinger on this map actually has a lot of value.
Those tight,
yeah, exactly.
tight corners, yeah.
Exactly.
Make it so impressive. You are right.
Especially with the light armor that 3 of the players of Leviathan have. I mean,
Spike down.
I guess you don't need
I have the spike.
anything else. You just need a dry swing from Adata.
That's so clean. There's a knife coming over the top, so you have to pick, am I going to turn around and clear the knife, or am I going to challenge the guy swinging me hookah?
It's tiny things like that that win you bonus rounds, and that can snowball the lead that you have already.
And the advantage, valuable one, as they get a second. Aspas forced to sit and wait as the shots rattle off. Now Roomba in his face. FUT with a massive numbers advantage. And it's only getting worse. Dre, there are only 2 left alive.
It's disaster right now for Lev.
They've been squelched. They've been suffocated. They've been stymied. King's able to get his 1.
He's done it before.
A 1v3 on the other side. A Bulldog, a Guardian, a Stinger, but surrounded.
30 seconds left.
This is a 1, but he's not able to get out. Maybe gets a kill and then can rotate A, but Mr. Fallen cuts him off, and FUT get to 9.
And it's not just the shots of Adata that was impressive in this round. It's the follow-up utility. Even after he connects on the second kill, there's a dog that comes through to find out if there's even more follow-up. I mean that kill from CNET. Just can't teach that one.
Nope.
Feels bad to die that way.
Here.
Lev feeling the pressure, buying Stinger's light armor into this round. If they can steal this one away, they might be able to make a comeback in this half.
That's such a big if, though.
Yeah.
That's such a big if.
Such a disadvantage in the game with utility and the guns that are on field right now. And this Omen flash, I mean, it could destroy this lane. Oh, he doesn't even need it yet, but he'll have it to follow up.
There's that Omen flash. The spam through, seeing if anyone else jumped up onto the box, if anyone was foolish or daring enough to try to fill in on the space. Try to creep ever closer. Krax must have spotted something there as the dog tries to make its way all the way around. Zeno is filled into U-Haul, but Adata getting challenged and overwhelmed back sight. And the Stingers are causing problems. Mazino's gotten a weapon, and it's a 1v1. F2J's still starting to rotate over, as a Guardian in hand. Mazino on the plant, and now ult online. This should be unlosable. Mazino should be able to take a really big step back and then play around his ult if he needs to.
And Yerej's patience in this retake might work against him, because you're totally right. Mazino has the Molly, the Brim ult. He might not even have to show his body in this 1v1.
I didn't even see in the Molly. He has the smoke to play with as well.
भाई बहुत ही slow खेल रहा है वो.
Real far up though. There's the tap. There's the ult.
Molly कर दे!
And instead of playing for the lineup on the postman, he's playing really close up. He's playing on the other side of the orb. Oh my gosh!
Nice.
There's
I
not
don't
gonna
know
be
Molly
enough
क्यों
time,
नहीं करी?
though. Mazzino takes the fight.
Would have just उसने
But the
bounce
match
Molly कर
occurred
सकता
to
था.
Wave Lev.
Oh my gosh. We gotta take a breath after that one.
Bro, what a round, bro.
I cannot believe he played that way.
I know. He read into it.
But it works, I guess.
The Stinger buy.
Stinger से इतना long range spray भाई.
But it works in Lev's favor this time. That backside fight. The long range guns don't matter. And Mazzino, he's having such a map right now. He's keeping his team in the game.
Almost at 20 kills.
Dude, what a monster performance on Brimstone.
King one away from his pit and op in the hands of CNED. The challenge inevitable. No one there to clear the room before him.
I love how CNED plays in dangerous waters with that operator.
So risky. But honestly, that's what gets him the windows that a lot of other duelists don't capitalize on.
Yeah.
So all of LEV are currently posted up A. Every single one of them huddled into short and trying to find safe passage into U-Haul. Now a turn of the tides. As Wingman goes down, the spike sitting on the ground.
Blinded.
Yetujay still playing on the other side of the map. If they try to go into the TP, they're gonna walk right into him. A 1-for-1. Still persistent in their approach. Spam not connecting, a knife in the hands of KO. Slowly settling down as another
गाइस जो पूछ रहे हैं ना ये ट्विटर पे क्या चल रहा है, जो भी पूछ रहा है ये ट्विटर पे क्या चल रहा है, अन्ना ने एक ट्वीट करा है, जाके देख लो, समझ आ जाएगा। कोई भी वन साइडेड स्टोरी डाल के ऐसी
And the timing window was closed. There's no way that they hit TP and end up B now.
ये जो ट्विटर पे आया है ना, ये पहले इंस्टाग्राम पे आया था।
On trying to hit this site, and it might cost them everything.
कुछ प्रूव नहीं करता वहाँ पे वो ट्वीट, जो भी इंस्टाग्राम पे वो रील वील जो भी जिसने डाली है ना, कुछ पॉइंट प्रूव नहीं करता उसका। तो अभी अन्ना ने एक ट्वीट डाला है, देख लो जाके।
And LEV played that so well, consistently tapping the bomb, waiting, but the clock ran down too low. And Adata captain with that fadeaway kill. That was the opening for this retake. It could be so hard to get the bomb down on the A site. Look at that. That's what it was, the fadeaway on the King.
It's ridiculous.
Both these controllers just having such good games, mechanical prowess on point.
Second time out of Leviathan invested here. FUT still with one to play with. But a 3-round lead the way of the defense. And again, if you are just joining us, everything is on the line. Elimination. Staring down the barrel of one of these two teams, and currently that barrel's pointed at LEV.
And I mean, this whole series, I mean, they've been locking horns. It's been back and forth. It's been this battle. But right now, FUT have the lead. They've distanced themselves a little bit, and that's off of the pistol round win and the bonus conversion.
I mean, they won 8 rounds in a row going back to the previous half.
Yeah.
It's just such a massive swing, such a massive streak.
The only round LEV have won this half has been that crazy stinger buy. Can they do it again?
Here.
I have a feeling this time around FUT will be more prepared, more ready and willing to maybe even invest
There's
in
aggression
ultimate.
here. There's aggression here. A flash on one side, the paranoia on the other, and the ult invested, but nobody is home. They can quickly join though if they want to TP. The dog will spot them all.
But Doug, the hesitation from LEV, they missed their window of opportunity.
And now Yetujay's here with the op, not gonna land the shots. Cracks though, with his ult. Invested. Should in theory buy a little time, but LEV fully commit. Digging their heels into the site. Get the spike down. And now back in the challenge from FUT. Aspas on the hold, the stinger is there, it will connect. And they've got the pit. Now finding cover in its confines. And come for 2. Calm with the frenzy at that distance. Somehow manages to get his 1, but they got the Seekers. And that should be a perfect counter to the pit. All of the investment there. King, a 1v2, lands it down to 1. Mr. Fallen there, he's got a challenge. Tries to land the knife. The defuse comes through. FUT get to 11.
All signs led to LEV winning that round, Doug. But FUT steal it away. They just seem to win these weird scenarios on the retake. Mr. Fallen getting the Seekers online in the middle of that round. It opened up the window of opportunity. And Mr. Fallen, he just wasn't low enough for that knife to do enough damage to him. And King, he has to go for that. He has no other choice.
I didn't see if how many bullets he had in his classic, or what else he had. But to go for the knife,
it's just so hard because Mr. Fallen was sticking it the entire time up to that point.
Yeah, no time to dwell on it though.
Yeah.
Into the 19th round we go. 3 ults on the side of LEV. A desperate need to cauterize the bleeding. Capitalize on the ults they have. Seeker's the first used. A couple of them already cleared. You hear the second now. How much more can they find? They've thrown everything into this. This could be the finishing touches on this. I mean, if they don't convert, it's possibly lights out.
It definitely is lights out, Doug. If they do not convert right here.
They've managed to get the spike down. CNET ever electric with the op in hand. Looking to put together another masterpiece. This paranoia from Adata will not feel good.
One more? Here's more.
That's gonna hit all of them. Everyone except Mazzino. He's able to strike though. They're stunned up. Adata on the swing will fall. LEV get their 8th. And for good thing too, they invested everything they had there.
Talk to each other out there.
They had to win that round. That was a must win.
Is that 3 ults? The Thrash, the Rocket, and the Seekers?
Yep. And I mean, they had to invest all that because the round previous they didn't, and they lost it.
Meanwhile, there was a Molly missed up there. I don't know if you guys just saw that on the replay, but the Brim Molly landed on top of the roof by elbow.
Finally, an eco round, 4 FUT.
These are the messy ones, though. These are the ones that never quite feel secure.
Yeah. You look at the mini-map, you see 4 players of FUT doing this B-long approach, waiting for anybody to walk up.
Blinded.
Flash will get info that there might be somebody outside of Hookah, and King might get caught in transition here.
One found, but he's pushed from pillar to post.
Oh no, Doug.
They're filling in behind it though. They want to take these fights. They understand they have the weapons advantage, and this is the messy. This is where things get out of hand. The Dizzy up top. Mr. Fallen not tagged yet.
Oh my gosh.
Adata still playing on the other side of the map. And CNET can fill in behind this.
They might think he went to Hookah though, not towards spawn. So he might find this window of opportunity
to get at least one.
Oh
He's
my
so
gosh.
snappy with the potentially another though. Comp falls. Oh, CNET with 3. It's all gone out of hand. A round that seems secure slips. Aspas will have to be a hero. Tries to find space, finds one, but that's it. Devastation.
A thrifty. That was the same play that FUT made in the last series they played. And LEV, I mean, King was semi-aware, but the difference was the changing of the pace. They waited this time. It wasn't an off barrier, rush down, be long.
Spike planted.
And CNET,
Enemy remaining.
he had something to say.
The pace change was massive, yes, and hitting shots like that also helps. Potential last round of the Swiss stage before us. Yetuje with the pit.
Blinded.
Dagger there, did connect onto Aspas and Tex outside of Hookah.
Ooh. Wasn't able to fully finish that, so he doesn't have his ult. That orb is still up. Orb is still in play.
Doug,
he's gonna try again, isn't he?
LEV are so tense right now.
Again, for good reason. That barrel's staring them in the face. And there it is, orbital strike, Mr. Fallen with nowhere to go. Tries to find safe passage, but he's cooked. Aspas on the swing, Yetuje holds the line. 2 found. A 3v3 as Wingman should succeed, and does. Cracks falls, a 2v2 now, CNET with up, or excuse me, with ults online, not able to connect. We're playing another.
And who other than Mazzino to get 3 to close out the round?
Little man, pump us up. Let's hear it.
He's sitting at 27 kills. He's doing everything he can.
And he got bullied map 1. He was a big part of the conversation. Where was his utility? Where was his impact?
He's got his heart on his sleeve right now. He wants it so bad.
Let's go. Come on.
But we saw what happened last time. FUT had a scrappy buy and Sheriffs. CNET does have a Vandal.
Scout destroyed.
Com gets the info of that though.
I mean, I know they've done it once, but something like this is much easier contemplated than completed.
They're playing to win. FUT are playing to win. They want to go for these fights. And there was no speed up short A off of that. So he's here for this.
CNET is here, and he's going to spot everything. Cracks will join in on it. Only a knife. No molly to zone them off. CNET going in aggressive. Roomba cleared. Again, Tech should be able to get the spike down. It is traded 1-for-1, but this time it seems like the messiness will be avoided. LEV should be able to get to their 10th.
One enemy
They're both so close now. Just today. He falls. LEV gets to 10.
This is so intense right now. It's so close. I mean, you can never really count FUT out, even when they're down numbers. They just do crazy things. And this will be a timeout for FUT. They get to talk about how they want to use their ultimates going into this round, how they want to set up the round. Maybe use that Viper's Pit to funnel Leviathan into an area where they have a trap set up. And if all that fails, if you need to give a sight, you have the Seekers. You have KO Ultimate online. And for Leviathan, you have to find a way to bait those ults out or be so explosive that you catch them in transition.
You cannot leave anything in the playbook here.
This is it.
And LEV has been staring at this is it for the last couple of rounds. And they're intent on playing a couple more, never giving in. Can they do it again? Tex has his ult. But FUT, as you were mentioning, with so many tools at their disposal.
Followed by the timeout too. What do they have in store here? I'm seeing a ping back triple from the side of FUT and 2 pings on the B side of the map.
Dude, our observers are so good. The pit was just invested B, but Yetujay threw his orb all the way across the map to land A.
And that's all to delay the bomb plant. I mean, if LEV go towards A in the mid round, you have to deal with a KO ult. You're not going to have any smokes, any Viper wall to be online. Unless King plays outside of the range of that.
Aspas. The rest of LEV poking and prodding around this pit.
Oh my gosh, and it's just so scary. Spamming a Vandal, and on the other end, there's a Phantom. You have Tracers, they don't.
I have this bike.
And you don't want to be the guy that died and lost the game to a spam from a Phantom.
LEV decide to slow things down, not showing very much. The dog just went through TP. Nothing spotted.
Oh, yeah.
Mazzino just used his molly. They just used a thrash. They're calling a pump fake? They're calling a fake in a round like this? Can they convert? Will they bite? They've already filled into U-Haul. And you've got Mazzino who's going to be flanking back around Showers, and they have no idea. With the flash in his face, King holds the line. Not backing down. Everything on Mazzino here. He could win this round on his own. With guns out, CNET spotted and dropped. The comms not coming through. Ada Captain punished as well. Yetujay falls. What a call! What a call from King!
And a 30 bomb for Mazzino to continue his reign over Bind. that flank and the patience. He slowly crept forward so we could guarantee the second.
I thought Adata Captain was going to turn. I thought there was enough time for him to maybe get caught, but for him to find value on 2 is ridiculous.
And that was all the ults from FUT.
And it's a lighter buy. I mean, they've got a Judge and they got a couple of Bulldogs.
Oh my gosh, Doug, but it's a Judge in hookah.
Oh no.
This is prime time and they're concealing it.
I've seen disaster from this very position before.
Not like this.
They don't try it, they don't test it. Grabbing the spike and deciding to go elsewhere. Leviathan leaning into this bend, but don't break.
Poison orb emitting. Toxins
It all comes down to this, Doug.
They're deciding to go a little bit forward now. The dog to pave the way. Aspas satcheling and taking the space. They haven't secured showers. They've got to be careful here. This is not safe space. Cracks can reflank around them too. They're playing for back sight.
What a call!
The spike is going to go down there. Aspas gets the best of Gen2J right next to him. This is really difficult to hold here. They've got Aspas who's single-handedly trying to keep pipes back. King staring at heaven. Cracks on the swing. Calm is dead. Now Aspas with it all, trying to land the shot, and CNET punishes him with the Judge. Tex and King have to hold them back as best as they can, and they can't. It's all onto Tex now. A 1v3. Spike has been planted. CNET is weak. He's got one. Swings on it a second, but not able to land the third. And FUT will survive.
Down to the wire from start to finish. But it's Cracks. He closes it out.
FUT qualifying for the playoff stage on international soil one more time. And heartbreak for LEV.
Oh my goodness.
An early exit. One that was not expected.
I'm at a loss for words right now. I mean, the emotion, you see it.
कॉल पे था मैं मीटिंग कॉल पे था
What a series. What a day.
फक यार ओटी जा सकता था थोड़ा अर्जेंट कॉल पे था गाइस मैं सॉरी आवाज आ रही मेरी हाँ अभी पूछो क्या पूछ रहे हो हाँ अन्ना का सीन पूछ रहे हो ना तो गाइस देखो सिंपल ऐसा है तुम इतने समझदार तो हो कि तुम्हें एक प्रॉपर स्टोरी और एक मेड अप स्टोरी में डिफरेंस पता लगता है तुम इतने समझदार तो हो ठीक है ना वहाँ पे इतने कट्स वो वन साइडेड स्टोरी है लिटरली एंड रिजल्ट सीधे एंड रिजल्ट दिखाया उन्होंने बीच में कट 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 करके सीधे एंड रिजल्ट दिखाया उन्होंने सिंपल सी बात है ठीक है अन्ना ने ट्वीट भी कर दिया इस बारे में तो बस वो मैरियट के क्लिप्स सेंड करने का वेट कर रहे हैं मैरियट अगर करेगी करेगी बाकी पता नहीं बट इतने तो दिमाग है तुम में कि कौन क्लाउड चेज करता है कौन ये करता है इतना तो दिमाग है तुम में और क्या बोलते हैं वो जो उन्होंने मैटर रेस करा था कौन सा क्या ईव टीजिंग का मैटर उन्होंने रेस करा था वो बहुत सीरियस मैटर होता है उसमें सीधे ईव टीजिंग में सीधे कंप्लेंट होती है पुलिस कंप्लेंट तो उनसे बोला जाके पुलिस कंप्लेंट करे भाई ना सीधे इधर आना है हाँ इंस्टाग्राम में रील्स डालनी है ट्विटर पे रील्स डालनी है जाके पूछना उनसे अगर इतना तुमको दिमाग लगाना है इतना तुम्हें जानना है क्या हुआ क्या नहीं हुआ प्रोग्रेशन पूछना उनसे क्या प्रोग्रेशन है एडिटेड आदि उधर एडिटेड वीडियो डाल दी है हाँ?
For the Turkish squad. Now we have the privilege of not just the Verizon post-match interview, but the draw show on the other side of it. Yinsu, take it away.
अन्ना ने ट्वीट करा, देख लो जाके. बाकी मैं कुछ ज़्यादा लंबी स्टोरी नहीं बताऊंगा क्योंकि मेरे को इतना लाइमलाइट नहीं देनी. लाइक मेरे को भी नहीं, किसी को नहीं देनी लाइमलाइट. जाके कभी अन्ना जब वापस आएंगे ट्रिप से शायद वही एड्रेस करे इसको. बाकी मेरे को भी नहीं लगता अन्ना भी एड्रेस करेंगे बिकॉज ऐसी हजारों वीडियोस तुम्हें मिल जाएगी इंस्टाग्राम, ट्विटर पे. बट इतना मैं बोलूँगा, तुम में इतना दिमाग है कि तुम्हें पता लगता है कि एडिटेड वीडियो की समझ तुम्हें भी हो.
Make the playoffs on last year, like the Turkish represent every time on Champions too. I think it was big important for us because on Madrid we just slipped off and kick off and we couldn't. But I think on this Shanghai right now, I think we are I don't know, doing some good teamwork right now and I'm just happy for that.
Fake cases are on the rise. बहुत भाई बहुत. Yes किया. आजकल तो वीडियोस इतनी एडिटेड हो गई हैं कि वीडियो देख के भी नहीं विश्वास होता कि ये बंदा सच बोल रहा है, झूठ बोल रहा है.
马德里大师赛他也没能进去嘛，所以对于他们来说是有一些遗憾在的。但是在这回的上海大师赛，他们相信他们可以打出更好的团队配合，打出更好的效果。而且对于这一次比赛来说，他也在想他们到底会不会通过这一次比赛进入到冠军赛，这可能对于他们来说还是个未揭晓的答案。但是我们也会相信他们之后的表现的。那第二个问题是，其实今天我觉得他们在第一张地图日落之城这张地图上的表现，真的让我们
बात है ना अन्ना की इमेज तो खराब हो गई. नहीं,
上是一个非常强势的比分，最后结束了战局。也想知道他们是如何
कोई इमेज खराब नहीं हुई. जो जिनके मन में है कि अन्ना की इमेज खराब करनी है, वो अन्ना को एज अ डीफेम या फिर गलत दिखाएंगे. जिनको नहीं है, जो समझदार हैं, वो समझेंगे. जिनको है कि हाँ भाई टारगेट करना है अन्ना को और नीचे दिखाना है, वो एक एडिटेड क्लिप को देख के वो करेंगे भाई. दैट्स वाई वो लोग इंस्टाग्राम पे आए हैं, दैट्स वाई वो लोग ट्विटर पे आए हैं वीडियो लेके. हाँ, ईव टीजिंग सीरियस मैटर है. पुलिस के पास नहीं गए, रिपोर्ट नहीं करी, एफआईआर कुछ नहीं कराई, बस वीडियो एडिट करी एक रात और इंस्टाग्राम पे डाल दी. लो लाइफर्स.
好的表现，然后来到第3张地图，一切也进行得非常顺利，都非常好，是一个很好的结果。那最后一个问题，因为我们马上也要进行上海大师赛的我们的抽签仪式，
चलो मेरे को तो बस इतना ही बोलना था गाइस.
季后赛的抽签仪式，虽然说他们没有选择的权利，
बाकी
但
तुम
也想问一下
सब
他
समझदार,
最
you
想
are
在季后赛和哪支队伍交手
समझदार enough
We're going
to
to
understand.
have the draw show right after this interview. So which team are you hoping to go against in the playoffs?
I'm just hoping to face against EDG right now. Yeah, because I think we have to take revenge on Chinese teams, you know. I'm just hoping if they should pick them. I'm just betting EDG.
Hope to see that. 他说他其实非常非常想在季后赛可以和 EDG 交手，因为他们很想实现对中国是赛。
भाई कल का IPL फाइनल का रिव्यू, फाइनल भी था कल. पता ही नहीं मुझे.
然后所以也很想在季后赛和
मेरे को तो प्रैक्टिस मैच लगा वो.
确实也非常期待他们的交手，他们的
प्रैक्टिस मैच था शायद आदित्य भाई. नेक्स्ट ईयर वाले फाइनल पे वो स्विच हो गया लगता है फाइनल 2024 का भी.
然后我们回来看我们的抽签仪式。And that's all for interview. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Let's wait for a minute for the draw show. Thank you.
भाई ये VLT पे किसी ने ब्लैक मैच तो नहीं करा, पता नहीं भाई.
FUT managed to pick up the win in a grueling map 3, but of course that means we have to say
जो क्यूटी बोल रहा है सबटाइटल्स दो. हाँ ना, कौन लिख रहा था क्यूटी सबटाइटल्स दो गंगाधर भाई. चलो चलो भाई, लास्ट के 10-15 मिनट मैं कॉल पे था, थोड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट था. लेविएटान हार गई. आउट, लेविएटान आउट. यू नो दैट राइट? 2 हार गई आउट. आसपास. I'm gonna miss you यार.
region and hopefully have them back for the next event.
Yeah, a round away for Leviathan to take that to overtime, but a much-deserved win here for FUT to have a chance in the playoffs. These teams now earning that continue to qualify through a 2-day off break to try and rest and prepare for this draw.
All right, well,
Aspas
let's go
out,
ahead and
out
find
by.
out how this draw show's gonna play out and send it to the stage.
अभी बंद मत करो PRX पिक करेगी अभी हाँ
After an
ओ हाँ actually
incredible Swiss stage, we finally have our top 8 here at Master Shanghai. But what matchups are we going to get as we head to playoffs? We're going to find out right here at the draw show. As you guys might have noticed, there's quite a few people on stage with me and Victoria right now. They are the representatives from the regional winners, and they will be choosing their opponents here. Let me introduce them to you. We're starting off here with Josh, the manager of FPX. Kojo will be choosing on behalf of Fnatic. He is also their manager.
FPX का manager है वो और वो Fnatic का manager है.
Aqua, the manager of EDG, and Luna, who's going to be here to help with some translation. And last but not least, the head coach of 100 Thieves, Zik, as well. And Victoria is going to get things started and explain some of the rules to you guys now.
Yeah, I'm so excited to finally bring this style of draw to the VCT. So really excited to kick this off. It is different. We haven't done it before, so I'm going to walk through it. In this bowl, there is an orb with each of the first teams from each region. I'm going to draw them one at a time, and as I draw them, they will walk over and they will choose the logo of their opponent and walk back with it. As far as the order of how I will be placing them, they are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the order of the matches and how we will go. And schedule TBD, it'll come out pretty soon, but I think other
Guys,
than
क्या
that,
चाहते हो?
that's about it.
All right, let's get things started, Victoria.
मैं अच्छे matches नहीं चाहता
They
starting
have
में.
choices between our G2, Gen.G, Heretics, and FUT. The first team we're going to pull out here will be the team that will have first choice between these 4 teams, and it will be FPX. Josh, please step forward right now and take your pick. Who will you be choosing as your opponent?
Hey, FPX, go for Gen.G.
Gen.G?
Yeah. Go for Gen.G. Please.
He has chosen G2 as his first opponent. Josh, I have to ask you, you were hovering there a little bit. Why did you guys choose G2?
Well, we think
अच्छी choice
all
actually.
of the teams are very
अच्छी choice
competitive, but Coach
G2.
Alex told me to pick the team that we think will make the crowd most excited to watch, you know? So I think it's going to be G2.
Okay, well, by the sound of what you just did there, they were pretty excited about that. So we will have...
They wanted Gen.G, but...
we will
भाई
have
अच्छा है
FPX
Gen.G नहीं लिया
versus
भाई.
G2.
भाई
Now the same
दोनों
I think is going to go here. When
दोनों
Victoria
एशिया
pulls out the
पैसिफिक एक
next
साथ.
team, they will have the choice between Gen.G, Heretics, and FUT. And that team will be 100 Thieves.
100
Zik,
Thieves.
please step forward and take your pick.
100 Thieves will go for FUT.
Okay, they want you to pick
FUT जाएंगे पक्का देखियो FUT जाएंगे. I knew it, bro. I knew it. पूछो
I'm
क्यों?
going to throw the same question to you here. Again, the crowd seemed to really want you guys to pick Gen.G, but why have you gone with FUT?
I mean, honestly, we're really comfortable in how the veto will look against them, and I think it's also going to look nice to avenge our American brothers. So we're looking for a good match against FUT.
Oh, that's going to be a good game as well. We
American
have 2 more teams
brothers.
left, and that will be EDG and Fnatic.
Easy है,
Before we
इसलिए
make
FUT.
this draw,
One of the
I
reasons
would
भी
like to
यही है,
invite
हाँ.
you guys to please step
इन
forward
तीनों में से
here
सबसे
and
easy
just
FUT
wait a
है.
moment until we have both of the draws out. The last 2 teams left will be Gen.G and Heretics. And the third pick from here will be EDG.
EDG will go for
Okay,
TH.
and this means, before you pick, this means the last but not least is Fnatic. So
Fnatic versus
Aqua,
Gen.G.
please make your choice.
Wow.
And it looks like they have chosen Team Heretics. Why did you make this choice?
因为他在他们比赛结束之后，我听他们说，因为交手了2支中国队，想和另外一支中国队交手一下。那我觉得中国是个
अरे दिखाओ. Bancho! Lodu! Bancho!
I think this is the more exciting side of the bracket, to be honest.
Why?
The teams are strong, and I think the playstyles are quite similar. I think we're going to have like an explosive bracket here.
Oh, W Gaming side of the bracket. And what about you, Zig? Looking at this, you're going to have to also have the chance to potentially face Fnatic and
भाई
Gen
meme मत बनाना यार उसका
I'm
Ludu
just looking
Bancho
forward
का.
to the 100 Thieves Paper X upper finals.
Ooh, okay. What did you make of that, Aqua? What are your take? What's your take?
应该是 Payorex。对，然后我也很希望就是说，因为我们跟他们缘分特别的好，然后希望可以再和他们再次交手。
Okay.
I think I might want to play Fist against with PeoPleX because we kind of like special fate between us, so we really like to meet them in the following matchups.
I gave you a bit of time to think about that comment just now, so Colin, I hope you have something spicy to say as a response to that.
I mean, the last few times you played us, it hasn't gone very well, so I don't expect
बन
that to
गया
change
इतनी
anytime
जल्दी
soon.
Discord पे डालो
I think it's starting. I feel like the trash talk is
Discord
here.
पे डालो बन गया तो
I love this
फट
bracket.
से
The matchup has been great, and yeah, Victoria, I feel like it's going to be competitive no matter what.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Master Shanghai has been phenomenal so far, and we welcome
फैला दो
4
पैंचो.
amazing teams to the tournament, so I'm super excited.
फैला दो
Thank
मेरे
you very
राका
much,
टीम
Victoria, for the
डाल
draw.
दो
Thank you as well for all the representatives from each of the teams for joining us. That will be the bracket, as Victoria said. The schedule will be coming.
Bye.
Unofficial schedule will be coming soon. But that's it from the Swiss stage, guys. We have
I am
playoffs
really
left to
excited
play. Thank
for
you to
two
all of you
matches.
for watching, and I
एक है
can't wait to
PaperX
find out
versus
what's
G2
going to happen at the next stage.
and second one is Fnatic versus Genji.
This is the future.
Yeah.
And there you have it. Although,
Yeah,
shout
yeah.
out to Yinsu, the pro instigator.
Followed
on
by
that.
victim Victoria होना.
Nobody
Victoria
said
होना
thank you,
मतलब.
Yinsu. Thank you, Yinsu.
Man, what do you guys make of that? Looks
Oh.
good.
Some exciting games there already.
Fnatic versus
I'm just
Genji will be
excited for
late.
some of these
Late
possible
by OP
later
match.
matchups that you already
Fnatic
heard
Genji
the
is like the
teams
finals
talking about,
match,
having a
you know.
possibility of that
हमको starting में ही दिख रहा है.
PRX rematch with
Yeah.
them on the same side of the bracket. 100 Thieves already wanting to play against PRX as well. Introducing
And
these 4
looking
new
past
teams.
Fnatic as
Yeah,
well.
that is crazy.
And Genji.
PRX versus G2, 100 Thieves versus FUT.
Genji,
100
though, it was
Thieves
the last
played
choice, but that
clever,
match is
भाई
gonna be
clever.
It's gonna be a
EDG versus
banger. Like, so many
TH.
people have been
ठीक
you know,
है.
waiting for
Kang
this
Kang
Fnatic
versus
this year,
Boo.
how everything is going. Now they're back
If
into
Mini Boo will
international
be back.
stage and they get this
Fnatic
as their
versus
first
Genji.
match. I'm just going to
That's the
say
match,
I am
bro.
extremely
Playoff
happy
straws.
because
Start कब
this is
होगा ये?
the first
May
time
30th.
since Champs 2022
Ooh, let's go.
that we have 3 EMEA teams
Chat
in the
1 AM
playoffs. So,
PTT से
I'm
start है.
happy whatever
1 AM
happens, but,
PTT माने?
I'm really, really excited to see that EDG Heretics as well.
Oh, yeah, that one is going to be phenomenal.
Certified banger.
Yeah, for
Kang
sure.
Wood.
Kang
Honestly,
Wood. Oh, my.
Oh, same time.
We would be here today.
Valen's going to have to deal with W Gaming.
Yeah, that's a crazy one. I mean, G2 getting first picked.
Same
If
time,
they
same
can
time.
upset there, they have the chance to do the funniest thing ever.
Same
Beat
time,
the
babe.
tournament favorite who picked them in the first round.
Nice,
that
na?
would be so cool.
Let's
I think
go,
the draw show really adds a lot of a little bit of
मजा
spice.
आएगी. 30th से guys.
For sure. Another one that I'm excited for, Boostio versus the Balrog on the other side of the stage. That is going to be fantastic. Really, there are some phenomenal matchups. But, I mean, guys, that's it for the Swiss stage. What a
Boostio
journey.
versus CNET होगा.
It's been a banger. Like, I'm not going to forget today's Icebox in a while.
Oh, yeah,
I'm telling you,
100%.
look
I mean,
forward
there
to
was a
100
possibility
Thieves.
that we'd
They're
probably
gonna
still be
do
playing
something
Bond
crazy this
if it
Masters.
ended right then and
Ah,
there.
trust me.
Yeah, jeez Louise.
For me,
It would've
top
been a
3
long day,
Fnatic,
folks. But
Paper
I think,
X,
you know what? It's safe to say
and
that this has
100
been
Thieves.
awesome from the Swiss stage
Bye का
to the
लाभ,
draw
bye की
shows
ध्यान
to this
रखना.
draw show as well.
देख ले रहा
We
हूँ,
thank you
देखते
all so
रहो
much for
बात.
joining us for this. But the good news is there's so much more to come. But there is going to be some days off up ahead here. We're humans, and you know we need days off. The players need days off. Our
Yeah, I
incredible
also
crew
need a
needs
day off, so
off.
I'm going right now. Meet you tonight at Twitch, and we're gonna play some Rolling Rapak, Joling Japak. Huh? Yeah. Rolling Rapak, Joling Japak. Yeah. Meet you at Twitch, guys. जिसने Twitch follow नहीं करा, exclamation mark Twitch आ जाना, ठीक है ना? थोड़ा chills करते हैं हम, क्योंकि PUBG night तो होता ही है. Valorant भी खेल लेते कभी कभार. अभी कल परसों हमने वो खेला था Phasmophobia horror game, जिसमें मेरी कान फटी थी बहुत गंदी वाली. तो आके देख लेना फिर से, ठीक है? चलो चट्टी में हाथ डालो और बाय. See you.
तारे नैना दे नजरां चों मुख ना गवावे नैना दे नजरां चों दिसदे ने तारे इस दुनिया ते आउणा नहीं दुबारे हाँ चंद नूं भी टप्पना है रब दे सहारे चंगा मैनू लगे जदों नेड़े मेरे आवे रूह मेरी कट्टे जदों जान बुलावे रूह मेरी कट्टे जदों मुख तों दिखावे